Hi, you guys, and thank you for joining me, and welcome to this very special pick a card session. This is special because it is actually a request by one of my moderators and supporters. So, this is actually a request by a supporter of mine, a very nice friend of mine who's been with us since 2014. So, she's been there for a long time supporting me and the channel and all of you guys in turn. And so she has a question for us to ask, and that is, can I trust my intuition on this situation? So I thought I would do like a special pick a card where not only are we going to have three options to answer, but also we will also do some talk about crystals. So I'll give you guys some tips about crystals that may be good for you, or maybe you want to consider when you are working with your intuition, trying to figure out if something is right for you. I'll also show you guys, I'll show you guys how a pendulum works also, because I think people who watch this video will also be curious about that. So let's get into it. If somebody wants to do time caps, that would be great. All of your comments are awesome. If you are curious about my incense, I buy very high quality incense that are usually with a purpose. They're usually not just for smell, and they usually are made from natural ingredients. My little tip for people that I kind of came up with recently is that when you buy stick incense, you can get these little incense holders, and I can't really show you at this point, but you can see that little disc in the center. It has a hole in the middle. I break the incense in half, and I actually use only half the stick. I find that the whole stick is really heavy on my lungs, and it's not really giving any extra benefit. Plus you save money because you only have to buy half as many amounts. So hopefully you guys are excited about this. And I also have a lapis. This is my favorite lapis. A friend of mine polished this, and it's such a beautiful piece. One day in the sunshine I'll show you guys, because then you can see the gold flecks. Little fun fact, there's a crystal called sodalite, which is blue and white, and the difference between sodalite and lapis is that it has these little specks, and I think it's pyrite in it. So lapis is just sodalite with little specks of silver compound. And so I have also scolasite here, and at the end, right at the end, what we can do is really cut through situations, and I'll be happy to do that for you guys again. So why don't we begin? Where did we want to start? Let's do the pick a card first. We'll talk about the crystals at the end. We'll do the scolasite cutting ceremony. I wanted to give a shout out to this company since we're doing more of this stuff. When I used to do a lot of kind of more mystical things, I was partnering up with this company, or they were sending me stuff for review. I paid for this, and they're not sponsoring me, but I just want to tell you about them because they were very nice to me, and I really like this product. It's called the Art of the Root Psychic Cleansing Spray, and the company is called Art of the Root. I know they sell on Amazon in the US and in Canada, so go check them out. You just give it a little stir, and then you pump, and it has a citrusy smell, and this clears out. It has a nice refreshing smell that clears out any kind of psychic debris. So when you're doing a lot of intuitive work, you want to create a serene environment around you. You can burn incense, or you can have sprays, or you can do both like me. This incense is the Isis incense, and I'm not sure if I can give the name out of the company, but it is in order to call in the goddess Isis, and in order to stir intuition and provide insight into situations. This incense specifically is designed more towards love. I just simply don't have an intuitive incense that is not geared towards love, so we know what Varouche is about at the moment. Okay, so why don't we start with the pick card again? Leave comments down below, and if somebody could do time caps of all the different steps, that would be dope, on a rope. So first we have Ulexite, right? People call this now I forget. It's Ulexite. People have a different name for it, the S name. Anyway, so, but this is Ulexite. I have a Ulexite wand. I have a Ulexite lamp over there, which I can't pull out. And this is a really wonderful crystal, and I'll tell you guys about it at the end. This is triphane, which is a form of it's a form of kunzite, and this is one of my favorite crystals because it has such a clearing energy. The clear version of kunzite, which is in the spodumene family, is actually really good for clarity of thought and vision. Also really good with relationships, like how are things between you and other people. The last crystal I have for you guys today is the apophyllite, and this is an amazing crystal. Not only is it just so crystal clear and gives so much clarity to situations, it actually has little downloads on it. So if you want downloads, you want to get apophyllite because it's much cheaper than most crystals, and most likely you will be able to find one quite easily with downloads. Downloads are actually a little bit hard to find, and so if you're wondering what downloads are, it's called, the proper name is record keeper, but I call it downloads and everybody laughs at me, but it's kind of like our fun joke, so it's stuck. But record keepers are little triangles on the faces of a crystal, and so if you put your thumb on them, then they give you downloaded information and give you insight into whatever it is you're wondering about, or maybe this is information that you can use to grow from and expand your consciousness. So apophyllite is very good for clear visioning and clear thinking. So you can choose Ulexite, and then triphane, and apophyllite. So 1, 2, 3, let me know. I'm gonna shift the cards up a little bit. By the way, I didn't explain lapis too well. Lapis is very good for legal matters. And the person who requested this actually has a legal matter that she's wondering about. And so this is for legal matters, especially when injustice is around you. My friend gave me this, or gave me this, and so at a time when not necessarily legal, but I was dealing with like how, you know, a group of people over me in some way, and so this helps to assure that fairness and order and justice is in your favor. We know this as a crystal that is really connected to Egypt, right? Because in Egypt it was used in many kind of royal finishing pieces and jewelry and such, in architecture, and so this is closely tied to authority. Okay, one other crystal I set to the side, I was looking for this and I didn't find it beforehand, is this rutile quartz, and I love this guy. He's so little, he's a little nib, and I can't really show you to the light, but you can see the little brown patches are actually little gold patches within a crystal quartz, and so that's the rhodium, I think. And so this is very good for intuition, and if you are wondering, this is a finer version of this that's what I wear, and this helps to bring clarity of vision, and it really helps, what I find with my mind, it really helps to in some way kind of make you impermeable, or even provide consistency in your psychic work. So hopefully all of this information helps. Maybe the person who's doing time caps can actually say that I talked about the crystals, because I did already. Oh, this is what they call this. They call this selenite, but this is actually Ulexite. Selenite looks different. I do have selenite. But this is sold as selenite, but it's actually another crystal called Ulexite. Both selenite and Ulexite are wonderful for visioning. I love these palm stones, and just a word to the wise, you don't want to put this in water and drink it. You don't want to have it on your skin to the point that you are sweating and absorbing it, because it is a salt. So what it does is that the minerals seep into your skin. So be aware of this one. There are many crystals you shouldn't ingest or wear against your skin because they have properties that can be damaging. Another one that I have on hand is chrysocolla. So anything that's green like this, anything that's green like this can be not in your favor to ingest or have close physical touch with or proximity to. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at your cards. I'm going to save this one. This is the Angel Answers Oracle. So remember, our question today is really, is your intuition right about a situation? So bring into mind whatever it is that you are wondering about, and just kind of bring into consciousness the answers that you want. I have 4 tarot cards and 2 oracle cards, and then I have this bonus one that will give us the final answer. So number ones, here we go. So your first is the 8 of Flames. I'm going to kind of hold back on commenting until we see all of them. The 5 of Orbs. Okay. I felt right away, to be honest. Here I go. I'm like, I'm not going to say anything, and then I say something. So with the 8 of Wands, it feels like there is almost immediately some kind of kind words that are really creating a layer on this situation that makes the situation feel right and okay. There could be people that are reassuring you because it's their job to reassure you. And so below the surface, I feel as though you sense that there is something that's not exactly quite right, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong either. Let's take a look at your next message. Boom. This is a big one for number ones. We have the Last Judgment or Karma. So I feel like this is Pluto, right? And I love the name for this card because it's karma and dharma, to be honest. The Last Judgment, it's both. It's the point between the two. It's the point of intersection. I don't know if you know, but the South Node and the North Node are opposite one another on a chart. So I would say that the Last Judgment is a decision point between those two places, the exact spot between them, on the line between them. Okay, and then finally we have the 3 of Cups. I would say whether to trust your intuition. You have a very deep intuition about this situation. I feel like you see it on a very kind of primal level. I feel like you are in some way really trying to get a grip on bigger things. I think anybody who's giving you advice is only superficial. So sorry that this card kind of disappeared. There we go. 3 of Cups. And anyway, so I feel as though the people who are giving you advice, it's like shopping, you know, when you go shopping and the attendant tells you, oh, you look great, but they're not considering all the different reasons whether or not you should buy something. It's that same or similar type of energy that you're up against here, that it may not be for a bad reason, but I do feel as though there is a energy that is pulling you away from the truth because of the nature of who you are asking. It's not their place to really understand it so deep. I think on a deeper level, you are contending with questions about whether something's right and wrong. It's a deeply karmic answer, so essentially whatever answer you come to conclusion about, whatever you decide will be the right path. This to me seems as though there will be other people that are trying to confuse you in this situation. These are oracle cards, the sacred geometry, and I'm not reading these based on the book. So this is the Heart Woman, a message from the heart, and then we have the Fruit of Life. Okay, so I feel this is really clearly telling me that the answer is within you, that no matter what you choose in this situation, it will feel as though it's wrong. It will feel because there are people superficially who are reinforcing the wrong decision, but then there's also people who are haphazardly throwing energy around, and in some way you have to put up with that from them. Here is the next message. Yes, okay. So I feel like you have to trust your instinct. I always think that you need to trust your instinct, but on this matter, I would say that yes, it is. I understand the mechanics of this, and this was a request reading. I like to do stuff for people who really support the channel or are moderators and stuff, so I let you guys pick questions and whatever. So essentially, if you were my client and we were talking one-on-one, I would coach you through the process of accepting your own intuition. However, it's a very hard process because you have to learn to discern the different levels of how your intuition works. And so essentially you are always right. That path between the south node and north node is always correct. However, I think that we do have to learn to listen to ourselves and derive the right conclusions. But the fact that you're doubting your intuition, the fact that you feel there's something underneath the surface, I think is really on point. So I hope this crystal helps you, this beautiful ulexite. And the first time I showed it, it wasn't showing up great, but do you see how pretty it is? And you can just give it a little swipe here and a little bit of Reiki there. It's just so full of magic, right? So this is very, very good for intuition. You can use it as a palm stone, just don't like sleep with it. You know, some people go ham. Don't stick it in your bra. Somebody said that in a comment. I'm like, I stick stuff in my bra too sometimes a crystal here and there. Hey girl, hey. So it was cute. I was like, I'm not the only one, but don't put this in your bra. It's not going to be good for your health, okay? But yeah, I feel like your intuition, number one, is right. And I feel like anybody who is superficially giving you advice about it, they're not doing it from a bad place. They're just simply, you know, what are you supposed to say? It's a way of being nice. It's a way of social constructs. It's definitely not motivated by any kind of selfishness. That Three of Cups I'd be careful about. So if anybody's influencing you in this situation who has money or who has some kind of stake in it all, then I would say be very careful about that situation. But other than that, you are good to go, my friend. Okay, so next, if you chose number 2, so this is a Triophane from the Spodumene family, and this is like super nerdy talk. That's why I'm emphasizing it. But this is a type of kunzite, and kunzite's my favorite crystal, hands down. I'll show you my favorite one that I have here. I don't know, I think this one's my favorite, but they have different qualities. So kunzite, typically, you can't really see it here because I'm kind of pink, but this is but this is pink lavender, and I love this piece because it's so clear. And so yeah, it's just really lovely. And yeah, it's a really nice crystal. They wear in jewelry. It's worth quite a bit, and it's quite nice. So no, I really love this crystal. It brings a lot of happiness and joy. This crystal in pink and purple means a lot of self-love and healing, whereas in this has a lot to do with like self-understanding, actually activating your intuition to a healthy level, all of that stuff. And whenever I read for you guys, when I'm really, really tired, this is the one that I grip. And if you see here, which you probably won't tell, it has little blue tourmaline growing out of it. But you won't be able to tell because this computer can't autofocus. Hey girl, hey. We'll get back the other one soon, so I'm not going to even complain. It's getting fixed. So okay, so number 2, let's find out if your intuition is right about something. It can be anything that you have in mind. Your first card is the Nine of Flames. You've taken a kind of time out on the situation. You've had some time to think about it. You've pulled yourself out of this situation, and now you are wondering if you may have removed yourself too far. So you know, like cabin fever, when people don't go out too much and they start acting kind of funny because they're like in their room all the time. I'm just kidding, but kind of true. But when they're kind of separated from the outside world, and so it shifts their point of focus a little bit. I feel like the Nine of Flames could be affecting you to that effect a little bit. Then we have Guidance, the 5. This is the Hierophant. I love this card so much. It's one of my favorite cards in this deck. When I first saw this deck, I kind of laughed because like things like this to me are cheesy, or they were cheesy. Like, you know, a picture of a dude with a torch and he's got like this weird bandana. Like, I thought it was such a funny deck. But now I've really grown to like it. It has a really nice vibe. It's the Starseed Tarot, but this one's really beautiful. This is the learning that you've achieved at university, or the teacher that had come in and taught you something. This can also be concerning the sign of Taurus. So a Taurus may have come in and given you some kind of instruction or information. This can also be divine guidance. So divine guidance from a higher authority, from an angel, from a spirit guide, from the universe, from a bird. But whatever source, I think that the universe is speaking to you about this matter. The 5 of Flames, you're having a hard time accepting what you're learning. And this is a big thing with intuition. If we truly step into our intuitive moment and listen to ourselves immediately, then I think that we would cut out a lot of hurt and toil if we actually listen to our hearts. Like, so if somebody contacts you and you are like in some way on the fence about it, and you feel a certain type of way, and you know that there is something sinister, if the devil keeps coming up whenever you that person is around, then suddenly you have this kind of it's up to you to recognize that. And oftentimes it's like getting a hold of your intuition and grabbing it firmly so that your desire does not like shoot you off in a different direction, because desire can be very dangerous. I know I say desire is your magic, and it definitely is, but you have to use it wisely. And your intuition is like the brakes on things sometimes, or sometimes it's the gas pedal. Here is the next message. We have the Tower. So I feel as though hesitating on this situation may cause a breakdown of it further. This may be something that is taken out of your influence. So you may not have the opportunity to make a decision about things because they will be made for you. Here are two cards. So we have Elemental Embrace. So this is ascension and the progress, the transmutation of elements from one state into another. This is also the support of the elements as you ascend towards a goal out of the difficulties of the past. And then Fire Keepers. So I feel as though there are definitely spirits with you trying to help you and navigate this situation. I do think something is coming through that will take your choice making out of the matter, something that you will have to accept. It will be external. I think you've separated yourself well and things have gone well, but there will be an imposition on you at this point that I don't think that you should stress about your intuition. You should be wondering what it is that is going to change, that is going to make your intuition sort of irrelevant. So whatever you do in this situation might actually change. However, the process that you go up to this point to is a lot of learning about what's right and what's wrong. And I don't feel like this sudden change and shift is going to be completely destructive. For some of you, it may change the playing field somewhat. And I feel like your apprehension or your worry in some way coincides with the fact that you sense that it's coming. You sense that there will be a shift and a movement. On the bottom you have no. So I feel like maybe you need to really take a grasp of what you are perceiving. And so this is saying that I really feel that this is out of your hands in some way. This is something that you need to abide by. So there was a message about Pluto I heard maybe 3 years ago, and it was all about, I live under Pluto and Mars, so I get a lot of channeled messages about those planets, and they're ascending under, and they're conjunct in my chart in Libra. So I have like this really powerful transit of Pluto and Mars, and I get a lot of messages about Pluto. It's my ruler. I'm a Scorpio rising, and so with that, the message was that you basically have to go along the agenda of Pluto, that you can't necessarily dictate even when it comes to losses and wins, that you just really have to sit by and allow some of the larger systems to move through. It's like an ant, sitting by on the side of a road while a herd of elephants walks by. The ant does not necessarily have the capacity to steer and influence a herd of elephants, and you just have to allow those elephants to roll through. And I feel like this is the type of situation. As much as you'd like to cross the road and be the ant and cross the road, I think that the forces are such that you have to accede to bigger factors that you may not have a control over. And some of these things will be satisfying. They will keep you in the same place. The channeled message is forever, but I think that that's just Lilith talking through me because she's in Aquarius. So don't worry about that. But I feel like some of these energies are going to keep you in one type of circumstance for a long time, and then there's aspects that will force you to change, or will really put the energy behind change, and will make transformations. And I think that these are larger patterns. I feel like you've kind of known this all along, but it's again this principle of accepting the learning that you've been receiving. Okay, so hopefully that was helpful. That was an intense one, especially whenever the tower's up like that. It's pretty intense. But this this crystal, spodumene or tryphane, is very good with accepting things and tolerance within the heart and seeing the larger perspective. Okay, number 3, let's take a look. We have apophyllite, right? So I told you guys apophyllite is one of my favorite crystals because it has so many downloads in it. It's just so shiny. And then large apophyllite kind of clusters, they have like thousands of these or hundreds of these. Let's not get carried away. And each one is just so sparkly. You can kind of look them up online. They're usually very, very expensive though. So anyway, heads up to anyone who has it, or high five to anyone who has one. Number 3s, let's see what you guys got. So your first card is the 4 of Orbs. So basically it's advising you not to think about the situation. You need rest from it. You need to think about something else. So you need to practice no mind. And no mind means that you're not thinking about anything, that you have this kind of it's a type of meditation that is associated with releasing attachment to any thought process or emotion. So this 4 of Orbs is you it's recommending very clearly that you should not be thinking too deeply. And then we have the Alchemy. This is Sagittarius card, but this also coincides with blending water and fire together. And I feel as though this is a very organic process, a creative process that needs to happen. So I think this is saying that in terms of intuition, the point is to go through the motions and let your subconscious, the intuitive subconscious, lead the way, not so much your subconscious, or not so much your intuition with your consciousness interacting, but more the subconscious. And when you let go and when you embrace it, a new relationship forms for you, a new friendship. And then the oncoming energy is the 4 of Chalices. An offer will be made to you that will help you clarify. So I feel like this is probably the most relationship-like thing. And so if you were asking about intuition about a relationship, I think that you should really stop thinking about this relationship as soon as possible and allow it to kind of manifest in your life in the manner to grow naturally, right? When you're growing, when you're a kid, I mean, people do look at their legs and stuff when they're growing, like, am I growing yet? And growing pains, do you guys remember those? Those were terrible. I'm 5'11", so those were like a big issue for me. I had a lot of lower back pain and leg pain, knee pain, that kind of stuff. So don't miss that at all. But I feel like there is this kind of, if you look at something, it's like watching water boil, you know. It can be monotonous, tedious, and it may make it seem as though it's taking forever. So here's your message. So spiraling into love, allowing the energy just to come forward, and then new beginnings. Ooh, girl, this is your intuition's on fire here. Your relationship's on fire if you chose 3. Big happy changes. Things are improving in a better direction, and I feel as though emancipation from sad and alienating times is gone. I think you're set to be free. I like this card because here it's not such a negative 4 of Cups. There's no boredom here. There's only wonder and amazement at the fact that something new has come through for you. So open your heart and welcome in this energy. I think it will bring you more than you ever thought. And I think that it's a good step for you in the right direction. So whatever it is that you're feeling intuitive about, it feels really on point and really strong. So I hope these were helpful. And as promised, I kind of did the crystals already, so we don't have to cover it a second time. But I thought that maybe if you guys need separation from a thought or an idea, or with regard to a legal matter, in which case you feel as though you are having to contend with the energy of this, why don't we run this through? Again, this is This is scolecite. It's extremely powerful crystal. If you are not ready to separate and disconnect from relationships that are not serving you, then don't watch this. Sometimes we just have to pick our time. So if you're leaving, bye. I'll see you later. Check out my other readings on YouTube. It's hashtag pick a card Varouche or Varouche pick a card. They're down below. Also, all your monthly videos are out now on YouTube and Vimeo. Okay. Thanks. I just wanted to say bye to everyone who was leaving. For those of you guys who stayed, you brave souls, why don't we turn off the music and we'll just give a little crystal music. Oh, I offered you guys, oh, I forgot this. Well, if they left, too bad for them, because I'm going to, in some way, I have this, which is a pendulum. I actually have a different one, but this is my new one. Isn't it pretty? And so I promised you guys the pendulum talk. So whoever's doing time caps, do a pendulum time cap for now, please. So one thing we can do is show you how to use a pendulum. And you can create a pendulum even at home using some string and a button or anything else, really. Any kind of weight. This is crystal, because I have a whole set of platonic solids crystals just like this. And then I found this one and it's super cute. So this is my new pendulum. It's really nice. And so all you do is you can hold one hand underneath it. This ring is a bit big on that finger, sorry. So you can hold one finger and then you hold the other fingers up and then you put a question in your mind and then I know what my direction is. Everybody has a slightly different direction. So you ask the pendulum, what is yes and what is no? So what is yes? And it'll go right away. Do you see how it changes? Okay, and it does it every single time this way for me. And what is no? So I know what my directions are. They're always like this, but everybody has a different, you know, directional kind of place. And so when you're asking yourself about intuitive questions and you're not really familiar with cards or astrology, it's a really good type of divination practice just to use a pendulum. And so I have a question in my mind. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is. Oh, that's I don't know. When it goes around in a circle like this, it says I don't know. So if you don't have an actual crystal pendulum like this, crystal pendulum, then you can use a button with a string. I'm going to be making these again soon. I used to make these, not these ones, but I have my own pendulums, and I'll let you guys know when they're available. Maybe I'll put a link down below when they are, maybe in the fall, so it won't be anytime soon. Of course, this reading is for any time. So I'll do a crystal pendulum for 1, 2, and 3 if you guys are interested, since we're on the topic. So if you can do time caps again. So let's just put it over the selenite. You can put it over a crystal as well. So I'm asking if, number 1, if the intuition is right. So this is yes, by the way. You probably didn't know that because I don't even say it, because I've been doing this since I was a teenager. So there's yes. And you can do this yourself also over a reading or in front of a reading. So yes, number 1, the intuition is right. And I think that this is going to be no because it said no. So is the intuition right in the second situation? There it goes right away. No. Right? Okay. And then finally, the number 3, is the intuition right in the third situation? Over the apophyllite, that's like a double whammy. You can also hold the cards in your hand. Saying kind of around. I don't think that this, yes. Yes. When I said kind of around, it said yes, that's what it is. Basically, what I'm feeding it mentally into this question is this person, I don't think this person really, whoever chose 3, I don't think you know how good of a situation you're stepping into. So I think you sense it's a good situation, but I think humility is holding you back from really understanding how good of a circumstance you're in. So, you know, high five to that. Good for you. Good for you. That's what you need. You found yourself a prince. There you go. Number threes. There you go. I got you. Okay, so now this is for the serious part. So like I said before, we can start again with the time caps for this. This is Scolasite, and this cuts people and situations out of your life that need to be cut out in order to create a new opportunity for growth and ascension and progress in whatever it is that you are going. This is about cutting those cords that are tying you to others. So I'm going to pass this crystal across the screen 3 times, and what you need to do is either leave right now if you haven't left already, or sit with me and put into your mind the person or the situation that you want to cut out of your life, and this crystal will help you do that. You can watch this video or this part many times, so it's not like a one-time thing and then it's gone. So I hope it helps you, but use it wisely, because once this is like once it cuts, it's gone, right? So there you go. Okay, ready? Don't do it angry. Okay, just leave if you're doing it angry. Allow the anger to pass. So here's 1, and here's 2, and 3. So most likely this will take time for this to seep in. Sometimes it will be immediate. Maybe you'll never get a text message or a phone call again about the situation or matter. I hope whatever you were asking about, you find clarity on. I hope you find a good resolution. I wish you all the best of luck. Take care, and thank you for watching. Bye. Thank you for joining me, and welcome to this special pick a card. Today we're going to do love messages from Spirit. I have 3 piles, 1, 2, and 3, and we are going to take a look at what the message is that Spirit wants you to know about love. It doesn't matter if you're a couple or if you are single. These messages will resonate for you regarding your love life. This can resonate also if you are interested in like platonic love relationships, or if you are not necessarily interested in a relationship, then it will be a general love message from Spirit for you. So I hope this helps. At the end of the video, you can go in the About section. I will do 3 videos on Vimeo in the Pick a Card playlist. So that is a playlist in which I have 10 videos, or I will have 10 videos that you can rent and get more information on the message you hear here today. that was a tongue twister. So that love message and that playlist will become more full. So if you get the buy all option, which is the best deal, then as I add more videos, you will have access to them. They will all be pick a card or timeless question extended. Okay, so that's all I have to say. Let me know if you chose one. Let's just begin right away. I chose a lot of cards for you guys today, so let's see what you get. Okay, so I wanted to start with the Thoth card. So your Thoth card is the 5 of Swords. There's been an argument and some kind of disagreement. Let's pick 2 angel cards. So one is celebration, this argument, and one person had an awakening. Oh no, okay. So this to me sounds like maybe one person has been taking it easy while the other person has, sorry about the glare, one person has been taking it easy, celebrating, having a good old time, while the other person is sitting there and going, oh my goodness, I never understood this situation, or I never understood the significance of what's going on around me. And so there's this kind of eye-opening experience that one of you have had, while the other person is not taking things very seriously, and so that is causing friction in your relationship. The next card is Rainbow DNA. So this is assuring that there will be ultimately a good outcome. Now, a good outcome means in a bigger a bigger perspective, not necessarily just in this immediate situation. If the best outcome for all will happen, and as you optimize your choices, as you choose the best route to solve whatever it is that you are up against. Okay, let's look at some oracle cards before we look at the tarot. So here is your love oracle. So you have reflection, lots of thinking going on in this relationship, lots of going back and forth about whether or not this is the right situation for you. This is trust your vibes cards. Fake it till you make it. I feel like you can solve this relationship. This relationship may have a lot to do with immaturity, or may have a lot to do with people not really knowing how to behave, or they're making choices that are in some way maybe immature. They're kind of getting away with themselves. Let go of control issues. Allow this situation to unfold naturally. So I feel as though it's a good thing that you or the other person has had the awakening. I'm guessing you are the one who's had the awakening, because you're the one who's searching in videos for answers, while the other person has their eye in the sky and just having fun. I feel as though there is a harmony between you and this other person. And as much as they need to buckle down and focus a little bit as well, so you have to let go of control issues and trying to get this person to be on the same page as you immediately. They have to come to their own conclusions on their own time. Okay, I feel as though you may have to bite your lip a little bit and allow them the process of learning, or they may have to do that with you. So if you're the person who's ignoring the facts, then I feel like they have to do that for you a little bit and let you live. So fake it till you make it, I feel really makes an important statement here. There's 2 advice cards already. Let go of control issues and fake it till you make it, which means that you don't have to nitpick every single issue. It doesn't mean that you have to focus on every single transgression. It's all a part of a bigger phase of learning. And so let go of control issues, embrace your future, trust that the outcome will be solid and good. So here are 3 tarot cards from the Art of Love Tarot. So you have the 8 of Angels. Yeah, there's confusion about what to do in the situation at this time. And then we have the 2 of Hearts. See, I told you, you guys love each other. This is the Union card. And the next card is the 4 of Hearts. And I don't like this word. It's called depression. For me, the 4 of Hearts means that there's going to be some kind of gesture that comes out in this situation. So at some point, somebody will break through all the back and forth, all the confusion, and they will make an effort to improve the circumstances. And I don't think it's the person who's had the awakening. The person who's had the awakening is standing to the side saying, I know already, like, come on, hurry up, because the train is leaving the station, and I feel like the awakening is exhilarating. Whoever's had the awakening, it's like exhilarating. They're excited. They see all the prospects that their life can progress to, and it's really hard to hold yourself back. You feel like you're being punished. Whoever's had this, you feel like you're being punished because finally you understand something so important, and the people around you, or this person around you, is not catching on. This could also be that you have a friend-based relationship. This also looks a lot like you have, in a certain way, been in friend zone with a friend. Not you, not them, just mutually you've been friends, and you had the awareness. You were like, oh crap, this is my soulmate, or this is the person I'm meant to be with. And so that is just ravaging your heart, and they're completely oblivious, and you're like, geez, figure out that we have the perfect combination of DNA. We have the perfect alignment with one another. We have the perfect the love here is so genuine and true. Maybe I'm picking up that maybe you've gone through some kind of difficult situation, And in some way, that difficult situation brought you to the awareness, brought you to understanding who's who and what's what. And the confusing part right now is that you are trying to figure out exactly how to go about it or what to do with this new information that you have. So maybe in some way you've had this kind of difficult moment yourself. This defeat card here, I didn't show it to you closely. I assume that people know this deck because it's one of the older ones. It's been around since the 50s, I think, or the 60s. But it's a beautiful deck, but I just assume it's like the Rider-Waite. It's like, yeah, you know it. There you go. But a lot of people don't know this deck. So this is the Five of Swords, and it's called Defeat, but it actually means the fear of defeat. So it's like, and that in itself becomes defeat because then that solicits inaction, right? So if you're afraid of something, you don't do it. So I feel like maybe there's you face something, or the person who's had the awakening has faced something, and it's really opened up their eyes, and I think that they've changed as a person, and now they figured out where their heart is. They figured out that it's with that other person, but that other person is still celebrating. They don't get it. So I hope you guys figure this out. I'm going to do more on this on Vimeo, so check me out there. It'll take me probably an hour after the video is posted in order to do that. So yeah, just hold on tight if you're just rearing to go. Let me know how you like these videos, these maybe more simple to direct pick a cards. I'm happy to do them for you guys. So this is pile 1. I'll put this up on Vimeo in a little bit. For those of you guys who chose 1, please take the time to comment and like the video. It's good karma for you. It's good analytics for me. I hope you guys have a nice day. And by the way, if you want to choose 2 or 3 for another person, go right ahead. Allow these messages to come through for you in any way that you need them to, okay? So now we're going to do number 2, and if anybody wants to do time caps, you are greatly encouraged to. So many cards today. Okay. Cool. I really like these ones. These are called the Vibes Don't Lie, and I didn't think they would show up well, and they're totally doing the job, so I'm stoked because I really like them. Okay, so if you chose number 2, let's have a look and see what you got. Okay, so here is your card, and we have woohoo, Wheel of Fortune. So this is the card of Jupiter. This is good karma coming into your life. This means that there is going to be abundance and success and good favor for the directions that you are taking. Happiness and love are all around you now, and I think that there's an improvement in your relationship or in your relationships that you are seeking. If you really want someone who you love with the depths of your heart, it's a really good time to make a wish right now. So feel free to make a wish, and whether you chose number 2 or not, there you go. Jupiter says it is granted. Okay, here is the next message. Let's take a look and see. We have Pele's summons. So I think this relationship has great power. There's like a soliciting aspect to it. There's like coming for towards something or someone who has a high vibration, someone who has a very powerful impact on your life. So this could be a relationship to do with people who have a variance of power. Like one person is super empowered, the other person is not. One person could be an authority figure while the other could be a subordinate. And so this can be looking like this. This can also have to do with internal values or internal traits. Like one person is very emotionally mature, the other person is seeking that other person for emotional learning and growth, and that's okay. So there's this level of soliciting attention or asking for attention, not only attention, but presence, and to bring that energy in. The next message is from the Universal Love Oracle, and we have Eternal Flame. I love the word Eternal Flame. To me, it just seems like this relationship is set, that nothing can shake it. Even though you may go through your ups and downs, the long-term impact of this is eternal. It's beyond time, it's beyond dimension, it's beyond life, right? So whatever is going on, the resonance of this is so pure and true that it's just very natural, comes very natural and very easy. The next message is, so downtime. I feel, okay, so I didn't say this because this built it up really big, right? Like this felt like, oh wow, here we go, 100 miles an hour. But I think that you are coming into a bit of a downtime, and I think this is nice that this card came through because it's reassuring you that there is this coming back together, there is this reigniting of the relationship, there is progress to be made in a good direction, and every relationship has its ups and downs, and so a little bit of downtime, a little opportunity to rest, do your own thing, build yourself as a person, is healthful. Here is the next message. We have the honeymoon. Enjoy the bliss of a holiday time together. So this is very much still a new relationship in some sense, regardless or not if you have been with this person for a long time or not. I feel like you're still in the honeymoon period and you love each other very much. There's this great desire here in this spread. There's a great desire between both people. One person really enjoys the sense of authority and power that the relationship imbues them with. The other person, it feels loved, and there's all positive energy. So maybe after some downtime, that is when the honeymoon will pick up, and so the reconnection will flourish. So if you're in a downtime, I sense that maybe you're in a downtime right now in this situation. Allow the downtime to really happen. Don't worry about what the outcome will be. I think that all these cards are saying that everything's going to be fine. When you guys reconnect, it will really flourish in a positive direction and be really bright and light. Okay, so let's take a look at your tarot cards. So you have the 10 of Hearts. Look at you go. Number 2's lit. We have, this is the culmination. So the 10 of Cups is the family card. It's the relationship card. And then we have the Ace of Angels, which is the Ace of Swords, right? Wisdom, some kind of communication that happens between people. And here we go. And we have the Path, which is the Chariot, exploration. I feel as though one person or both people are learning about themselves. I feel as though they're growing into something. So you have to allow, like if you're making wine, you have to allow it to sit and ferment, or if you're making kombucha, you have to allow it to sit and to grow into itself, to become of itself. So just the fact that there is a little bit of downtime for whatever situation has happened, it doesn't mean that the relationship is not working, that the relationship is bad. I feel like it actually is working really well, and soon you should hear some kind of communication, and that will start a process, a trickle process. 1, 2, 3, 4, just little trickle process towards reintegration. So it's like, you know, you'll get a text message and then a couple days later you'll receive a phone call, or some days after that you'll meet for coffee. So there's this reintegration, but I feel like once that trickle process, it'll be really cute. It'll be like a here and there a little bit, and then boom, full on. So I think that you're just about to begin like a full integration of your relationship, and I think you're coming to terms with that, with the fact how important this relationship is in your life and how much it has to do with success. It's like people sometimes have a hard time believing that the good is here, right? And so in which case it's important that you have to sit with yourself, have some downtime, be like, holy crap, it's here, like, oh my gosh, you know. And so when people are wondering, they're maybe feeling overwhelmed, this can also feel like both people approaching this relationship like, what am I getting myself into? This feels more real than anything else. I'm like mind blown, you know, like humbling process, whatever. So there could be like a scathing part in all of this. There could be this kind of like apprehension. So if you've gone through the bumps, then ultimately I think that the downtime is not something you should be worried about. I think, and actually you could do some damage to the relationship by trying to push it through faster than it's ready. So it's like eating a green strawberry. It's not ready, right? Like you want to wait till it's red. You want to wait till it's fully ripened. And when it does, then it's going to become very easy. This is the Chariot card in other tarot decks. And I feel like to me that always is a process of spiritual integration. And so the honeymoon period is coming, and it's going to be beautiful, and it's going to be blissful. I love that word, bliss. This is full of nice words. You guys are so lucky. Okay, so let's pick 2 angel cards. Let's see what this communication is. So yeah, so power. This can also feel like if you are dealing in a relationship that is like one person has a lot of power, the other person likes to be more subordinate. And I don't mean like crazy kinky sex stuff. I mean just like a dynamic that's more stratified. That can make both people really afraid, right? Like, what are we getting into? This is different than what I've experienced in the past. And the person who holds the more the power, maybe one person loves the other person a lot more, and so, but yet both people love each other, so it's this weird dynamic. And so both people could be really afraid, like, what am I getting into? Can I be responsible to this? Because if you really love someone and you are the person with the power, then in a certain respect, you will feel responsible towards that person and feel like, whoa, man, like this might be hurtful to that other person, so I need to chill. So if it could be this kind of like feeling overwhelmed with responsibility. And then the other person is transformation. So I think that dynamic is going to change. So this is getting deeper now, which is cool. We'll talk about it on Vimeo, but I feel like that dynamic is about to change. So if you're the person who has the ultimate crush on someone else, and they're just kind of like, oh, like I feel it, but whatever, so many other girls, so many other men. If you're dealing in that type of situation, then I think that there's going to be transformation. The person who is like very much their heart on their sleeve, like, you're the one for me 100%, I'll do anything to be with you, that will integrate. So it's not going to be like a pathetic relationship where one person follows around the other person like a puppy. I think it's going to be very much, it's going to be cool. The dynamic's going to be good, and we'll look at it more on Vimeo. Okay, how about that? Because we can't get into that. But the person who is like the subordinate energy, I don't know how to call it. And this is, I'm not taught, for some of you it's going to be BDSM. For other people it's not going to be. So for most people it's just going to be like normal stuff. And if you're already within a relationship, that dynamic is already happening to you and your partner. So hey girl, hey, this is like super lovey-dovey kind of stuff. It's good. So I hope that you guys enjoyed that. We'll look at it more on Vimeo. Hey girl, hey. Okay, it'll take me about an hour to do this. Please leave a comment and a like. Say anything, it's good karma. And so yeah, I want to hear from you. Okay, so third, last but not least, let's see what's going on in your love life. Hey girl, hey. Messages from Spirit. I feel like Spirit's warming the energy around me. I mean, it's still summer, and so it's still warm. These are timeless, by the way. They go for any time. But anyway, it's like warm and nice. You can sense the positive energy. Okay, so now we're taking a look at number 3. Ready? Okay, so high 3s, thank you. If you want to do time caps, do it. But number 3, let's see your card. So you have the 2 of Wands. This is one of my favorite cards. It's called Dominion. And so this card has to do with seeing something new and having your eyes opened. Kind of like in number 1, but this is different. This is like learning and growing deeper. This is Mars in Aries, by the way. So I feel like this is like having your eyes open, seeing something from a new perspective, appreciating something on a deeper level. I move these around to get out of the glare. Appreciating something on a deeper level, which means that your love for this person or this situation has grown. Yep. Here is the next message. We have together. It's beautiful. So I think the process of integration is definitely happening here as well. I feel like this has to do with awareness again and learning, and I think I'm not picking up the partner yet, but I am picking up on what your process is. Your process is deeply tied to learning about this situation, to appreciating what it has to offer. There's like an understanding between people that is evolving. The next message is the guardian. So there's a responsibility that one person feels a deep responsibility towards the other. And I'm guessing both people in some way feel a responsibility. By the way, if you don't have someone in your life, this is about the person who's coming in. You can probably already feel it. Each one of these felt very present. It didn't feel like it was off in the time scale at all. But time scale and timelines are very hard to gauge with metaphysical readings. I mean, you can tell like closer and further away, but especially in a general reading, I would not worry about it at all. I would just allow this to just be as it is. And I think it's very present. I think it's very much here. So I think that there's a protection here that you can kind of open up your wings and fly and see the possibilities. For me, this would look, if I made a tarot card for the Two of Rods, not making a deck, just this card, I would like have an eagle, right? Flying over a valley. So this is kind of the image that I would see if I was making a card for that. The next message is get grounded. So I feel like, yeah, I think that if you are being protected by somebody else, energetically or otherwise, it's important for you to really get grounded and take on responsibility for your own self-protection as well. That doesn't diminish the fact that you and this other person are together. Maybe in the recent past, they have protected you in some way, and you felt or you learned to understand that you are together more than you had thought. And so I think that with that comes your own responsibility to get grounded. Now that guardianship is reciprocal. It doesn't only extend towards you. You're also the guardian for someone else. That same person. It's not like a big party of guardians, right? Well, it is, but in this case, you have a reciprocal relationship with someone regarding protection, and like this almost feels like a team. Like this is like working together, a team towards a goal. It's like, I've got your back, I got yours. So as you come to realize the significance of this relationship, about the team spirit that you share with someone else, I feel like it's your responsibility to become grounded, and rather than do a trust fall, lose your balance, and allow chaos to kind of run rampant, really in some way integrate and ground and get into the earth and get connected so that you can reciprocate. So if something else comes up, then you're ready. It really feels like a team. It really feels like it's a relationship, but it feels like a team situation where it's like you and them against the world, and that's what's coming together. I feel like for some of you, this is really just spiritual at this time, but spirit is powerful, right? So if you're in trouble and you need that person there, they're just boom right there energetically, and that's a huge thing. But for some of you, this manifests and crystallizes as that person already. So that is also coming through. But if it's metaphysical, it is to do with a specific human being. It's no, mist or something that like you can't, it's no mystical thing that, that ends up being yourself. Like, yeah, I get the resonance of that. But just to reassure you, this is an actual human being. It's just how close you are to them at this point is not necessarily known. It's going to be individual, because you're everyone who chose 3 is on this kind of journey, right? It's a general observation, general-ish, because I know it's kind of hitting home. So you have flirtation, extend your lighthearted energy to others. I think that what this means is that it's going to become kind of a fun experience of, it's kind of like I said, trust fall. That's kind of the same thing. It's, you don't have to do a trust fall and lose balance in your life, but I feel like maybe as you realize with this person what the significance is together, as you start interlocking and really forming a unit that is goal oriented, I think that there will be games that you both play with each other because it'll be kind of reassuring and fun. These games are going to be nice. They're not going to be like scare you or something horrible. It's going to be like I need you here, where are you? And then like energetically they're right there. Or you know, you'll just suddenly figure out that you need to be somewhere, and then you go there and that person's there and they're kind of like laughing to themselves that, you know, that energy is there. So it's like you're playing with the energy, not with each other. There's no manipulation here. It's just like two kids realizing that they can do something together, right? And then they're kind of practicing. It's fun, okay? Which is good because it's like the stomping ground, right? It's you learning how all of this works, the integration, your specific resonance. This is the card of resonance, right? Like, what is the resonance? Mars in Aries is very, very fast as a card. It's like, boom, ready to go, here we go, right? Like, let's get it done. So this is like, Mars in Aries has a really strong capability to understand a circumstance immediately, because it's so intuitive. It already knows what is happening as it's happened, and so it's just boom, done, integrate, you know, ground, whatever. And so it's good. Here are your cards, and your 3 tarot cards are Page of Hearts, New Relationship, and Innocence. Yeah, so like I said, children kind of playing to learn what they are to one another. I don't know how to put this here, maybe. So Page of Hearts, Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio, but maybe more so the beginning of a relationship, a very like, this relationship, it definitely has a lot of feelings in it, but this is a lot about like team spirit and like dharma, like what you're supposed to do in your life. Here is the next message. We have the Queen of Stars. That's the Queen of Wands, so she's the illuminator. And so I feel as though she brings light to circumstances, and I feel as though in some way she could be the person who you are involved in, either masculine or feminine. But did I say Wands? Yeah, she's the Wands Queen. So she could be a Sag, Leo, or Aries. But I feel as though in some way she is also the person who brings forward that energy. She is the catalyst, right? And so here we go, last message. And we have the 4 of Angels. So this is going to be a down period, and you need the rest in order to appreciate and understand what's going on. So all this play and back and forth, it's not going to be necessarily very like conversations that are super direct about issues. They're going to be in some way like they're not going to be conversations, how do you say, about serious issues, about like how it's going to be more expressed through fun and play, as I said. So let's take a look at your cards. There is openness and humor. So like I said, it feels funny to me, and it feels funny, and it feels like joyful. And I think that it's like easier because suddenly that person that you needed on your team is there, and that's being integrated. And maybe this is the connection, right? So Page of Hearts is a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, or Sag, Leo, or Aries energy, Sun, Moon, or Rising. But these are also the energies that you are conveying in this situation. We'll look more on Vimeo to find out more, but it feels like there is one person is really gaining a spiritual enlightenment through the whole process, whereas the other person is learning new emotions in all of this as well. So there's mutual benefit. In the immediate present, maybe there'll be a little bit of downtime, but this is much needed. Things improve with downtime, so we all need to take naps, right? Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm going to scoot over to Vimeo and do your 3 options, and I hope that you get those videos. Again, if you get those videos, it's a package of 10. You can get them individually, but if you get the package, the price is really reduced. So the package of 10, it's cool. I don't think people understand. When I add more videos later, then you'll still get that once you've purchased the package, so you won't need to buy anything else. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me. I hope you have a nice day, and I will talk with you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi everybody, and thank you for joining me, and welcome to this free Celtic Cross pick a card for love, soulmates, and twin flames. You can choose 1, 2, 3, and 4, and this is in my Celtic Cross series, and we'll do a Celtic Cross. Under each of these piles is a different tarot deck, and I have already selected the cards. I don't know what they are. And this is going to be information about the new directions of love and the new opportunities that are coming into your life in the areas of love, your twin flame relationship, or your relationship with soulmates. If you're really not into romantic love at this time, you can think about friendships and social relationships. Everybody who's coming in for the live show, hi, good morning. Make sure to leave a thumbs up for the video. Even if you're watching this a few days, weeks, or even years later, it really helps when you leave a comment in the about section once the video is posted. So keep that in mind. You're helping me a lot by doing that, and you're helping me continue these series. So your options again are 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to begin with number 1 as usual. I'll just set these down here so that you guys don't have to bother looking at them. And then we will just basically begin, okay? So I have 3 Braille cards, and then I have a message. Maybe we'll save this for the end. And then this is the Usi deck. It's called the Other Worlds Tarot. It's one of those premium self-published decks. It's really beautiful. So I recommend it to anybody who's interested in a beautiful deck. Your first card is the 2 of Rods. So remember, we're talking about beginnings in love and soulmates and twin flame relationships. So I feel as though you have had your eyes open in a new direction, and now you understand in some way the things that you have to do different in order to achieve that which you want. I feel as though you're looking at something from a different perspective, in a different manner, or in a different way, and that's giving you kind of insight about situations. And I think you might be attracted to something quite different than you were before. The next message is the Queen of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising possibly, but I feel as though you have had heart-to-heart conversations with this woman, and in some way she's opened up your eyes to accepting or welcoming into your life new people with different types of backgrounds, different types of qualities and characteristics than you're usually used to. So this is a welcome event in your life, and I think that in general you are probably feeling quite open at this time. Your heart's open. You're feeling as though this has kind of pushed you past your comfort zone, and that's a good thing, because now you are open to different people, different situations. You're more tolerant, you're more understanding and loving. Okay? At the top of the chart is the Moon. So you have a certain type of attraction that you are drawn towards. You're attracted to some things that may be different than that which you feel are socially acceptable, or maybe you're attracted to things that you have still come to terms with. So, you know, maybe sometimes you're shy to say it, or whatever it is, you're still working on kind of acknowledging the thing that you actually truly love and desire. And that's okay. One of the things when you get a little older, I'm in my 30s, so once you get a little bit older, for anybody who's watching, when you're younger, you don't ever realize in your 20s and teens how you continue to grow into your 30s, and I presume later as well. I have a lot of clients in their 40s, 50s, and 60s and beyond. So we continue to grow as people. And so the reason I'm saying that is I feel like this moon, I never got that when I was younger. I never understood. I thought I'd get there and it was done, over, fine, great, let's move on. But no, it's kind of like a continual process of evolution, and it's a continual process of growth. So don't be shy of the fact, however old you are, don't be shy of the fact, and embrace it. See it as a possibility. One of the big hang-ups with accepting such things, the things we're shy of accepting about ourselves, is the fact that in some way maybe we feel it could stunt, feeling as though we should already be there and accepted, tolerant of everything. So know that it's a totally normal feeling at any age to continue to find things about yourself, especially in terms of attraction or whatever, new layers to your sexuality, to your love blueprint, or your love makeup. It's a wonderful thing. So it's not something to shy away from, because the moon can make us feel shy, right? It's the shadow, or it can feel as though it's something that is difficult to truly, how do you say this, connect with. So I'm just telling you, don't be shy, because it looks like you have a really open energy here. Here is the next card below. We have the Death card. So something has changed. Maybe a relationship has ended in the recent past, or a friendship has ended. So, or maybe a life event, a time or a phase in your life has come to an end, and now you are moving past it. Maybe on a personal level, you're also making those changes already. In the past, we have the Lovers. So yeah, it looks like maybe some of you guys have lost your relationship, or the relationship didn't work out. Maybe the dynamics in your family have changed, and now you are trying to figure out which way to go with things and how to put things together. I feel as though this is a good thing, and I feel as though there's a lot of positive change. These are Trump cards, which have a lot of resonance. They're usually more like life themes, more so than events. And so the fact that they're all around you means that you are growing so much right now, and your love ability is growing so much right now. And I commend you for being so open. When all of this stuff happens, we tend to maybe feel as though we need to shut things out, close off, but I think you continue to search and have your heart open, and that's a good thing. The oncoming energy is, so you have the the Eight of Pentacles, which is Sun in Virgo. This is a timeless reading, meaning you can watch it anytime, but I feel as though I'm filming this when the Sun is in Virgo, so it coincides with the card. But the Eight of Pentacles means that there are certain things that, as you come to terms with the new ideas or concepts about yourself, as you kind of formulate and crystallize your identity in your mind, you will apply yourself towards achieving new things in your life, and working towards new goals, and working towards new things that you want to create, and new things that you want to see materialize around you. So maybe you want a sports car now, so now you know to save your money and to work appropriately so that you can achieve it. So with these new realizations that you are having, there are new things that you do to achieve that which you are trying to get. The next message, and this is you, we have the Eight of Swords. It's a I don't know I don't know what to do kind of energy. That's okay. I feel as though forgiveness for these kinds of things is necessary for the moon and for this. If you take the 10 out of the moon, then we have 888 already in the reading, which is kind of like personal regeneration and growth principle. So the fact that you don't know, don't let that defeat you. Let that be, it's a frustrating energy because you don't really know where to ground yourself, or where to kind of put your confidence down on, or which way to direct your energy and efforts. But I think that the main thing to remember is that you're supposed to whittle away at the things that you want, and you will ultimately achieve what you're looking for. This is the next card, and so we have the 9 of Swords. It does look like maybe people around you are not always the most helpful, particularly family members. It looks like maybe some of the people around you have somewhat let you down, or maybe you're still like, maybe not in complete conflict, but in some way you want to break away, and you are in some way, oh, the swan is chained up. That's perfect. So the swan is chained up and anchored, right? So the swan wants to leave and can't. And the thing about swans is that they mate for life, right? So once they find their partner, they will stay with that partner until one of them passes away. And so I feel like you need to be very cautious of your current environment, because they may be holding you back from going and finding that perfect person or that perfect someone, or really being with them. Especially if you've just had a recent breakup, sometimes ex-partners have a way of trying to sabotage and to destroy, current relationships. People are like that sometimes, and sometimes people in your own family can in some way persuade situations. So I don't mean to be too negative or discouraging, but I do feel like you really need to take a certain type of pacedness in this situation. Take your time with it. I feel as though you really need to, and don't be foolish, your intentions are your own and you have a right to them. And as you adjust your life to your intentions, which is the 8 of Pentacles as well, and as you figure out all the things you need to do, I would say until you're really settled in the direction that you're going, take your time with people around you, because people have a way of, kind of everybody. Anyway, let's just leave it at that. That's enough. Here is the next message. We have the 3 of Wands. You've put in a lot of effort into your life already, so there's this feeling like, I'm ready for it to come now. I understand that, but I feel as though you're still adjusting, and this is a transition point. And I feel like you should really embrace these new visions that you're having about yourself, these new visions about what you desire. The outcome card. So we have the new moon, which is actually today. So I feel as though maybe this has been in the recent past, and this is saying that something new is about to open up for you guys. The new moon, I'm reading at 11 a.m. So the new moon is at 1 p.m., right? So just in 2 hours. So I feel like whichever time you're watching after that point, I feel like the new moon is already triggering that for you. And whenever you can look on the calendar and find out when the next new moon is, to kind of figure out what you're stepping through. Don't begrudge situations. Don't feel weighed down by them, and hold your head high. And I really want to tell you that this is the right path. Like the thing that's in your heart, you're not wrong for feeling it. And I think it's a time to not feel so sorry about the fact that people from your past are not necessarily congruent to your future, because that's progress, right? You have to sometimes leave things behind. Here is the next message. So this is a little quote, and I'll read it for you guys because I can't have autofocus on, obviously. Love unlocks doors and opens windows that weren't there before. Minion McLaughlin. So that's really beautiful. So it really reinforces that new moon. So if you feel like, your family or your social connections are not supporting you, then maybe the love that you're about to receive, the love that is about to come into your life will open up opportunities to you that you're not perceiving yet. The Eight of Swords is often about waiting, right? It's not so much about what you can do. Sometimes it is, but oftentimes it's about waiting for that other shoe to drop, the other event to happen, and then you can do something about it. Here is 3 cards from an oracle deck, and I read just the name of the cards and try to clear your mind right now and allow the messages to come to you. So you have Potier, which is the action. This is like to do. And then we have laughing. And then we have falling in love, which is the lovers. So you're transitioning from one lover's card to another. This is the one that's probably the furthest away. And then there is another family, another connection that is just around the corner for you. So hold out a little bit longer, number ones. I feel as though good things are just beginning. I feel like this was to do a lot with centering you on the past and what happened in the past and how you were dealing with it, all of these cards. And you can bring this into the present and the future, the Nine of Swords and the Eight of Swords. It's up to you, but you really in some way need to, disconnect and in some way move past it, and don't get weighed down by the negative energy, because you're going somewhere really true and somewhere really good. Okay, so that is that. So let's take a look at the next pile. Let me know how you guys like this reading, and please comment and leave a like. Isn't this a beautiful deck? It's one of my favorite decks. I'll read more often with it here. Just really, really amazing. I think this is probably one of the most beautiful tarot decks I've ever seen. And I'm not being dramatic. In fact, I think all the decks I'm reading with today are really top-notch in my book. Okay, so here we go. We have some cards here, and then we have the Dreaming Way Tarot. Here, I'll show you guys the boxes too. So this is the Dreaming Way Tarot, number 2s. If somebody wants to do time caps, always appreciated, okay? So let's begin. So for your first card, you have the World card. Wow, 2, we start with a bang. For love, the World card is kind of a pretty big card. It represents that in some way a completion of a cycle has happened. You may be in the arms of the person you love, or you may have them really in sight. And that connection is there, or otherwise you have made a drastic life change and have settled into something, an energy that you desire, change, right? So the Fool. So we have the last card with the first card, and so the Fool represents a new beginning, on some type of adventure, travel, and possibilities. This could be unexpected meetings between one person and another person, that divine connection, that soulmate connection that sparks off. At the top we have the Nine of Cups. Ooh, guys, so this is fulfillment of wishes. Now it's getting good. I feel as though you had wished for something. This is a leisurely life at this time that you lead, some type of relaxation, enjoying yourself, enjoying the energy that you get to enjoy, and really kind of like living your best life, living your desires, and going after that which you want. I feel as though there could be a little bit of melancholia, or kind of because of inertia, because you have everything you need. What will in some way motivate you to go further? But I feel like it could be almost also kind of struck in love, so you feel a certain type of way, and it's really overwhelming you, and you kind of are losing time because you're kind of stuck in this emotional high, right? On the bottom you have the Seven of Pentacles. I think that you've invested a lot into your life. You've led a pragmatic life in which you have put a lot of effort in towards the things that you have around yourself at this time. You've worked really hard and diligently And so in some way that continues now. You have a drive within you that's been there with you for a long time, maybe even from childhood, that was associated with trying to achieve and find success for yourself, finding a place in the world, kind of defining who you are. So this is feeling a little bit, it feels amazing, but also at the same time it feels as though there's a little bit of like, it's not really you to sit around like this. It's not really you to be so puppy love about something or someone. And so on, like, your inner voice is telling you, like, come on, get up. You gotta do this. You gotta do a better job than this. So you already have that pressure on you. In the past was the moon. And so in some way, this can feel like you had mixed feelings about a situation, mixed feelings about the direction that you were meant to go. In fact, for some of you, look back on the calendar, look back to the last full moon and new moon and see how that is connecting for you. And I feel as though you found a feeling. So in some way, the way that you had thought your feelings were different, and you came to realize, and you had that learning opportunity for that. And as you had that learning opportunity, your heart opened up, and you became really, really dumbstruck, because you dared to, in some way, open up yourself to love and to emotions. And I think it's opened up a whole new world for you, so much so that you may be considering travel, you may be considering changing your life completely. And this person under here, this reminds me of a Virgo so much. It's like, well, if you're going to change so much, what about me? I've worked my whole life to achieve what I have, and so now what? So it's a little bit of like an annoyance with yourself that you're feeling, because you're like thinking of doing something kind of out of the ordinary, kind of crazy, and kind of breaking apart from some direction towards a different type of outcome. The oncoming energy is that, okay, Ace of Rods. It's it's like out of nowhere. Maybe this is a part of your wish, like divine forces are working with you in order to achieve, some kind of outcome. So on its own, it would have been just like a wish fulfillment. But here, this Ace is sort of reconciling this with that. It's like, this doesn't have too much industry in it. It doesn't have too much work and energy towards work, and this is kind of the investment that you needed that will help to bring out the efforts and also settle them in this new life for you. So this changes things a little bit towards the better. Let's take a look at the 4 cards here. So we have, this is you, King of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Woman or man is fine. This is the life that you have earned for yourself. You have earned for yourself the fruits of your labor, and you have really you have confidence that the things that you have are yours, and you're holding your head high. And I feel as though it feels kind of strange to go back to the drawing board and let go and make yourself somewhat vulnerable in certain directions and try again, and I feel as though on its own it feels like, what are you doing? Why are you kind of sacrificing or taking a chance with something that you have put a lot of effort behind? But then on this level here, there is this, on the outside level, it's like you can't help it because you love someone or they love you, and it's just not necessarily a logical decision. Here is the next message, but that just because it's not a logical decision, it doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's different than the way you've led your life. And I blame Pisces. I blame the moon because I feel like in your dreams and in your imaginings, something crept into your mind. You've met somebody or you saw something, and then it just kind of opened your eyes and your heart melted, right? And this would have been a fine life of comfort and stability, but I feel like now you need more. You need the adventure, you need the love, you need that, you need the sexuality, you need, all of that. energy. It's almost like Dionysus up here, you know. Dionysus wants to come into your life a lot. Three of Wands, okay, so this is the efforts coming in. People really like you. They like what you have put out there. You have a lot of good friends. You have a lot of people you can turn to. And in some way, this is providing you security, because it is a little bit of a risk. It is a little bit of, like, you feel like it is a bit of a risk. It is a little bit of out of your ordinary. And so this is reassuring you that people really like you. So even if things don't go as planned, then you can turn back and you will have the connections that you need that are already there. Here is the next message, the Three of Swords. Around you, fears and hopes. Okay, so the fears are that you are going to have a broken heart, that you will have setbacks because of a broken heart. And, you know, I hope that you're not hoping somebody around you has a broken heart, because that's not really a good plan or idea. But I think probably pretty afraid of a broken heart. And then the outcome is the Five of Pentacles. So this is about turning towards someone else in some way and understanding your vulnerabilities. It's funny, when somebody who has a lot of strength, financial or physical strength, or whatever strength they have, when they come and look at their lives and they see themselves as in some way vulnerable in the things that they thought they were strong in, it's like, okay, so I like to swim. I swim like a 50-meter pool, but there's a pool in Vancouver that's like 130 meters, and it's open only in the summer. And I do okay in my swimming, like in the winter time or fall or whatever. But when you go into that big pool, that's where all the swim clubs swim. And I mean, they swim in the 50-meter pools around all year too, but it's like you step into the kids pool. That's what it's called if you guys want to look it up. You step into the kids pool and like you get smoked because they swim so fast. So you work yourself up to a pretty decent speed, and you feel pretty good in the 50-meter pools, but then you swim in the summer with the quote-unquote big boys, and then you get your butt handed to you. And this is kind of the humility of the experience. It's like you have perspective that there is need to grow. And remember, we mentioned that in this, it was like the inertia of having everything that you want, you know, getting up to that right level of speed in swimming, or that you feel comfortable with. And then you swim next to someone who can really swim fast, and then, you know, suddenly you get perspective and motivation. So hopefully that is the inspiration that will help you push forward in a good direction. Like you culminated, right? We had this is the World card, remember? So yeah, your quote is, "True love is like ghosts, which everyone talks about and few have seen." And this is like Francois de la Rochefoucauld. Francois said that, okay? So here we go. And then we have 3 oracle cards. I try not to interject when I'm reading these. Maybe they're kind of working with your intuition, and hopefully you'll have some meanings. So your first card is Freedom. This is the World card. So freedom, slowing down, and forgetting. Okay? So freedom, slowing down. So I think that in some way you're settling into something while not necessarily completely undermining that which you have. And I feel like you're pushing forward in a direction that will be inspirational to you, not only for your own limitations that you can now set as challenges to persevere through, but also in compassion towards other people. Okay, number 2s, that's that. Okay, so now we're going to move on to number 3s. I hope this was helpful. Okay. This one was really deep. It felt like you were really culminating and starting something new. So hey girl, hey, let me know. And especially if you watch this like 2 months, 2 years after it's posted, it's a timeless reading, so it'll work for everyone. But just tell me, you know, how it worked for you and how you like the reading. I feel like they're pretty good. Okay, so this is number 3's, all right? And this is the Art of Love Tarot. So let me know if you chose number 3, and let's just begin right away. And so you have a message, Ace of Angels, some type of communication. It's coming through with wisdom, right? So something very clear is coming into your mind and consciousness and your heart. The cross card is the awakening. This is the card of Pluto. There's a lot of epiphanies around you now. There is a lot of insight about the way things are and about the way that things have been working out, or the way that things have been going on in your life. I feel like maybe making a choice with regard to other people is a big thing right now, but also making a choice with regard to who you are. You know, you can change who you are every single day. I mean, that's not really healthy or stable, but you can change who you are if you don't like it right now, and you can just say, I'm not that way anymore. Or you don't even have to acknowledge it. You can just say, this is who I am, and that's okay, right? So I think it's a part of your awakening, and in some way you're making that deep connection about something, a final decision about something as well, and that's okay. And there's a lot of peace here. There's a lot of peace. This is the Last Judgment. There's a lot of peace. There's a lot of forgiveness. I love this card. This is really challenging the Thoth deck for one of my favorite cards. But yeah, so I feel like there is peace here. There is forgiveness and awareness and understanding. And I feel as though you are in some way transcending a small space of your being for something that is far greater. On the top we have the Two of Angels, and this is balance. I feel like in some way with your interpersonal relationships, love, soulmates, or twin flame, you are in some way, how do you say, you're communicating with each other in a passable way. It's you know, everybody's nice to each other, everybody's making nice, the conversation's not too complicated, it's not too like, it doesn't harp down on you in any way, it doesn't try to bring you any kind of dis-ease or anything. So I feel as though calm communications are happening around you, and you are growing in awareness with regard to the state of things and the way that they are, the way that they're being. Below the surface, we have the Knight of Stars. So this is the Knight of Wands, adventurer. So maybe on a personal level, you're setting out for some kind of adventure. You're maybe wanting to change your place of residence, or maybe you want to go on a trip. Maybe you want to stop seeing somebody, or maybe you want to start seeing someone. You just want to make a quick change. Or likewise, a person has started contacting you, and they're a Sag, Leo, or Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising, and there's a quick change associated with them. So either they're coming into your life super fast, coming or going, or maybe they just have left. But either way, I think that it sparks your taste for adventure. It sparks for your taste for something different. I feel like this is very transitional. You know, Ace of Swords, and the stars. I feel like in some way this is a traveler's kind of alignment here. So you're in your travels, you're on the road as we speak. Here is your past energy, and you had the Magician. You told someone something that was supposed to happen. You did it impulsively, so you asked the universe if it was the right time to do it, and the universe said yes. That's pure magic, right? It's the conversation with the universe and speaking to God and listening to what you are supposed to do and being guided by that energy. And so maybe you spoke to the right person, maybe they were the magician, but some kind of sequence of events had initiated in your life, and that has led you to where you are now. And this person's push in your life, or your own push in your life, has created for you flux, and it's created for you the ability to move forward. I feel as though the push was positive. This isn't, you know, something bad happened to you. It's you asked for something and it came true. Here is the next message. So we have the King of Stars. So this is the Sag, Leo, or Aries sun, moon, or rising. And so this is someone who's coming in who sees beauty in you, or beauty in the situation. Maybe this is you also. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. I feel like this is the person who, in some way, they're a bit of a schemer, I would say, but not schemer in a negative sense. I think they like to manipulate the environment that they're in, and facilitate change and improvement in people's lives and situations. I feel as though this person takes on pet projects, you know, like, oh, you know, I want to do this or I want to do that. And so in some way, I feel like this person is kind of coming in to offer something, to offer their presence, or they're creative. Oftentimes these people are artists, and in some way they're trying to create something new. So it looks as though there's this connection that's happening here, that is happening via communication, and there's inspiration between two people. They see they see beauty that they want to transform. They see beauty that they want to stand behind. Here is your next card. So we have the Nine of Trees, the Nine of Pentacles, and so this is refinement. And so I feel as though at this time, you may be single actually at this time. This is Nine of Pentacles often means that you're single. But the Nine of Pentacles means that at this time, there's great resources of wealth at your disposal. So you truly, truly can exemplify wealth, security, get in touch with that energy, get as much out of it as possible that is available to you. And I think you're very much admired by other people. Other people are, you know, in admiration of you. And I think that they have like a high esteem and a high regard for you. Here is the next message, the new beginning, new beginnings and friendships. This feels like friendships to me too. They could be more relationships or whatever, but I feel as though both the Magician, the Knight, and the King of Wands to me feel like three different people at least. It's an energy that's happening around you. And this is you, of course, the generator. Like you're the funky, amazing, whatever it is, you know, like it's, I love this. This is butter. But anyway, so I feel like, yeah, new beginnings and friendships as you emerge and you become that which you are, or which you have always been. It starts with a word, it starts with a conversation, but yeah, it's like you're the, you know, like the oracles, like the Oracle of Delphi or something, but all the oracles, they were like revered, and people would like walk up to them and they'd just be like, oh, and then people would be staring at them. It's that kind of energy. And I don't mean to like boast your ego or anything, but I do feel like in some way this really high vibration energy, it's with you, and you're meant to connect with it. You're meant to like fully ground into it, fully connect and manifest forward what is within yourself. Okay, here is the next message. I feel like the Three of Stars. Okay, so I think that you're hoping that your efforts are going to produce outcomes, or maybe you're afraid that something from the past will follow you, so that in some way when you share of yourself, when you make yourself vulnerable, and when you express that which is within you, there will be energy that will be trying to hold you back. But you're also really hoping that you know, where things are going, there's going to be an outcome that will be plentiful. But I think that you should really more focus on gratitude for that which you have, because the outcome is already plentiful, because it's the Nine of Pentacles. It's like full beauty and full maturation of energy. The outcome is the Eight of Trees. So this is the Eight of Pentacles, skill. So, I mean, everybody can look pretty, right? Like, put on some lipstick, put on some mascara, you got this, right? but I think that it's what is behind it that is what is of value, right? And that is resting upon your commitment to that which you are doing. That is resting on the efforts that you put behind that which you are creating. And so I feel like, you know, all the admiration in the world does not necessarily make up for a person who's not playing the part or who's not taking care of their business. So I think that you're going to very quickly understand it's not entitlement what's coming for me, but really focusing on what you can earn, and a lot of productivity. So if you're making something, if you have a business, if you're making projects or art, I feel like this will be a time of great productivity, because I think you will be nurtured in the right direction. Okay. But this is soulmate relationships too, you know. This is just admiration and people who understand what the mechanics of what you are doing is, like people who fully resonate with you. So let's see your quote. Your quote is, love a wildly misunderstood, although highly desirable, malfunction of the heart that weakens the brain, causes eyes to sparkle, cheeks to glow, blood pressure to rise, and the lips to pucker. This is by Unknown. Okay, so I feel like you're going to fall in love with yourself, and you're going to fall in love with your environment, and that environment in some way is going to yield for you just pure support for that which you are. So double down on who you are right now, and really in some way push forward with the true authentic expression of your being, and really refine whatever skills you need to reinforce that. Okay, here is your oracle cards. So you have going, thankfulness, and glory and victory. So I feel like, yeah, so an energy may possibly be leaving you, but there's a great gratitude for that which you have for what you have put in. So in some way the Three of Wands is yielding for you a good outcome, and I feel as though great success in work and great success in your skill set and what you're working on in your life, those things are going to be majorly abundant for you at this time. Okay, so I hope that you enjoyed that reading. Leave a comment and let me know how that resonates. And especially if you've been watching like a couple months, couple weeks after this video originally posted, this is a timeless reading, so it's for any time. So let me know how that resonated for you. Okay, so the eight of trees, the Eight of Pentacles, in some way is like such earned success, right? Self-confidence for the things that you have really worked hard towards. I'm reading this when the sun is in Virgo, so this is Sun in Virgo in this card. So the skill of who you are, you know, the pure confidence of what you have created. Okay, so let's take a look at your romance angels. Yes, okay. So these are the these aren't the romance angels. This is the Victorian Romantic Tarot. This is for number 4. Thank you for waiting for your turn. Here we go. So first card is, so you guys have the Seven of Cups. So it's been stormy waters. You don't know exactly which way to turn. These are such beautiful cards. I forget each time I pick them up. I'm so glad. This is from Baba Studios. This is a they're like a self-printed cards. They're so beautiful, and so they have like a iridescence on the face of them, and you guys can get them at Baba Studio. They've been recently reprinted. I don't even know if they're not sold out already, but Seven of Cups. So really kind of murky waters, difficult moments, not really sure where to stand with things. there's great ambition, but there's also great miscalculations that are going on in your situation. Let's see your next card. You have the Art and Temperance card. So whatever's been going on for you or going on around you, you in some way have been trying to combine it into something that works. And maybe you've been expelling a lot of energy into a relationship that has been a little bit rocky or a little bit all over the place, and you've been putting a lot of effort in that direction. Likewise, a Sagittarius person may be a huge influence on you at this time. At the top, we have the World. So I feel as though your world should be perfect right now. It's almost like, you know, you're coming of age, or maybe you're in college in some way, and you're studying, and everything is fun and celebratory. This is a good time of life for you right now. And whatever it is, maybe you're starting a family, maybe you are working a job, pushing along, you know, in your direction. And so I feel as though maybe the world doesn't know what's going on in your heart. Maybe the world doesn't know just how difficult things have been for you in terms of your inner balance, and in terms of what your heart wants and what you've been receiving. So it seems as though you have everything, but I think internally you feel as though you're still really struggling. Below is the Knight of Swords. So you've been dealing with a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, or maybe this is you. But I feel like you have someone in your life who is speaking things to you that are undermining your well-being. And I feel like that's causing this storm. And so this person in some way is continually pressuring you. Maybe this is your own self-criticism, but this person is continually pressuring you to have a limited experience. But this person also defends, right? So he's defending an angel here. So he's defending an angel here who looks like has been hurt, right? So this is a person who comes to the rescue as well. So it's difficult to feel a specific way towards the situation. You just don't want the Knight of Swords that has turned his sword on you, right? So otherwise they're pretty decent people, and I feel like, you know, this is what's been going on. Critical mind, I feel, in this situation is a huge part of what's been going on. Self-criticism, confusing emotions, you know, reductionist thinking, or things that really in some way just break things down to a minute scale, so much so that you lose perspective of just how much positivity there is around. Or it's a personal battle that you're fighting with your emotions, or maybe your mind, and the world doesn't know. So it's something that is hidden. In the past was the Knight of Cups. There was some kind of offer. Gosh, he's so beautiful. So there was some kind of offer, but I feel as though this was like the guy who's nice to everyone. So what is so special about that? So there could have been some kinds of offers. It could have messed you up emotionally a little bit, to be truthful. And maybe this is why you're so on guard, because this person who tries to, it's kind of like covert narcissism a little bit, because they want to be liked by everyone, so they'll just give like a little bit of extra charm to everyone, just to have like the experience of being appreciated and being acknowledged as being the nice guy. Nice guys I'm not so keen on, you know, like nice guys are kind of they're problematic, what motivates them to be the nice guy. And I feel like this is exactly the consequence of dealing with a nice guy, because it's a little bit manipulative, right? It's not little, it's a lot manipulative. Someone to save their own ass in some way treats everybody a certain type of way, and then everybody who gets confused or manipulated has to deal with the consequences when they're long gone, right? here is the oncoming energy. So no wonder, if this is you, no wonder you're just like, I'm going to save my own angel. I'm going to cover my own ass. But you also then have to, the other part of it that's ugly is that now you have to be the Knight of Swords because, you know, because you've been compromised. And so I think that the thing is like to reattain balance in some way and harmony. The oncoming energy is rest, take a nap. just don't let it get to you. A nap time is like the perfect time to, in some way, get over these feelings. Sometimes it'll take, depending on how serious the situation was, I feel like, depending on how severe the situation was, that's how long you'll have to nap. And of course, maybe that doesn't mean sleeping, but you have to take some downtime. And I'm sorry you have to do that, especially if you like to go fast like me. But if in some way you have to, in some way, slow down and take a pause, you know, while this person just wasn't really worth it, was he or she? This person, you know, took you off, you weren't paying attention, off guard, and they left you in bad circumstances, and you don't have to beat yourself up for somebody else's doing, right? That's their choice making, not yours. 3 of Wands, karma. Yay! I love this. I always think of this as karma too. So this means like you never want to wish someone ill, but I think that good karma from your good efforts and your willingness to try to find a good situation will come in very soon around you. Did I shortchanged you guys a card, so hold on. And then there is the Wheel of Fortune around you. There is people who you're connecting with who are going to bring you wonderful things. And then we have the 5 of Pentacles. You're worried, you know, that you are going to be in compromised position because of past experiences with this person, that you are going to, you know, experience a lack because of how they treated you. This Wheel of Fortune means like there's someone who's coming in who's going to be bringing a lot of good things into your life. So I would say don't fight back in any way, but also just kind of know that you're not going to be in this space for very long. And here, I'll show you guys. Sorry I did this. I didn't do it on purpose. But I feel like it's kind of interesting because we don't know what's going to come up, right? Like, what's going to come up out of all of this? There's really good things coming into your life by way of your social associations. There's someone who's going to bring in wonderful things for you. And the main thing is, like, you got caught in a trap. You got caught in some kind of BS that wasn't yours. And this person, you know, they kind of like float around and they're like surrounded by adoring spectators, and they just kind of float around, and that's their thing. That's all it is. That's all it is. Really. It's like they just want to be admired, right? So let them be admired. But you know what happens behind this person? There's like a whole, it's like a wagon going down a road. There's like a whole, like all the dirt road gets all mixed up and messed up and whatnot. So this person's like, they're in the presence of, you know, like, oh yes, I'm so appreciated. But behind him, all those people are like, WTF, you know, like all these people are getting manipulated. So there's like a long line of BS that's coming after them, you know. Okay, so let's take a look at your outcome card. You have the 10 of Wands. So I have to tell you guys this. I think that you will have to make up the lost time, make up the lost energy that this situation took from you. And I feel like this feels like my last year, like 2017 a lot. This is you guys, and this looks like last year for me. And so basically you're going to have to giddy up, you know, haul ass and do what you need to do. And at some point your good luck will kick in. You can't, just because something or someone put you in a weird situation, that doesn't mean that you need to stay there. And in fact, you just have to kind of not feel sorry for yourself and in some way push through it. And there will be like people will in some way get in your way, because it's like you've been made more vulnerable. That's the other part about this that's kind of shady, or kind of like, he's a townie. Yeah, he's a townie. Perfect example. He's a townie. And so when you've been like put in this position, you should expect that there will be some low-key BS going on from other people, because those types of people that do that kind of stuff, they zone in on a person who has been put through something. So it often comes with like a trickle trail of fun experiences, but I think that ultimately you are becoming strong. I don't think you're weak anymore, and I feel like you should just deal with them as they come and push forward, and refuse to accept this BS, or especially don't make excuses for this person. The hunger for love is much more difficult to remove than the hunger for bread. The hunger for blood. It's Mother Teresa. Vampire edition, yeah. The hunger. Oh, God. The hunger for love is much more difficult to remove than the hunger for bread. Okay. So I feel like, yeah, everybody deserves the right to love, and everybody don't feel ashamed for wanting to love. Don't feel shame for wanting to love, and refuse any kind of blame. You need to rest, and you need to get your stuff done, and you will meet somebody who in some way gives you that. It's a human right? So to make fun of people's human rights, or to make fun of people's natural desires is or take advantage of them, is just, it's the lowest of the low. I think this is saying that good things are coming to you, and your karma is pretty much set. Let's take a look at 3 oracle cards. So you have knowledge. It'll never happen again. Never ever, right? And then richness. Okay. And then making real. So I think that the person who did this in my life, in part, I'll tell you guys, said to me at some point, of course I didn't know what they were talking about, but now I understand, the things that you may not like it, but then you're going to realize how it's helped you. It's like, no, actually, you were an asshole to me, and you can try to justify it in some kind of metaphysical BS, but at the end of the day, it's just BS. So I think that you shouldn't get wrapped up in any kind of feelings towards that, and I feel like your things have been derailed a little bit, but you'll get through it. I got through it. You can get through it. I'm not that smart, trust me. And and so I think that there will be good people that will come into your life. I think the universe was watching. So I think that this will be consequential. I don't like to call out karma too much, but these things kind of happen a certain type of way. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to comment. That really helps, especially if you're watching like a few days, weeks, or months, or even years after this was posted. This is a timeless reading, which means that it's good for any time. Okay? Thank you guys so much for being here, and I will talk with you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi, everybody, and good morning. Thank you for joining me. I hope you guys are excited to be here. We're doing a pick a card, and we're asking, is this the right time for your soulmate and love? If you're wondering what crystal I was using to open up today's pick a card, this is tryphane. It's a form of spodumene. It's the same family as kunzite. Now, I was told that this was hiddenite, which is possible, and it's a very wonderful stone for high vibration of love and loving energy. So let that energy come to you now through the crystal in order for you to make a nice decision with regard to information that we're going to share. The cards I'm using today are the Selves in a Box. I have my 4 elemental cards from the Micaliante deck. Sorry for ruining that name. There you go. That's the name of the cards. There we go. And we have the Doreen Virtue Angels of Love, and then the Baba Studios Victorian Romantic Tarot, and the Gilded Reverie Lenormand. So we have a lot of cards today. Our piles are 1, 2, 3, 4. Please be kind and leave a comment and a like when you watch this, especially if you're watching this a few days later. And try to play the video through as much as possible so that just play it through in its entirety. If you would like to do time caps, that will be helpful for us as well. So feel free to include those. So today we're asking, is it the right time for ... just to get familiar with what the sign of the times is, what the energy is, and also see what kind of love energy is accessible for us today. So if you chose number 1, let's start now. This is your pile. Let me know if you chose 1 in the comments, and just let me know that you chose number 1, okay? And you can tell me your sign. You can tell me the sign of your love interest. The element that we have for number 1 is fire. So this is a really potent energy right now because, of course, the sun is in Leo, and so we have a massive fire energy coming through for us at the time of recording. Of course, you can watch these videos at a later time and all of that, but this fire energy is really potent right now. So I have 2 cards from the Selves in a Box. One represents you, one represents a person of interest, maybe your soulmate, maybe the person you love. Your first card is the Optimist. So one person is very much the optimist and seeing positivity, very Leo-like energy, right? And then the second person is the Rebel. So the second person in some way likes to kind of disrupt situations, throw new energy at it, almost like a child at play. So now I have 3 cards from tarot, from the Romantic Tarot for you, number 1. Let's see what they are. Your first card is the Tower. Wow, we start off with the Tower. Huge change and transformation. Somebody's been pushing the envelope in order to be adventurous. I feel like this is not an inharmonious connection though, because the Optimist and the Rebel, they both connect at a certain level that they understand. The Rebel disrupts and creates friction or maybe transformation potential, but I think that the Optimism likes that because they see it as a challenge that helps them persevere. Then we have 3 of Cups. Now the 3 of Cups in relationships is kind of a tough card. It can mean that somebody's been cheating or there's been infidelity in the situation, but it can also mean that there's been a lot of time for fun and not focusing on too many serious things. The outcome is justice. This is the card of Libra, so a Libra person may be involved. I feel like maybe there's been certain things that have been disruptive, but I think balance is trying to come back into this relationship. So the rebel has thrown in some energy into this relationship, just like full of fire and spirit. And I think that really kind of made the dust rise up. And in some ways, the relationship has been going through all these different twists and turns. Now, you may be having a lot of fun together, but I think it's time that the relationship calms down. So we have 3 Lenormand cards. Here is your first card. So you have the fish, okay? And then the second card is the snake, okay? And the third card is the heart. So this is telling us that maybe in the workplace there's been a significant disruption, especially due to someone who's been unfaithful, unkind, and in a certain way, that situation is coming into a more fair resolution because fairness is coming back in and resolving the issue. Your last card is the Romance Angels. We have attraction. You attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully. I feel like this supersedes any disruption that has happened in your relationship. Anybody who has come into the relationship that has caused a disruption and has caused kind of imbalance to form, I feel like the chemistry and the connection is superseding that. You're overcoming these things because of your passion, so that the communication doesn't have to be so in depth to try to convince, persuade, explain all of that. I feel like everything is implicit and understood between the different people because the desire is so strong. Okay, so wow, okay, but this snake they did a number on you and your partner, and I feel like this person really did something to do with business and work, and that flowed over into your personal life in some way. Okay, so that's number 1. I hope this was helpful. I feel as though you're the optimist, number 1. I feel as though that you've been trying your best to remain optimistic and in some way, or maybe you were the rebel because you were stirred by the snake. Maybe you were attacked by the snake and you lost your nerve in some way, and you're wondering if this relationship will in some way come back together. And I think that if your heart is pure and if your intention is genuine, I think that just like swans, they might mate forever. So maybe it does look like there's an improvement, and attraction overcomes any kind of misunderstandings that have been going on. Okay. All right, so that's 1. Number 2s, let me know if you chose 2, your sun, moon, and rising, right? Okay, sun, moon, and rising, that was such a, without thinking, I said that. But this is your elemental card. Let me know your sun, moon, and rising. And so here we go. We have water for number 2. So the motion of the ocean, here's the boat. So let's see what the boat has to say. We have 2 selves in a box identity cards. We have the performer, okay, performative action, and then we have the free spirit. I thought this was going to come up. I saw that while I was shuffling the deck before I chose them, and I was like, ooh, and this hasn't come up in a while. So this is a very creative environment. This is a creative relationship, and I feel like there's a great understanding between the 2 people who are involved. I feel like everything has a little bit of a lack of rationale to it. Everything is inspired and creative. Here is 3 cards from the tarot cards. So you guys have first Temperance, which is Sagittarius, one of the most creative signs. So I feel like careful consideration, maybe creating art together, making something new, facing new adventures and possibilities together. One person is kind of really theatrical. The other person is an explorer, somebody who is very much tied to the world and to the universe. And you guys connect on an emotional level deeply. Here is the next card. We have the 5 of Swords. So maybe something in jest had been said that was a little bit too forthright, a little bit too intense, and the relationship in some way has come under scrutiny. So you were playing around and, you know, you let go of all boundaries, and suddenly you let a joke rip that was really inappropriate, and you looked at each other and blinked and it was like, oh shit, this is what came through. And I feel like you guys are going to forgive one another. So you've been resting on that. It's that awkward situation that came through in your relationship. So something was said that shouldn't have been said in a moment of pure creative ecstasy, or maybe something was done that was like, hey, like, wait a minute, what did you say? What did you just say? And so I feel like in pure inspiration, you guys have lost yourselves. Ultimately, I hope that you can forgive one another for this indiscretion. Your Lenormand cards are the lilies. Maybe this happened during some kind of adult intercourse or like adult fun. I don't know how to call it so I don't get demonetized. So maybe this was during like being together, romantic adult times. And then we have the paths. And I think that that's the situation that you're finding yourself in. You're deciding which way, or maybe they are deciding which way you are going to connect, or whether you're going to forgive, or whether you're going to have to let go. Here is the next card. We have the Scythe. So I feel like you're going to let go of the situation, but you're going to have to allow the situation to kind of rest for a while. It's almost like you got too excited, and now you have to let the tempers rest before you proceed. But I think that there's maturity in the situation, so I don't think that in the circumstance that's going to be held against you for long, or against them. The wedding. This is a situation that involves marriage. Did somebody make a marriage joke before you guys were ready? That's what it looks like to me. It's like, you know, on the first date when you're like, I want babies. And their eyes gloss over like, holy shit, like this is too fast. So maybe this is the kind of indiscretion that happened. Something awkward happened. And I feel like you're leading in a good direction, but you just got ahead of yourself, or maybe they got ahead of themselves. And the only way to solve the situation is to let go and to move on and just release. So I wish you guys well. I feel like it only happened because you're both such free spirits that you kind of are not kind of, you know, kind of tightly wound, and you don't control your words, and you just let it flow at some point. And then as you let it flow, you found yourself in this peculiar space, but you're going to definitely you're going to find a solution to it. Now, the Temperance card is called the Sacred Marriage as well. So there's a lot going on here in the way of this is the direction that things are going. But in the interim, maybe it's been just a little bit awkward in terms of words and ideas, which is the Five of Swords. So you have to get through that. Pretty much everybody deals with these things, so I would not say that you should worry or consider this situation to be over. I feel like when you're being really true with ideas, it can be a really scary, scary place. So I feel like this is going to really resolve itself, okay? So now we're going to take a look at number 3. Let me know if you chose 3. Let me know your sign. Let me know the sign of your love interest. So the element that you guys got for number 3 is Earth. So Earth, okay? So Earth is physical energy. We're about to start a big Earth transit. Venus is already in Earth as I read this. Just as a reminder, you guys can always watch and do these pick a cards. They are not time sensitive, okay? So here are your inspirational cards that have to do with identity. So we have the Seducer. Ooh, now this is gonna get steamy. I don't know how to call this again. I'm gonna get stuck with the words. Here is the next one. The Prince or the Princess. Hello. The Seducer and the Prince and the Princess. This makes me think of Rasputin or something. Okay, so I don't know what kind of seduction is going on. We're going to see in a minute, but I think this is going to get steamy. I think somebody has a very comfortable situation, and I feel like that's, you know, the gentleness of their circumstance, of of their circumstances is very much attractive at this time. Here is your next message. We have the Victorian Romantic Tarot. So your first card is the Ten of Pentacles. A very stable family, a very stable situation that one or both people are coming from. Do you see Earth, the seducer? I don't know if you can see in the seducer, but there's all these dollar signs, and then we have the Ten of Pentacles. Of course, the princess or the prince is bougie AF, so we know what's going on. But that doesn't, I don't feel as though it's like a grab for money. I just feel like it's relishing in wealth and opulence and having a lot of resources to enjoy, and that is the seduction. You have the Lovers card, you guys, number 3. Oh, here we go. So let's see your third card. You have the Chariot, which is Cancer. So I feel like the Lovers is Gemini, by the way. So I feel Chariot is a huge love card. I don't know if you know this. This is getting over your problems and like coming together to overcome things. So like if you're really shy, this is like overcoming your shyness and telling the person that you love them. So I feel as though there's this like overcoming whatever circumstances have been in your way. I think one person is quite naive. They're really gentle. They've been sheltered. You know, they don't necessarily, they've been in a comfortable situation. And then the seducer is someone who knows a little bit more, but I feel like the seduction is actually like sexual. I feel like the seduction has a lot to do with, you know, passion and desire, and it's not in a negative sense. I just feel like somebody is very like very 8th house, if you know what I'm saying, or they're very 5th house type of person, and they feel that connection. And I feel like there's a loving connection here and an emotional connection, and there's a really firm foundation to do with equity, money, resources. Your 3 Lenormand cards are, so we have the Tower, business, business, business. We have the Book, which is a secret or some information coming through. And then we have the Fox, the seducer, man. Look at this. Look at this. So there's a real love for money here. There's a real love for comfort, stability. And I feel like somebody's coming through who likes those things. The seducer may not have the same position as the princess or prince, right? The seducer may be somebody who's like, if they're a princess or prince, the seducer is a merchant. They're some kind of person who in some way finds their position very attractive, and I feel like there's like a connection. I feel like there's been the princess or prince has had a disconnection from the real world because of their comfort and their security, and in some way the seducer knows how to bridge the gap for them on an emotional level, and that gap I feel will be really met, and I think that there will be a resolution. Like that person's status and position will be maintained, while at the same time I feel like this person helps to bridge the gap between kind of like regular life and this person's situation. So it's like this person helps to bring that person down to a level where they can function. So this is a really strong compliment for them. And we have give the relationship a chance, work on your partnership. So I feel like the prince or the princess, if you find yourself to be the prince or the princess, you have to open up and trust, and you have to take a risk. You know, if you find yourself to be the seducer, know that you are bridging the gap for someone who's somewhat alienated, some way disconnected from regular things, and they may seem like they have the world, but you are the voice that connects them. You are their throat chakra. You're the connecting point to living life. And I feel like this is the hallmark of a very successful, financially driven, but also emotionally fulfilling relationship. So it looks like you guys are well on your way, especially if it involves a Cancer or a Gemini. Hey girl, hey. But lots of things. I think the Ten of Pentacles is 8, 9. It's with Venus in Virgo, something in Virgo. Sun in Virgo is 8 of Pentacles. Venus in Virgo is 9 of Pentacles. 10 of Pentacles is Mercury in Virgo. Hey girl, hey. There we go. That's the answer. Mercury in Virgo, speaking of opulence and wealth. So speak it into existence, my pets. So I'm going to have a little meditation surprise coming through later on this week. So that will have a lot to do with that. So that's already in the works. Okay, number 4 is here we go. And once it's ready, I know if you're watching like a few months ahead, feel free to use this. I'll put the meditation down in the comment section when it's ready, okay? To do with this kind of stuff. Everybody's number 4 is, I'm so sorry if everybody gets, it's this crystal, I'm telling you. It's this triphane, right? Look at it. Isn't that pretty? We bless this space and look at it go. Look at the magic that it brings. You know? It's nice, right? Here. It's kunzite is like high vibration love, right? Kunzite is to do with Neptune, and it's like really, really amazing high vibration of love that transcends not only romantic love and romance, but it also brings in just pure love and love for the world in general. So it's a really beautiful stone. Let's put that in the middle. Although you guys might not see it this way, let me see if I can display it for you guys so you can look at it if you want to have a look. That's pretty cute, right? With the little star there. Okay, number 4 is, before we get too long-winded, let's take a look at your pile. Let me know if you chose 4. Let me know what your sign is, sun, moon, or rising, and what the rising sign, moon, or sun of your love interest is. Okay, so we know which element you guys got. You guys are the air signs. Air signs in the news these days, you know, like here, there, everywhere. Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. You know, lots going on. They're shaking and they're wheeling. They're pulling their stunts, whatever. You guys, air signs, are like all over the place. It's like, let's get us going. In some way, the air signs are super lit right now. Aquarians, watch your mouths, because obviously Lilith is moving into Aquarius for the next 10 months. Here is yourselves in a box. So one person is the chameleon. Ooh, okay. That's Lilith right there. You know, the chameleon, the one who can kind of blend into everything. Next, we have the visionary. Oh, wow. The visionary is powerful. I think that many of the air signs who are watching are the visionary, probably. Okay, let's take a look at your tarot cards from the Victorian Romantic Tarot. Whoops, I kind of messed that up. Hold on. Hopefully you didn't see too much. So your first card is, I love this card, 3 of Wands. So I don't know if in traditional European culture, so before anything like technological was going on, people would play things like trumpets and whatnot to signal the oncoming of things and to communicate with one another across vast distances. So it's like sending out a call. So is yodeling, right? So is cooling, all of those things. So it's like reaching out to the world through sound and through voice, which is a super air sign thing, by the way. You think of the vocal cords, it's all wind, right? So we have 3 of Wands, good things coming in, sending out ideas, sending out little concepts, seeing what you get out of the efforts that you have put in. There's someone who can also kind of blend things together very well. One of the people is the chameleon. They can in some way form everything to its environment, to adjust it, to make like a nice presentation, to explain something in the right context. Here is the next message. We have the Wheel of Fortune. Great things coming in, number 4. This crystal is everything, though. This is such a blessing. So I feel like you've put out great ideas, and I think they're coming back to you. And especially if you have transits in like in Scorpio, because Jupiter is there, right? So Jupiter is the Wheel of Fortune. So all those blessings coming into your life. If you're curious what part of your chart that is, look up on your chart and find where Scorpio is, and those houses are the houses that are being blessed right now. So look up your chart. You can go on alabe.com/free chart, look up their chart right there, and it'll give you lots of insight, and then boom, you've got the sun. I don't know which one is the best one to choose, you know? I low-key chose 3, but number 4 is looking really, really good. I was scared you guys were going to get something not so great, but the sun, whatever you've put your effort into, it's coming in so strong right now. Here is your Lenormand card. So we have the Labyrinth, one of the bonus cards for the Gilded Reverie. And then we have the Clock. So time is coming for something to be resolved. A long-standing issue is being resolved. And the Key is my favorite card in the Lenormand. Not only am I a 33-6 and the Key's number is 33, but it means that like new openings and opportunities are coming through for you at this time. Time for waiting is over. I feel like you're finally understanding who this person is. And through your own experiences, your own glow up, you're understanding what this person is bringing into your life and what they have to offer. They've been an enigma. Maybe they have a placement of Neptune next to your sun, moon, or rising. This would be very confusing to deal with a person like that. Like, who are you? What are you about, right? People like me who have Neptune in the first house, people don't understand this very easily, right? It's the chameleon transit of Neptune in the first house. We're shrouded in fog and mystery. And so this person, they may not even mean anything by it, but they may be a chameleon, and in some way, you know, kind of the truth is coming through, and it's, you finally understand the mystery. You finally understand the question. Here is your card for Romance Angels, Engagement. Look at this. Your love life is ascending to a higher level of commitment as you understand each other, as the blessings come in, as the mystery is solved. There's a good outcome and a good resolution. I don't know which one would be best. I mean, if you've now chosen 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe you're like an earth sign like me, maybe you want to switch it up for your sun, moon, or rising, but I feel like there's not a wrong path here. I think all of them are very much blessings in love, and I feel like you're going to be very blessed no matter which one you chose. So I hope you guys enjoyed this session. Let me just give you some great Trifane energy or Hidden Night energy. You guys can look that up to learn more about it. This is the special thing about this crystal. I don't know if you guys know this, but this thing is huge. Like, it's huge for the type of crystal it is. So some of you guys don't know crystals, but like this is a big ass piece of it. And then I have this, and I think that these little nibs right here, the little blue ones, I think this is tourmaline. So it's some kind of blue tourmaline, green tourmaline, something special like that, which makes this crystal so special. So why don't you just relax, take a couple breaths in, blow it out through the mouth, and let the crystal heal you. Bye, everyone. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi guys, thank you for joining me and welcome to this pick a card. I just decided to do another one. I hope you don't mind. We are going to do the question, Will we be good together? I have another little cone here. I don't know if you know this, but this is moldavite. I found some, so I guess I'm overdosing on it. So, hey girl, hey. So we're gonna take a look at is whether or not you will be good with the partner you have in mind. So whether it's a crush, whether it's a soulmate, whether it's a twin flame, or even an actor or a famous musician, you can think about whether or not you will be good together. I also want to show you guys this. I'm not sponsored, but I have this little smudge pot. It's called Sweetgrass. The company you guys won't be able to see is Wild Woman Medicine Show, and it's a healing balm. So you're supposed to open this up. The first time you open it, it's still stuck, and it has like herbs, and it smells really nice, and then you just put it on your heart chakra and helps you heal. So if you guys want to get it, I'm not sponsored. I bought this in a store, but it's local to BC, so I want to give them a shout out. If you guys do buy something from their website, I think they have a website, then let them know that I sent you so they give me free stuff. Hey girl, hey. But yeah, no, I really like their products. They also have a bath that you can, an Epsom salt bath that's really amazing for different, they have like a shaman bath, they have a community bath, lots of different stuff, but I just got this and I have to say I really love it. I reach for it all the time to just like give my heart chakra a little rub. So we're gonna find out. My intention is to make this to the point. I feel kind of bad because my pick a cards have been like complex, which I do have a tendency to make them a little complex, make them a little bit complicated. By the way, this is my fairy quartz. So this is Nirvana quartz. Sorry, I always call it my fairy quartz. Fairy quartz is another type of crystal. This is my Nirvana quartz for happiness. So he's gonna hang out with us. Maybe I can put the incense over here as well. So this is moldavite incense. Maybe it's the moldavite incense that's making me so hyperactive with the readings, but make sure to like and comment on the videos. That's a lot of help. I really appreciate it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 piles. Down below is going to be the Vimeo links. So if you pick 1, 2, 3, 4, I'll go into them a bit deeper on Vimeo. And I also have these elemental dignity tokens that I've been using for the soulmate compatibility readings. And so what I'm going to do is cover them up. So choose 1, 2, 3, 4. And the elemental dignity of each pile will designate for us and give us insight into what will be the energetic quality of your relationship with this person that you have in mind. So let me know, do you guys have someone in mind, someone that you like? And yay, yeah, I wanted to do this at a different time. Everybody's got someone in mind. Okay, so pick 1, 2, 3, 4 each, and the elemental dignity will tell you exactly what the modality of the relationship will be like. If you're coming in, make sure to comment and like the video, please, pretty please. So let's do pile 1. So pile 1, let's take a look at what you guys chose. If somebody wants to do time caps, hey girl, hey. I only have 2 cards, but I'll show you guys what I'm about to do. So your main card is this, and so you have the Ace of Wands. Hey girl, hey, look at that. Your relationship, and this is the air suit. So this person could be a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, or this will be, there's going to be a lot of really hot conversations going on. There's going to be a lot of conversations about innuendo, lots of flirting, lots of mind trickery, you know, lots of different ideas floating around. Your romance angels card is deception. Someone is wearing a false mask in this relationship. Listen, don't worry about this one, honey. I think this is a part of the flirtation. So you guys are going to be setting the trap on one another. You're going to be kind of pretending, maybe being a little bit standoffish, a little bit shy. But you know what's good. You're going to figure it out. I'm going to pick 3 cards from the top deck to find out more information on this relationship. I feel as though someone is kind of playing coy or hard to get in this relationship, but it's a very flirtatious one so far. There's a lot of jokes. You have to get your jokes ready. You have to know what to say and get your jokes ready to say what you need. So here we go. So you have the Knight of Swords, a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. Hey girl, hey. And then you have the Princess of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio. It does look steamy. And the third card is the Two of Swords. So peace and reconciliation in the situation. You might be talking about things in a tongue-in-cheek kind of way. Like you could be in some way making jest at a situation or a circumstance. So it could be like a little bit of hinting, a little bit of winking, you know. So here are the sacred geometry cards, and so you have the green Taurus. To me, this is like nature. Look how it moves. Oh my gosh, this just became my favorite card. Look at this Taurus move. Boom, 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 boom. Manifest, manifest, manifest. So I feel like through the heart center, you are manifesting what you truly want. I think that if you're the girl, you still have to speak with your emotions through this. And I'm not saying because you're a girl, but the girl is the Princess of Cups, the feminine energy, right? And so I feel as though the Knight of Swords, the King of Swords, is going to have to make a move. And you're going to have to lead him into your little trap. And you're going to have to be smart about it. And you're going to have to look cute. You're going to have to get your hair done. You're going to have to get your nails did. And I think that it's going to turn out okay. Maybe throughout some time there'll be some pressure on your confidence about this situation. So maybe in some ways you may feel as though this person is outside of your reach. You can't get them. You can't really make that connection so well. But I feel like if you are smart about it, you don't want to be the tough girl in this. You want to be smart about it. You want to be sweet. You want to be welcoming. You want to be easy. You want nature to take over. Look at this Taurus move. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that neat? Super cool. Okay. So, and then he's going to make a move for it. So, hey girl, hey. Okay? So, if you want to find out more about this relationship, go down in the About section. I'm posting this free if you've purchased the August videos, just to compensate for the missed videos for Libra, Cancer, and Aries in the August series. And then there's also cheaper options if you just want to get the Pick a Card Timeless series. That's what this is. You guys can get that in the About section, and I'll put 10 videos in there, so you'll get 10 Pick a Card extension packs. Okay, so here is number 2's. Okay, number 2's, maybe I should start with the elemental dignity. So you guys have Earth. Oh, the Earth. This is going to get carnal. Let's see if this person is good for you. The Four of Cups. This person likes to surprise you when you least expect it. They like to offer you kind of little surprises when you completely forget that they're even there. Here is the next message. Oh my God, it's true love. I'm so happy for you. This is the romance of a lifetime. This is my favorite card, by the way. I love it so much. So much. So the Four of Cups and the Earth. That's so nice. I was never going to pick 2. Oh, we have the Moon. This might be a Pisces or a Cancer. Hey girl, hey. Let's pick 2 more. That just jumped out, so let's honor it. So it could be somebody with maybe an Earth Moon, a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. It could be a sun or rising earth sign, or a Pisces or Cancer sun, moon, or rising. I feel as though this person likes surprises, and I think that they want you to fall into completely trusting that this is true love. It's nice. It's like you're not anxious that they're going to go away and not come back. Here is the next message. We have the Hermit, Virgo, lots of earth signs, and the Chariot, Cancer. I feel as though this is a warm heart-based connection. I feel as though this is all a part of a larger personal journey for either you or them. I feel as though maybe there is a history of kind of intentions that were not clear, that left people wondering or unsure about situations. But this person keeps on creeping in, not creeping, but coming in and saying hello and letting their intentions be known and be clear. I feel as though this person, this is done in the sweetest way possible. It's like, boom, I'm here. Hey, here you go. You know, it's like, go live your life and I'll always come back around. Here is the next message. And we have the Trinity. Oh, you guys. So I feel as though maybe there's more purpose in this relationship. Something that has to do with maybe having children, or maybe continuing something, creating something together. Maybe this is a Virgo and a Cancer relationship. I'm not sure what mix of things it is. One person is on a personal journey, whereas the other one is kind of reconciling past issues and difficult circumstances. Your relationship will be very physical, either financially or physically. There will be many aspects to it that will include money, food, drink, exercise, adult pleasures, those kinds of things. So I think that if you chose this, it looks like a pretty good relationship, provided each person gets to address whatever issues they have to address. These are 3 higher arcana cards, right? So we'll take a look at this closer in the Vimeo reading in the About section, and I'll tell you guys more about this relationship there. Okay? Okay, so if you picked number 3, let me know, and let's have a look and see what cards, what signs you get. Okay? So you guys got water. Hey, water. And then next, let's see. We've got the 8 of Pentacles. This is Sun in Virgo. So this includes a lot of hard work, attention to detail, refinement of skill. Here is the next message, unrequited love. There's not enough attraction or chemistry to keep this relationship going. So I feel like maybe this relationship starts kind of at a high pace, but then soon it sort of mellows out, and a person or both people are called to focus back their attention on the things that they are applying their efforts towards. Let's pick 3 cards to clarify. So we have a Queen of Swords. Hey girl, hey, there she is. Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. And then we have the 9 of Cups, fulfillment of wishes. This is Jupiter in Pisces, by the way. Here is the next message. Oh, this is looking like a bad choice, my friends. I feel as though there was a desire by a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra female for this relationship to end, or possibly I feel as though there is a lot of effort behind. This one is going to be good on Vimeo, I think. We need more cards on this. I feel as though there may be a desire in this relationship for things to come to an end or be consequential. Or I feel as though someone who is experiencing divorce or separation is hoping for a change into what's happened. I feel like it's a little bit of a boring situation, a bored situation, where there may have been some initial flirtation, some initial kind of lust going on, a lot to do with the emotions, but the emotions disappeared, and everything that's left over is just desire, just the wish remains. And so maybe the wish changes in some way and transforms, but I feel like maybe there's like a longing for the boredom and the pause to come to an end, to a complete disruption. This is the Tower. But I'm not sure if that's going to work out, because sometimes you can't will the will into willing. Here we go. So we have the Sanctuary. I think it's important to pull away in this situation, to pull away and find your own emotional space. I think that the Sanctuary is pointing us in the direction of awareness, that once we quiet the mind and the environment, we can re-identify our true feelings about something. For some of you, the Sanctuary will be your workplace, where you apply the most skill. You'll try to figure out exactly why is it, for what reason you're not finding the attraction in this relationship anymore, and what you want to do about it. I feel as though there has been a possibility that a Queen of Swords, a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, desired for the destruction of this situation in order to create more tranquility around you so that better relationships can come in. But there's also maybe a desire for a disruption so that two trees can appreciate the fact that they are growing together side by side. Okay? So maybe it's one way or it's the other. You know which boat you're in. So we'll take a look at this closer in Vimeo, but I feel as though there's been a turning away from a brief set of chemistry and connection, but very quickly this turned into going your separate ways and focusing on your work. And I feel like the Queen of Swords desire broke down into finding serenity. And this is called sanctuary, but I don't know, serenity. And in some way, out of that, something new is born. Water. Okay? So we're going to take a look at this closer. This one's going to be neat, I think, in the Vimeo section. So maybe something's changed. Maybe something's transformed. Maybe for the better. The Tower sometimes means that it's love at first sight. So, hey girl, hey. Okay, so let's take a look at the next cards. Your element is going to be fire, of course. So if you chose 4, let me know. Your element is fire. So what this means is that your relationship is going to evolve around the fire element. Fire. Here is the next message, the 7 of Cups. So there's been a lot of daydreaming in this situation. There has been a lot of love. This is Venus in Scorpio. So there's a heartfelt desire. And then there's a heartfelt desire, and there's a lot of daydreaming, a lot of infusing the situation with what you want to see come out of it. The romance angels is love yourself first. These angels aren't in love today. Your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. I feel as though maybe gratitude for the present moment is necessary in this situation, because without gratitude for this present moment, you may not be able to express gratitude towards your future. And you get caught up in this kind of fairy tale of coming and going and, you know, distracting the situation, running away, coming back, trying to get that high off of the coming back and going away energy. You even get a high off of this, longing for the person. You like your longing, you like missing them. I think there's a lyric in a song about that. It's like, I like my longing for you more than I like being around you, or something like that. Anyway, that's an angry song, I think. Okay, so here we go. We have the Art Temperance card. Sagittarius could be involved. there's the King of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. And then the Ace of Pentacles, a new beginning. So I feel as though, I think somebody's going to smarten up in this relationship. There's been a lot of this, like, trying to feed your A personality desires. But I think very soon there's going to be a pragmatic move towards a cohesive direction. This is going to work out into something that is tangible. I feel as though this might be a union, and I think that maybe coming to terms with something concrete so as to produce something that can be demonstrated, right? This could be somebody asking someone to marry them, and this could be to do with some type of union. So there has been a lot of flirting back and forth. There has been a lot of alluding to possible situations. And I think somebody is going to carry on through with it and really offer something through. The next message is octomotion. So I feel as though, you know that octopi, they said that octopi are from another galaxy. So like they are from space. I wonder. But I think this card, I don't remember what this card means. Hold on, let me just double check because this is kind of new to me. But I think it has to do with spreading happiness and joy. Let's see. Most of these cards are happiness and joy. Let's see. Flexibility. Never mind. Okay, so octopuses, octopi, who writes octopuses? Jeez. Are known for their ability to swim with fluidity and to conceal themselves as they crawl across the reef. If you are fortunate enough to see one, it's likely they are going to dance of octomotion. I'm doing the locomotion. Demonstrating graceful, flexible movement. They can pull their arms into tightly coiled spirals or stretch them beyond what seems to be possible. The mantle can take on a spiky appearance of seaweed or bumpy texture of coral. The octopus is eight-legged, master of motion and flexibility. Octagonal star geometry inlaid into this card enhances the power of 8 and speaks of resonance and periodic renewal. This card asks you to examine how ideas and events are moving towards the subject of your inquiry. Are you in resonance with the flow? Are you engaging with the stipulation with optimism, suppleness, and flexibility? If so, this card applauds the sincerity of your intentions. Or do you need to feel the need to camouflage your ideas and emotions by adapting yourself to what you believe is expected of you? There are many ways to move through a situation. The path of least resistance and the flow is generally the easiest. Remember, however, not to consent to rigidity in this situation or permit it to obscure your light. The worth of your voice will be made apparent as you recognize and honor your dedication to integrity and express your personal truth. Renew your intention and be flexible in mind, body, and spirit while respecting the truth at your core. Boom. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. So I feel as though something concrete will come of this relationship. We'll look up this more closely on the Vimeo reading, and so I'll post them as option 1, option 2, option 3, and option 4. They're all a part of your package, so hey girl, hey. So I hope that this answers your question about whether they are good for you or not. I hope you got some clarity on your love, and I will talk with you soon. Thank you for watching. Hi everybody, thank you for joining me for this portal activation. This portal activation is being performed on a new moon in Cancer, but it's actually for any time, so you can watch this video whenever you need it. And what we're going to do is choose between 4 different piles to choose from, and it's going to set us off in a new direction. So portal activation, think of walking through a door, and so these 4 different groups of cards are going to guide us in a new direction, and this is happening on a new moon eclipse, and moving forward. So if you're watching this after the eclipse, not to worry, this is still the energy that has brought you here to watch this video, and I hope that it helps you. Make sure to like and comment on this video. It really helps the channel. If you like this content, it helps me know that you want it. It's not a free reading. The exchange is that you guys pay me with a comment and a like. So if you don't have much to say, then just leave an emoji. It's really for YouTube. I appreciate it so much, the positive feedback that I get every day, but it's really for YouTube. They need it, so let's do it. Okay, so without further ado, why don't we just begin the reading? And I'm gonna set the other piles down and begin with number 1. By the way, I don't think I clarified in this part of the video, this is number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. When we chose the cards, the viewers asked that we keep these 2 hidden, so this is a bit of a surprise. But if you want to choose 1 or 4, if you're guided to them, there you go. You can see them here, and we'll take a second look at them in just a second. This is a nice fire guy. Think of it as a crab. Don't think of it as something dark or dangerous. And, oh, by the way, I forgot. After we're done this, I'm going to have a surprise for you guys, so you want to stay tuned at the end. Like, you've never seen this before. This is brand new, so you're going to see something great. I guarantee it's great. It's going to blow your socks off, so you want to stay tuned for that, okay? So number 1s, guys, hi. Let me know if you chose number 1. Let me know what direction you want to go. What do you think is new for you? What do you think you are beginning? Think of like onion peels being unpeeled. Think of a banana being peeled. Think of whatever, you know, just a salamander shedding its skin. All of that kind of good energy. You're really stepping through a door. You're moving through to a new phase of life, and so you chose number 1, and let's see where it takes you. So this is the spirit that is guiding you. Hi, Spirit, thank you for being here. Aren't they so special? So, hi, Spirit, how are you doing? Let's see where it takes you. So the first 3 cards that I chose for you guys is one of my favorite decks called the Brautele, and what you're supposed to do with it is really just listen to the words, and with your heart, understand what message it's bringing to you. The message will be very clear, and it should resonate just like a gong very clearly in your heart. So just accept the message, and once I'm done placing down all 3, then we will clarify, okay? So your first message is manifesting. Oh, powerful. Number 74. There you go. These are magic cards from Italy, so from a place called Dramanher. It's a very sacred place. Number 2, higher level forces. Okay. And then we have ending. Ooh. So it looks like very much you are initiating some type of change. But the change is within you and outside of you. It's manifesting from within yourself, but it's also manifesting from the world around you. The world around you is pushing you towards, you know, bringing about a massive change. You can't break through. Somebody in the comments put down a key. A key is symbolic of like that new beginning. You're almost there, and something has to end. This is like you have to let go of something so you can fully become within this new space. I think that you will be very closely aligned between material forces and your own manifesting potential. I think that you're going to be very much connected to the world, and the things that you are going to try to bring about and make real are the same things that the world is trying to make real. Unfortunately, I have to turn off autofocus because there's too much light in here. You guys, give me a like. Okay, so let's see. This is the Shamanic deck by Sherilyn. It's called the Mystic Art Medicine Oracle Cards. So the message is that of surrender. And that's like, it reminds me of like surfing, right? Like you basically have to go where the water takes you. You have to be compliant with the forces of nature around you in order to achieve that which you want. Maybe you have been holding back on an ending, holding it an arm's length away because it's been a difficult thing to let go of. And I feel like your alignment to nature around you, to your own environment, is so fine-tuned now that you have no choice but to surrender and become one with what the universe wants for you. So it's like you're becoming of yourself. Does a butterfly do caterpillar things? No. Once you're a butterfly, there's no going back. And so now as a butterfly, it's time to let go of the earth and fly up to the sky. Okay? So now we have the Tarot of the Healing Light with 6 cards. I'm going to hold them back, but I'm not switching the order. I just don't want to spoil the surprise for you guys. The ones on the bottom are the first ones I chose. So here we go. Your first message is, remember, these are like dream cards. They're not shadow cards. So they're meant to look this way, but it's to do with dreams. Once you see it as a dream card, it really resonates. So I've done a lot of work with these cards. They're beautiful, and they're really to do with the deep underbelly of your psychology and your dream state. So the world is encouraging you to go in that direction. There's just no beating around the bush. That's where you have to go. That's where the world wants to take you, and it's encouraging you. It's like giving you a big hug all around, saying, go this way, it's safe, it's safe, it's safe. And you're like, I don't know if I trust this. This is the leap over the edge the fool takes, right? The next card is the Ace of Cups. New relationships are abound. You're going to have many, many new relationships. Those relationships are going to help and support you in this new journey. This isn't going to happen right away. You know, these things happen over 6 months, a year. Allow time and be discerning. One of the biggest things that I've observed is that people jump into new relationships too fast because they're so tired of being alone. So let's say they've been in a bad circumstance that they've left behind. Now they are on their own and a new beginning is happening, such as here. And because they are so tired of bad circumstances, they preemptively choose new situations before understanding what the karma is, what the circumstances. And so this is reminding you to move forward and be brave to move forward into these new relationships. But then also there's that message there that you should stop choosing relationships preemptively, so that you don't entangle your karma, because once you entangle your karma with someone, you're going to add time to having to deal with that karma, right? Okay. By the way, I'm going to read a special message for you guys from this card in just a moment from Sherilyn. The next card is the Three of Swords. I didn't actually see this, so this is the message. It's like, don't let your broken heart spoil, you know, moving forward. Don't carry that baggage into the future. Yeah? So be discerning. Choose yourself rather than choose to be alone until somebody proves to you that they can make your life better, so they don't slow you down. You're going to regret it, you know? You're going to regret it if you don't. 8 of Swords. So yeah, difficult moments trying to find solutions. You have aligned yourself too closely to other people's stuff, and so now that slowed you down, and ultimately you are now making a choice to not do that again. You know how complicated it was the first time around, you know, and you know, choosing friends preemptively is not surrendering, actually. It's pushing your agenda into the world, and you're perfectly aligned. Perfect. This is perfect alignment, I'm telling you. Next one, 8 of Cups. Now, okay, so let's just stop right there. 888. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but 888 is one of the primary magical numbers across many cultures. In East Asia, this is a very lucky number, and in other places as well. In everywhere in the world, it says it's angelic. I think it's aligned with the archangel energy, and so that energy is coming in. And I know it seems as though there's difficult choices to be made, but I think it's because you are so special, because you are so aligned, you have to let go of attachments so that you can fly like the butterfly. The next message is the Page of Wands. Somebody is coming in, a Sag, Leo, or Aries, somebody very spirited. A hero is coming to you, to your aid, but you have to first face all of these things and fight against, inclinations to go against yourself, go against nature. And then once you settle into the confidence that you are doing this alone and you're not going to let anybody spoil it for you, this person shows up. And this person says, come on, buddy, let's go. So you're not going to be alone. In fact, as I said, with the Ace of Cups, there's going to be many relationships, but this is a very special one. So before we finish, I want to read Sherilyn's message about the card Surrender. Okay? Let me know if this is resonating for you if you chose number 1. Okay? I really, really recommend this deck. I think some... not to throw shade, but some decks are very how do you say this? Some decks are very trivial. They're just for fun. I feel like this is one of these powerhouse decks that all of spirit has been poured into. I 100% support her work. It's beautiful. I almost feel weird reading it, but I don't think she'll mind because she's heard me do it before. So I'm just going to pick one of the passages because she really is, she writes a lot. So I'll just pick one passage. Before your ego can truly be transformed, it must be known and understood on all levels and extremes. This phase of clearing work is sometimes called the dark night of the soul. Moving beyond the boundaries of fear and surrender into the knowing of self. All that you need is within you. To access this knowledge, you must surrender all to God. The dark night is productive experience. It releases you from bondage of the ego, which leads to liberation. That's nice. So it's like, that's your spark. So it's almost like you have to go in to climb out. In the Kabbalah, the connection between the heart center and the crown chakra, so the tree of life, there's the letter Dat, which is the high priestess, right? She is the vessel, the all-knowing. She's also called the dark night, right? Excuse me, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, she receives dark night of the soul. How could I forget? It's just so many different messages. But yeah, she's the conduit and the transformation of energy from the ethereal space into our real life world. And so she is the energy through which we can carry forward. So there has to be nothing so that something new can grow, right? There has to be nothing so that a new adventure arises. Number ones, I know it took a while, but I hope you enjoyed it. Leave me comments, let me know what you thought, and stay tuned. At the end of this video, I'm going to have a very special surprise. Very, very special, so very excited to show you that. So there's our spirit guide. You can thank the spirit for this wonderful message. Okay. Okay, so number twos. Hi guys, let me know if you chose number 2. I'm excited to tell you about it. We don't know what spirit it is, so let's take a look now. Let me know if you're a number 2. Let me know what directions you want to take now, which directions, which roads are calling you, and let's take a look. So, oh, you have a fire spirit too. So, there we go. So we have the fire spirit associated with fire energy. It almost looks like there's like a lava lake there. I don't try to comment on them too much because they all have their own character. It's much deeper than just a card. But yeah, there is this kind of energy of the fire spirit with you. He's brought you this message. And so let's take a look at what the Braille say. I want you guys clear your mind and really connect with this energy, whatever message comes in that's important for you. We'll talk about it once the 3 cards are up. Your first message is one of my favorite cards. It's the Union, and you can see here this 2 snakes coming together as one. So a very special card, Union. And then we have Thankfulness. This is the new beginning, the new portal opening. Number 3, working. I think it's through work that you will identify your soulmate. I think that's what it's saying, that you're learning a new phase of gratitude. Remember, fire is always associated with the soul, right? So whenever you see a fire spirit, that might have something to do with a soulmate energy. But the union, I think that there's a union that's coming together through gratitude, and the gratitude is arising through applying work with someone else, working hard with someone, seeing what they're about, seeing what they're putting into, and you're like watching them work and be productive, and it's making you feel very connected with them. It's opening up your heart and really trusting their energy. So your card from Sherilyn's deck is, so you have core healing energy. So I think that what this is again talking about, that there could have been hurt in the past, to which made you question what commitment was all about, made you question who these people were, what they were about, what they wanted from you. There was no way for you to understand who to trust and how. There was no way for you to understand what could prove to you that somebody was worth your time, right? And so that made you feel somewhat uncomfortable and alienated. Like, how can you become close with someone? How can you form a union if everything about relationships that you thought was real wasn't real? And it's through application of your effort that this will come into reality and understanding, right? So it's that the portal that you're walking through, the door that you're walking through, the path you're taking is going to teach you how work and gratitude for the fact somebody is working with you. It's teaching you exactly how to heal that part, how to trust other people in general. So this person is a part of the vessel of learning to trust other people based on the things they do rather than who they are or what they are. And it's teaching you all around. I actually think this is going to last a long time. I think this is going to last for you months or even years. I'm not trying to scare you, but I feel like you're about to have like a series of lessons that are going to teach you about effort, applying yourself, working, and it's through, you're going to gain respect for this person, and through your respect for that person, you're going to learn to respect other people. You're going to learn what to respect about other people so that it really makes sense for you. Beautiful message. I'm going to read this for you guys in just a moment, the message from Sherilyn. Like I said before, I'm keeping these cards off camera. This is the Tarot of the Healing Light. So your first card is, boom, the Emperor. As I said before, these are not shadow cards, these are dream state cards. And so I feel like they really connect strongly with Neptune. And so this Emperor is the person who sets the order. This Emperor sets the kind of state of being as it is. So this is the status quo that you're entering into. This is the lessons that you're learning. The next message is the Knight of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. But I feel like in one way this is the person who's coming up to give you like an offered healing and connection. But then on the other level, I feel like this Knight of Cups is actually creating for you difficulty. This is the person who offered things to you and it was just emotions and flighty feelings. Now this Knight of Cups is showing up again as a different individual, and this person is offering to you real true feelings that are grounded in hard work and effort, right? Here is the next message. You have the Empress. So the Emperor and the Empress are here. You guys, the first card was union. So I think that this is beyond like a romantic comedy or a romantic movie. This is like the real deal type of love energy. It's not necessarily with frills and, you know, or all those kinds of things. It's a level of deep respect that you learn towards another person. Here is the next message, the Last Judgment. This points to the fact that you may, if you already know this person, you may have broken it off and now you're reconsidering. You may have realized that the reason you broke it off is all the fear that you carry within your heart because of the healing you haven't done. And now you've grown a little bit, you've come into yourself. Maybe that's what they're doing for you. Maybe they're realizing how hard you work and they're making a decision in your favor. Now we have the King of Swords. It's like, that's a deadly combination. Knight of Cups and the King of Swords. It's like, you know, stealth, discernment. The intellect and the emotions working together to make the right decisions. If you're like in a gay couple, this is like on point, right? So don't let the Empress sway you, you know. It could be very much like a same-sex relationship as well. And then Three of Pentacles, which is very similar to work. This is called work in the Thoth deck. So the Three of Pentacles, it's like put your money where your mouth is. I feel like there's a lesson from the Father here. If you haven't, like, just between you and me, nobody's gonna know. If you in some way have had a difference of opinion with your father, especially if you didn't express gratitude to the level of work that he had extended in your direction, if you weren't really grateful and you're still dealing with the feelings of a lack of gratitude for the effort of who he was or who he is, and what he's done, I think that this is a part all melded together into one thing. Who you are, who he is, who this other person is, it's all connected. Okay, so let's take a look at the core healing. Let me know how you like this number 2s. I hope that it helped. And could the moderators just encourage people to stay on topic? Thanks. Core healing. And again, so this is from her book, and I'm just going to read one passage. This medicine card is here to assist you in understanding. Look at the light and the shadow equally contributing to healing. It could be a child left alone while mother was on the phone. Maybe a surgical operation, birth trauma, a fall off the bike, or it could be the child who was hiding in the closet out of fear of being seen. Trauma is trauma. No matter the circumstance, your inner child who experienced trauma has been ignored, denied, and misunderstood, now demands healing. Bring these into awareness is how you can deal with the effect past events are now having on you in the present moment. Okay. That was fun. Whew. Okay, so why don't we pick, now we're going to move on. This is going to run, I hope I can edit this out. Jeez. You guys leave a like, leave a comment. Hey girl, hey. Thank you for watching. So, now let's see. So this is the fire spirit. Let me just show you guys one more time so you can connect with his energy, with his, there you go. Okay, great. So now we're moving on to pile number 3. Let me know what you're beginning, what you're hoping to begin. Let me know if you chose number 3. You can let me know your sign. This is good for sun, moon, and rising, everyone. This is not based on signs. I forgot. I'm so used to saying Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, Mars. Okay, let's look. I'm in my head, you know, like, yeah. Oh, if you guys are still watching about the dark night of the soul, so the dark night of the soul is the connection here. In the Ankh, you can see the Ankh here. The connection is here. Of course, the Ankh is also associated with the birth canal and all that, right? Yeah. But in the connection with the universe, it's that part right here, the connecting piece. Okay, number 3s, welcome. Let's take a look at our new beginning, the portal we're going through, the new path we're on, okay? So, leave a comment for good karma right now before I get started. It's more powerful before I get started, haha. But it's true, it's true. Here you guys go. Oh, wow, okay. It's a reflection spirit. I don't know what to call it. I'm going to honor the direction. Maybe it's a reflection of who you are. I can't leave the autofocus on, but he's beautiful. Okay, let's see what this spirit has brought with us. Somebody asked if they have names. They do not have names. So let's take a look at your Brow Tele cards. Allow these cards to speak to your heart and just really connect with their energy in terms of the words, and then we'll clarify once I'm done. Remembering. One of the most powerful cards is remembering, I think. They don't have a owner's manual. There's no clarifier on the cards. Perseverance. Neither of these decks do. These are both very specialized decks. Perseverance and growth. Ooh, you guys. This is the one I always choose, but I'm always like, about it, but then that's exactly what I need. You know? Just more work, Virgo. Ayo. Let's do it. So I think that you've been sitting here waiting for an awareness to come through. You've been sitting here and waiting for some kind of enlightenment with regard to a situation. And I think your tenacity, which is another word for perseverance, has kept you on point with the direction you've been trying to go. It's like, without that memory, you can't move forward because you need that memory to understand. And when that memory becomes available to you now, you will have unlimited growth potential. Stubbornness, yes, stubborn. Yeah, I'm like mostly ruled by fixed signs. Scorpio, Aquarius, so yeah, stubborn. Virgo's stubborn too, even though we're mutable. Okay, let's see. So yeah, remembering, perseverance, growth. So now here is Sherilyn's card. I'm going to read a passage, but first I'll interpret. We have peace. This looks the same. They're like spirit friends. Look at them. Oh, wow. This is like the baby and this is the mother. So beautiful. So peace is coming to you now. Greater peace, greater understanding. You're floating above water. You're like ethereal, you know? This is very much ethereal energy. Something that you remember will grant you peace about a situation that you were not feeling at peace about. So you'll remember, you know, a situation, something that was said that you forgot, and it's going to change the way that you look at things. So, hey girl, hey. Here are your 6 cards from the Healing Light Tarot. I'm picking from the bottom because that's the way I chose them, and I'm going to keep it to the side, but I'm not looking at them so that nobody can see. So the first card is the 7 of Swords. So there's a lot of discussion about this card. By the way, these are dreamscape cards. They're not shadow cards, in my opinion. They have to do with dreams. You can just see it connect with the dream energy. So the 7 of Swords, I feel as though has a lot to do with something being outside of the reach of what you can touch, right? Something's been outside of reach, constantly trying to touch it, but it's been just a little bit too far, a little bit too far away, and that's been irritating to you, that you can grasp it, you can get a hold of it. And I feel like that memory is allowing you to once again connect with it, but you will continually struggle with getting a firm hand on it, because having a distance from it is the thing that enables you to keep learning. So it's kind of like an incentive. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Number 3, you'll almost get there. Some people say this is a negative card, but I don't really associate it to be such. It's Moon in Aquarius, where my moon is. And so I always feel like it's avoiding of a situation, and having growth through that in order to maintain peace, right? So very positive card. The next card is the 6 of Wands. So this is some kind of strength of character and deliberation, right? So this is the perseverance, 6 of Wands. I stuck to my guns and I showed them, and now they're licking their wounds, or they're learning their lessons now. You don't want to affect others' karma. You just want to try to illuminate where their karma will go, and then smile politely when the karma appears for them if they haven't been listening to you, right? So it's that kindness. It's not like a vindictive level, but it's like in order to assert your self-esteem, presenting the thing without any hatred or malice, presenting your perspective, what you're seeing as the direction that they're meant to go. Because if you do it with malice, if you're like, karma's gonna get you, then if you're like that, then you're limiting your own growth potential. So you really want to welcome that in for the other person. You really want to welcome in their learning potential and send them on their way in a healthful manner, and embrace your path in a healthful way as well. That's especially if somebody has been in some way, not peaceful with you. So it's like, this is the way you go. Set forth. Good luck, my friend. Just settle your mind, calm your ego and your animosities. And I see this for you. This is not what you're seeing, but go ahead. Make my day. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you have to kind of be peaceful about it. Kind of hard to do when you have so many placements in Scorpio and Aquarius, but I get there sometimes, and it's usually the transcendent moment when the universe proves to you that that's exactly the way that you needed to do it, because there'll be even years between these kinds of epiphanies, in which you're kind of fumbling around and you can point the finger at him or her. And when you reach this moment, this apotheosis, it's like a pinnacle on top of a cliff, and you're seeing, the meridian. If you're seeing the meridian, the line of the horizon before you, and you really understand the fact that you meandering around and being gentle is actually the true path, and it's the only path that makes sense. Then you have your victory. It's like a victory of the universe over you, but it's completely aligned to who you are. So you were supposed to do that in the first place. It's like a birthday present, a nice reminder that peace is the best way to go. The next message is, this puts a complete end on things, the Death card, right? This puts a complete finish to any kind of emotional struggle or toil that you've been having in the past. Remember, this is the new beginning reading. We're going through a portal, so it's big energy stuff. And so, again, like with the previous choice, I don't know if you guys watched, but if you didn't watch, in the previous choice, it was like, don't mess up your karma with preemptively choosing friends that are going to muck you up. This is like, don't start doing stuff now. Now you're clear, your karma's clear, you're good, but like, don't mess up that karma now because you're clear, and you don't want to start already, it's almost immediate that you want to, it's like being on a diet, but almost immediately you want a piece of cake or something. Here is your next card. We have the Ace of Wands, spiritual new beginning, enlightenment, the way forward. Next one, Nine of Cups, fulfillment of wishes. Yes, girl, yes, we're on fire. So like it's like that picture when a boy is hiding his bear and Jesus is like reaching out. This is on Facebook, on Instagram, and Jesus is reaching out and the boy doesn't want to give up the bear, but the Jesus has like a giant bear behind him. This is kind of the scene here. It's like, give it up, like give up the small fry for the big boys. And that's so funny. Was it here that I said leap? No, it was in the last one. Okay. So this is you're taking a leap of faith, a leap in a new direction. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Just so beautiful. This is the wish fulfillment card, so if you guys want to make a wish, I do think it works. And sometimes I throw Reiki at the readings, so when I do, then maybe your wish will come true. So let me know what your wish is. Let's read peace just to finish up. This was uplifting. Actually, all of them are. But I was so hesitant towards this at first. I was like, oh, geez, more work. More work. I shouldn't put myself in the readings, but this is for all threes. But it is, and even this looks like, we shouldn't look at it on the upside down. We should look at it in the way it presented itself. But this looks like a baby, right? So the Fool, a baby, new beginning, confirmation is here, right? That doesn't mean you're pregnant. It just means like a new portal's opened. Okay, so I'm going to read a section. True mothering of your inner mind comes from your heart. Only you can have power over your independent thought. This awareness with intention and meditation are powerful tools used to cultivate inner peace. Henceforth, reflecting this into the world like the light of the sun at a microscopic level. I should read that one again because I need to learn it better. True mothering of your inner mind comes from your heart. Only you can have power over your independent thought. This awareness with intention and meditation are powerful tools used to cultivate inner peace. Henceforth, reflecting this into the world like the light of the sun at a microscopic level. It makes me think of Gemini Cricket, you know, playing his little, what is it? I can only think of it in Polish skrzypce, which is violin. But yeah, Gemini Cricket, you know, telling you which way to go. That little light is calling from within you. I love Gemini Cricket. Aw, so sad. But kind of exciting too, and I love this card. Yay! The spirit gods. We're in the forest, guys. Okay. So let's say thank you to this spirit. This little baby spirit gave us so much light and hope. Pretty exciting, you guys. So thank you for being here. Okay. So now we're going to choose number 4s. Hi 4s. Thank you for waiting for your segment. Remember, at the end I'm going to have a special surprise for you guys in just a minute, so you want to stay tuned. Everybody, you get another choice on something, and it's mind-blowing. It's like extra, so you've never seen it before. You've seen it first here. Give me a like if you haven't liked yet. So number 4 is you guys chose this guy. I think fire spirits often have a lot to do with soulmates and stuff, so congratulations with that energy. Okay, so this spirit, I think that it looks like, I don't know, it looks like something is giving you something, right? That's what it looks like. It's giving you something, like a gift. Here you go, Force. Let me know what you're beginning. What new things are you beginning? Let me know. Say hi. Tell me your sign. So when I choose these Braille cards, you guys probably know the drill already. So I'm going to say it, talk less, let you interpret more, and then we'll talk about it. So your first one is Glory/Victory. I love this card. So beautiful. These cards are so great. They're made in Dramonher in Italy. And then we have Fortune. This is the Wheel of Fortune. You guys, 4s on the up and up. And then finally Difficult. Don't worry. This is a blessing. Difficult. Remember what they say about how quickly you gain things is how quickly you lose them. So this means that you're going to get something really, really good, because it's going to take a lot of work to get it. Victory, fortune. You've already won a certain type of... He's giving you your trophy, guys. He's giving you a trophy. So listen with your heart what these words mean to you. These cards are very powerful. They should hit you right in the heart. And they should give you like awareness exactly about that which you need to do. They're going to give you awareness about that which you need to do, and like a deep resonant meaning of your life. Okay, so here is your Sherilyn card. Yeah, very well deserved. So you have alchemy. Ooh, look at this. Powerful card of alchemy. Now I'll read this for you guys in just a moment, but this is transformation. So you're taking one thing and you're transforming it through into another. This could be a physical transformation. To me, alchemy always presents like things that are physically affecting a state on something, right? So this isn't like manifestation magic. This is like tangible, physical magic of transformation. This can be through physical touch, through mixing of different chemicals such as cooking, or growing things in the garden either. Also are a form of alchemy in a way if you think about it. So you've been physically applying effort towards something, and in order to prove a bigger point, I feel as though this is, I'll say this to you guys, I feel as though this is almost like sexual. I feel as though this is really to do with your sexual connection with someone else or with yourself in general. So this is like you changing yourself, really changing yourself in a physical way, changing your environment in a physical way to become a different person, to resonate differently for others. And it's been a very difficult journey. There's been a lot of bounce back, push back. There's been a lot of like back and forth in terms of your efforts. And you've been gaining ground, and the victory is there. If you look back from now to 11/11 right now in the video, by the way, 11/11. But if you push back, if you look back to the point at which you started, let's say you started 20 years ago making this transformation. Maybe you lived a life a certain way when you were a child that was difficult, and when you became an adult you decided to change your ways. And it was a very long process, a very long journey for you to do that. And I feel like maybe if you look back a month ago, you won't see the difference. But if you look back to when you were 15, when you were 17, you see the alchemy manifesting in your life. You've become a different person. You've pushed forward in a different way. It's a total change and transformation about who you are, okay? It's a victory. And it's been a difficult victory, okay? Yeah. Tension in the shoulders, yeah. That's also the Pluto opposition to the Sun right now. That puts tension into shoulders. That was a comment from the live. But if you're experiencing tension in the back, in your spine, and in your shoulders, that's Pluto weighing on the Sun. It's just like competing for power and dominance, right? When you have that opposition, that's going to be an intense one each year. But good, but intense, right? Okay, so let's take a look at your Healing Light Tarot. So I'm just going to pick from the bottom. I'm keeping them to the side, but I'm not looking at them. So your first card is the Star, you guys. So it's been hard, but it's the exact direction that you're meant to take. I can't stress this enough. These are not shadow work cards. These are dreamscape cards. So try to connect with them, with your mind, with your subconscious. And so the Star is bringing to you blessings. I feel like a fairy is coming to you to give you blessings and nurture you and take care of you, and something, an energy, something has noticed your effort, and it's coming in from a higher vibrational plane, if that makes sense. It's coming from a stronger manifestation, and it's gentle and it's caring and it's nurturing, and it's coming in to nurture you and take care of you on your journey. Here is the next message. We have the Four of Cups. An offer is going to be made. There's going to be lots of gestures that are going to be extended towards you. There's going to be, this is reinforcing this card, right? It's already told us. Here is your gift. Here is your gift. Here is your gift. Here is the next card. We have the Queen of Pentacles, a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. So these are the people through whom you are going to receive gifts. These are the people who are going to help you assess the validity of the offers that you are getting. So turn to your Virgos, Taurus, Capricorn, Sun, Moon, and Rising people, Earth women, Forest women, you know, men and women with an effeminate quality to them. So it's going to be that grounding energy. They're going to be taking a look at the stars coming down and helping you realize the offers that you're getting. They're gonna give you awareness of the stars in the sky, and what, you know, to differentiate between a plane and a star, so you know what you're looking at, so you know what you're being offered, what you're being given. So you have a grounded energy here, and you have an uplifting energy as well. Here is the next message. Boom, Ace of Pentacles. You guys are getting spoiled fours. It's like your birthday. Happy birthday, guys. Ace of Pentacles, you know, everything that you've put out is coming back to you now. So everything that you've put effort into, anything that you've manifested, is turning around and supporting you. The next message is the Hierophant, which is the Taurus. So the Hierophant is a teacher. It's a big life lesson about getting a payoff for the efforts that you put off. That's what it is. So I feel like this is teaching you to not expect immediate gratification. This is actually teaching you to, in some way, to expect things to come of their own time. You can't deliberate when the payoff will come sometimes, and you have to wait for those things to come through in the right way. And it's the Two of Pentacles, which represents careful, measured approach towards something, and a payoff that takes time and will come in incrementally as well. Because remember, this card is difficult, right? So anything that you earn quickly, you'll lose quickly. And so I think that it's important for you to anything that you earn quickly, you lose quickly. So I feel like in this energy, you are basically taking really long time to earn something. Remember, the Hierophant, it looks like, is taking the Ace of Pentacles and about to give it here. So that will create work, that will create product and outcome, and that's the alchemy of it all, you know? So it is that very like hard work, you know, opportunities coming in, but it's been tough. And you need to look at like the whole scope of your experience, not just a month ago. Take a look back 5, 10, 15 years, however long you've been working in this direction, and then you'll see the growth, okay? Alchemy. And the whole change and transformation as well. Okay, alchemy. So this is the book. So thank you guys for keeping on point. Be open to the gifts of alchemy and trust the process of change. All is in motion, and it is this alchemical process that you become infused with divine light and wisdom. Take a deep breath, because you're in for a ride. Your attitude of surrendering to this this is a hard word for me. Alchemical magic will assure your journey is extraordinary. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm a second language English speaker, so this isn't my first language. So let's try it again. Be open to the gifts of alchemy and trust the process of change. All is motion, and it is this alchemical process that you become infused with divine light and wisdom. Take a deep breath because you're in for a ride. Your attitude to surrendering to this alchemical magic will assure your journey is extraordinary. Okay? So, number 4 is, I think that yours is like the most physical, right? Like it looks like it's all this effort, like grinding, and then like payoff times coming. It's kind of good. It's not as deep as the other ones. The other ones were very spiritual. This one is like, there's your dineros, there's your outcomes. You've earned it. Sweat off your back, you know, that kind of thing. Okay? So why don't we say thanks to this spirit? He looks like a Taurus. Hey, he looks like a Taurus Aries, like super tough. There you go. There's your rewards, guys, number 4s. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Let's say one final thank you to you guys. If you guys heard me play with the owl, this is my owl, and it's a whistle, so I'm going to whistle for you guys a little bit more. Make sure to like and leave a comment. Okay, so guys, this is the part that you shouldn't leave for, because this is a surprise. So we're taking, I'm hiding it. So yeah, no, I love owls. Yeah. So now we're gonna have a special surprise. It's another choice, but it's not a card pick. So a complete reset, because you guys are going on your journey. You all need a way to kind of get to where you're going, right? You all need some help. You need tools for getting to where you are going, right? So this is going to help you get those. These are these tools. I've set them up. They're ready to go. I'm just setting them up right now, and I'm about to unveil them. I don't think YouTube's going to help me edit this. This might be a problem, but I don't care, because we set this up and we're ready. Okay, you guys don't even know. Okay, it's kind of ridiculous, but kind of fantastic. Okay. Okay, you guys ready? You guys can come back and listen anytime. Yep, it's a surprise. You've never seen it. Okay, ready? Okay, so here we go. They've almost disappeared. So there's 4 different choices. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These are 2 little boxes, and these are 2 bells. And so you guys can, there's something underneath each bell. Each bell is hiding something. And so you guys can choose exactly which one you want, and there'll be something underneath. This one's completely disappeared, but it's a bell, so you guys are gonna prove it. So if you guys need a minute, just decide what you want. This is a singing bowl. It's not a bell, but you're going to hear it as well. And so these are 2 little boxes, and they have something in them. So these are your tools for your journey, the new direction that you're taking. So I know it's fun, but it's actually quite serious. So I have this energy, you know, like I have a lot of fun doing it, but it's actually really real stuff, and they're very potent little trinkets or little tools. Not trinkets. Trinkets, they're not little. They may be small, but they're amazing. So each one is amazing in its own right, and you're going to choose the one that is right for you. So don't worry. I'm going to spread them out a little bit more. So throw up. Okay. So now we're going to choose 1, 2, 3, or 4. Number 1's, who chose this bell? Who chose this bell? Are you guys ready? Okay, number 1's. So you get, this is for you, for your journey. And then I got this, which is, we can't focus in on, but it's Jimi Hendrix, and it says, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. That's that real standoff between Cancer and Capricorn, right? With Pluto in Capricorn and the new moon in Cancer. So when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. But what you guys got here, I actually do have to turn on autofocus, is one of my downloads. So I don't know if you guys have ever used this with me, but it's very special. And so it's a download. What I mean by download is that this is a ruby. So this is a ruby, and you can tell there's a triangle on it. So a triangle on the ruby signifies a download. And the way that you guys want to use it is when I lift it up right now, and I'll lift it up and keep it up for a minute. You can screen cap it. You can put your thumb on it and think of the message that you received today from the pick card. And there's a download from the universe to tell you about how to go along your journey. So I'm sharing this with you guys right now. It's a very special thing. So screen cap it. Okay, so that's your guys' gift, number ones. I hope it helps you on your journey. Okay, so number twos, you guys got a little box. Let me know if you chose number 2. It's a fancy little box. Very pretty, right? Flowers. Okay. Let's see what's inside the box. You guys want to see the unboxing? Well, it looks like you guys got a rose and a crystal. This rose has lived inside of this box for several years. It's just a symbol of love, right? And this is going to help you on your journey, number 2. And then you got this crystal, but it's not any crystal, of course. You guys got this. It's a twin crystal. And so of course this is a perfect twin crystal. I know it's little, but it's a perfect twin, right? So it symbolizes a perfect connection between you and your twin flame or your soulmate. And you can focus on that. You can screen cap it so you can look at it. You can put it on your phone as the backdrop. Not with my nail like that. Nope. There we go. Screen cap it now. There you go. Okay. So that's your guys' gift. I'm going to keep the rose in the box, but I hope it helps you on your journey. So who chose the singing bowl? Number 3. Let's see what you guys got. Are you ready? Here, I'll unveil it all together. So this is what you guys got. You guys can't see it yet. Excuse me. So I'm going to play the singing bowl, but I have to just open it up first, and then I'll present the items. Number 3s, let me know what you guys got. Okay, so the other items that you guys got was Lord Ganesha, a little figurine from Thailand. So I think this is from Thailand. No, it's maybe from India. But Lord Ganesha brings good luck and assured success. So this is regardless of who you are, regardless of what you do, this overwhelming love is outpouring from within you and around you, right? So this is assured success on your journey. And for you guys too, I have a download. I love this one. This one's different. So number 3s, you get your own very special download. as well. Again, this is ruby. You guys can screen cap this and save it. You can see the triangle, right? And then you just put your finger, your thumb on it, and you wonder about your reading and see what this information it brings. This one's slightly different, but do you see how many triangles there are? There's like multiple downloads on this one. Yeah, super powerful download. And these are real rubies, okay? Last but not least, we have number 4s, high number 4s. Here, let me just, I feel like I need to switch. Number 4s, you guys get the flower box, something inside of it. Guys ready to see? So you guys, oh, you guys, I didn't even remember what was inside this one. So you have this, there's two things. First, there's selenite. So this selenite actually gives you the ability to have a clear vision. You can absorb the energy, yes. Clear vision, crystal clear vision, so you know that you're moving forward in a healthful way. And this is the little surprise. I don't know if you guys know what this is, but this is my favorite crystal. It is a fairy quartz, a nirvana quartz, sorry. And so this is like one of the most high vibration stones you can get. And they come in a variance of colors, usually with a pink tinge to them. And so when you have this energy guiding you, it brings like a joyful, you guys can hear me like laughing and giggling. This is what it is. It's this energy, it's this high vibration, silliness, you know, kind of like giggles. And feel free to use this, whoever chose this, feel free to use this whenever you need. You can screen cap this and put it on your phone, you know, but this is it. This is the real this is the real deal, you know. This is the sure shot, you know. Wonderful. High vibration. It's like little fairies dancing in a meadow. The nirvana quartz. I called it so neat. So you guys, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to my forest dwelling. Make sure to leave a comment and a like. Check out my other videos at the end. And yeah, it was a wonderful, wonderful celebration. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for being here. Take care. Bye. Have a wonderful day. Happy new moon. Happy new paths. Whenever you've watched this, it's okay. These are your gifts. You can use them again and again. You can change your mind. It's okay. Okay? The universe wants you to have what you need, right? So if you got this and you're like, well, I really want this one, that's okay. Here, I'll let this singing bowl let us leave. Bye, everyone. Hey everybody, thank you for joining me and welcome to this reading. This is a very special pick a card reading that I did for you guys for finding out the ultimate answer on a question that's in your mind. So you can actually choose up to 3 questions that are on your mind and ask these 3 piles of cards to answer them for you. I have 3 twin flame crystals, twin crystal, different variety. I'll show you them in a minute and you can determine which pile you'd like. You can appoint these piles to specific people or situations, but these are twin crystal guides that are here to help you with your answer. So I'm going to show you the crystals now while you guys try to think of your questions. You can choose just one pile or you can use all three. This is the first twin crystal that I have for you guys. And so this one's very special. I chose 3 special ones because this one has these crystals that are growing alongside its edge. Do you see that? Isn't that beautiful? Let me show you up close. You can see that there. Today we have really good light. By the way, I'm filming this on the new moon in Leo, but you can watch this anytime. So if this crystal is calling out to you, then you can choose pile 1. Let me know if you have a vibration from this crystal or if you have any kind of call towards it. But I love this crystal because it has, do you see all these little crystal quartzes growing off of it? So this crystal quartz has this quality. Is it a Lumerian? No, it's not. Well, it is actually. It is a Lumerian. So I have so many Lumerians, you know. And then this is definitely a Lumerian. This is my big one that I recently got. It has a rainbow inside. Today we have so much clarity, maybe we'll be able to see the rainbow. You can see it's a twin crystal Lumerian. Let me know if, and if this one is calling out to you, then you may choose pile number 2. If somebody wants to use time caps, that's great. Or if somebody does time caps, that's wonderful. You guys have been so great about those. Let me see if this one I actually found. It was hiding, and I love the fact that it was hiding, and it's been my favorite one ever since. Let's see. I can't see it. But anyway, rainbows are really hard to show up. I'm filming in the evening, so there's not light. You need like sunlight to show it in the camera, but here we go. So if you like this crystal, if it's calling out to you, not if you like it, I'm sure you like all 3, then choose pile 2. And if you like pile number 3, again, you can think of 3 situations. Now this one is special. It's my new one. It has 2 little crystals growing alongside 2 bigger crystals. So these could be pets, these could be young people, children. So yeah, these are really nicely, they're a little bit squished, but they're irregular, but yet they're special, right? So if this crystal is calling out to you, then you should choose pile number 3. Okay, so we have 1, 2, and 3. Sorry for those of you who like to start immediately. I'm a crystal fiend, and so therefore, maybe we'll use, by the way, I haven't shown you guys my blue Kyanite, and this one's really beautiful. I like natural stones since the light is so good. Let me show you. Pretty neat, huh? Blue Kyanite, sorry. There's 2 crystals. Yeah. So this is really good for communication. So hopefully we'll get some high vibration communication. So if you chose pile 1, let's begin with 1. I don't know. Okay, so again, if you chose number 1, this is your crystal. This one's so pretty, you know. This one makes me so giddy when I see it. And like, there's so many little baby crystals on it. Yay! It's like sprinkles of crystals, you know. This is a magic wand, just waiting to happen. If you guys don't know, I have a lot of twin crystals. I have a lot of manifesting crystals, rare crystals, and so forth. Here, I need to figure out something. Give me 1 sec. Oops, sorry. I'm trying to. Okay, so I have my trusted little podium for the crystal so you guys can see it. So let me show you again. So we'll put it here, because otherwise it disappears into the background. So if you guys chose 1, this is your answer. This is the truth. So the idea is these crystals are the guides, right? They're your twin flame guides guiding you towards an answer to a question or a situation you've been wondering about. Here's your first card. You have alchemy. Okay. So something really is going to change form in your life. The answer has to do with a change of form, completely shifting your reality around. Here, let me just do one more. So this is my perfect citrine. Citrine's my favorite. Look, he's not, well, it's not perfect. It has a little sprite at the bottom. It's phenomenal. Do you see the little sprite at the bottom? It's like a little ghost inside. But it's a nearly perfect citrine. And sorry, they get really translucent. But I was hoping in this light you could see the clarity. Do you see the sprite? It's also really hard for the camera to focus because it's so perfectly clear. Beautiful. I'll let it hang out with the crystals. Citrine is really good for happiness. I really like crystals that are yellow. Here's my Libyan glass. Yellows and oranges and clears, right? I'm surrounded by them. Happiness, happiness. Okay. So changing form. This is at the physical level. There's a transformation that is happening. And I feel like that transformation is taking hold really deep at the bottom of your gut. So it's really coming through you and around you. There's no questioning it. This is such a powerful transformation that you get to enjoy, right? So you will very much be living within the energy of alchemy at this time, or the answer to your question is alchemy. Maybe a need for transformation. Let's see more cards. So this is the Sacred Geometry deck. It's a really beautiful deck. My friend has an Instagram post where she used to do them. I haven't seen her post in a while, but so your card from this deck, this is an oracle deck. I really recommend this deck. It's beautiful. And I recommend the red one. The blue one's nice, but this one's really great. Spiraling into love. So this is the double helix, right? These cards are so wild. They're so great. Okay, spiraling into love, and we have the number 44, which in Chinese, Cantonese specifically is say, which is holding something still, allowing something to persist. Some people from Hong Kong, Vancouver has a huge Hong Kong population, say that it's death, but a good friend of mine who's very intelligent told me that it's actually persistence, which I like much better. And so these are my hot chili peppers, also a Chinese practice, and this brings luck and opportunity and success. So I'll lay this down for you guys here. I'm always meaning to usually hang them, right? But you can't see it that way. So they're really cute. I love them. They're made out of glass. I should probably get more. Here is the next message. So this is your DNA activation. So we have the card of intimacy. You now allow your essence to be completely open to others so that they can see the purity of your soul. Wow, it seems like there's a big transformation that is happening around you. I saw only the design here and I didn't remember the message. And so I was like, I wonder what this is about, you know, that when I was picking the cards. And it's so funny because I didn't expect it to be this, but it is that kind of entanglement, isn't it? It's like the acceptance of the entanglement with others without the fear that something bad will happen, that will spiral out of control. Huh? Do you guys like my pun? Okay. So, and all of these cards are purple, so I'm wondering if not this is, let me get this in a better angle for you. All these cards are purple in color, so I'm wondering, and these decks have various colors in them, so I'm not wondering if this is not connected to your crown chakra, right? So I have the Starseed Tarot number 3. I picked 3 cards for you guys. It's a huge deck, and it's really speaking to me now. So we have the Adept of Chalices, so that's like the Knight of Chalices for the rest of you. One of the things, for the rest of you, for the other tarot decks, one of the things about this deck that I really love is that it changes the names of the page and the knight and the queen and the king. And so the chalices is the cups, right? So this is an adept, is someone who is well on their way, intermediate in terms of their learning of something or a modality. So this is someone who is no longer a beginner, but is now on their way towards learning emotions and emotional congruency. This looks so romantic if you chose number 1. And I feel like it's motivating you to change and integrate, give up the past, and really step into the future. Here is number 2 card. And so we have the High Priestess, the higher self. One thing about the High Priestess, people get really confused, is that she's a part of the 3-part of women in the tarot, the archetype. So she connects with the Empress and the Moon as the 3-part, what do they call it? The 3-part, the Trinity of the female in the higher arcana. But to me, the High Priestess is not a human. She is a mist. She is the space between our reality and that of higher dimensions. So I love this idea of the higher self. So this is like your own individual Godhead, your own individual connection to the divine, the understanding of the themes around you that have guided you into this place and time, and accepting the reality that you are facing, accepting the things that are around you from a metaphysical level, understanding that why you are here now and everything's coming into completion before you. Here is the next message, and we have the 3rd tarot card. So we have the Master of Flames. So this is a Sag, Leo, or Aries sometimes, but you're looking for the Master of Spirit, someone who understands the metaphor, for a lack of a better term, of anyone else. I had a beautiful omen, and I kind of realized I should tell you about it. My good friend from France, that doesn't make any sense why, but maybe for someone it will. I have a very good friend who I love very much, and she is an amazing artist, and she's going to send me some Palo Santo from Peru, and I'm so thankful for it, and she told me this morning, so it's such a gift. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that this is the type of person that is the Master of Flames. The person who works within the modality of sacred tools and sacred practices. And my friend is a dancer. She's the Queen of Swords amid other things, Queen of Flames. But the Peruvian Palo Santo is in fact an expression of the spirit of the Master of Flames. So it goes up from adept to, I think there's another stage, and this is the Master. So this is the Knight, and then there's, I think, another stage, or maybe this is the Queen of Cups. Anyway, so it doesn't matter, but I feel like the Master of Flames is somebody who has taken hold of the modality of the fire of the spirit. And so therefore everything is understood through the lens of spirit. Everything is understood through this high vibration modality, which means that if you experience something, this is the person that you spend time with, and they see mundane things and they derive from it very spiritual conclusions. So they see a sunrise, they see the dawn of a new day, they see the stars, they see infinite possibilities within the universe. This is the person who communicates in this high vibrational way. So I feel as though there's a deep connection here, and I feel like a deeper understanding between two people. In the one hand, somebody is really deep in their emotions, while the other part of them is this kind of deep spiritual self who understands the deeper significance of events and circumstances that have brought you here or have led you through circumstances. So if you look at this is the first time I'm reading with these cards on this channel, so it's kind of exciting for me. But the Adept of Chalices, the higher self, is the Master of Flames. So if you've been doing readings for yourself or doing my pick a cards, by the way, if you want to pick a card from me, just search Varouche pick a card or hashtag Varouche pick a card, People have been asking. But if you've been looking at this adept of chalices matures and is actually in a higher self, the master of flames. So they're materializing, and their alchemy is that of, transferring from just within the emotions to this higher self. This could be one of these people that you're dealing with, the person in question, or this could be yourself, who is coming out of the emotional state of being and maturing into high vibration fire. By the way, tarot is sort of hierarchical, which means that it is a hierarchy. It's not one that you should say, oh, I'm better than you, so and so. But this is fire and fire, which represents the highest vibration in that hierarchy. So in essence, the master of flames is pure energy, pure conscious energy. So let's bring it down to earth a little bit before I float off, and I'll read this for you guys. So it's this intimacy that you are expressing and you are bringing into your reality, right? You now allow your essence to be completely open to others so that they can see the purity of your soul, right? So that's the alchemy of your own to the people around you. And it's materializing now. This is forming in certain respects. I feel as though for some it is a relationship that is crystallizing, but it's also spiraling into pure love, and nobody can quench pure love. Nobody can hold it back. It's like these little crystals, right? These happy little crystals on this twin flame. Look how happy they are. Can you guys see? I know that sounds funny to some of you, but like, since I found this, I handpick every single crystal I spend hours doing it, and this one in specific, I always giggle when I see it, because it's like those happy little crystals living on this twin, right? So you're like a turbine of energy towards others, or whatever you're asking about, I think is maturing in energy and is becoming so etheric, so beyond reach, and so high vibration, right? So, and in certain respects, this is also a maturation of energy between the adept of chalices and the master of flames, and that is the higher vibration of your relationship, which is a spiritual union of love, right? Okay. High five on that. And that is alchemy, changing between water and fire, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at number 2. I'll take my chili peppers out of here. Okay, so number 2, if you guys chose number 2, this is your crystal. This is also a twin crystal. It has rainbows inside. You have to take my word for it. Unless we magically find one now. Double rainbow. Oh my god. And then it's a Lumerian. It's a really clear Lumerian. And it's beautiful. Can't stop looking at it. This is one of my newer crystals, and it's a perfect twin, so we'll set it down by our citrine, and then let's take a look at your cards. So your first card this is a shamanic deck. It's the card of surrender. So we'll see what you're surrendering, probably an aspect of yourself, but a sweet kind of welcome. It's not something that is fought over or something that is kind of like restrictive or something negative. It's very holistic. Here is your sacred geometry card, and you have the card. That's why I don't use these cards very often, is because they're green. This night into day. Okay, so there's a transformation from night energy into day energy, and you guys have to it's so psychedelic, eh? So anyway, night into day. And so there's a transformation here between one state to another. And I was like, oh boy, I hope one of these cards isn't totally like blendable. You guys have to take my word for it. But yeah, there's a huge transformation. Night to day. If you don't know, in Egypt there was night days and there was night days and day days. So there was like periods of day and periods of night, and they would be associated with good energy and negative energy. So to me, that usually manifests as the transformation of a state as well. Transformation of the type of experience you're having if you chose number 2. here is your DNA activation card for number 2. Wow, it's a long one. It's Spirit. Okay. So this is who you truly are and always have been. With this activation, your essence is re-embossed on your physical being and all your etheric bodies, as well as dimensional aspects of your soul. Okay? So you're coming into yourself and transforming to a higher state. I feel as though there's been some apprehension towards taking this next step. See, now it looks better, right? There's been some apprehension in taking this next step, in going in this direction. It's like, you know, taking the next step in life and in some way being afraid of who you will become or what it will look like or how it will manifest. Will you be able to do it? And you hold back from it because you're afraid of your own ability to keep up. And at some point you just give up and you accept that it is what it is, and there's a welcome there. It's a welcome and it's a celebration. It's not a rejection or it's not pushing away. It's celebration. It's celebration that you have accepted certain things that you were in denial of, and now you are really allowing your spirit to live. You're really allowing your spirit to live in the day. The saying that comes to mind is giving somebody the time of day. So I'm sure you guys have heard that message before. And it's such an important message, right? Giving someone the time of day is so important. And so in some way, there's this kind of breakthrough moment in this situation. Before I get too far, let's see what the other cards say. So we have the 3 of Crystals, the 3 of Pentacles. I love this deck because it has crystals, guys. Yay! So we have the Trinity, right? Just we had the Trinity in number 1 as well, but I won't spoil it for those people who are jumping around. So we have the 3 of Crystals. Work is a huge part of it, creation of something that is of value. This is not a career, this is not like a job, okay? This is like fundamental spirit work that is coming through your being, the time. Maybe you've been putting off doing something. Maybe you've been putting off becoming something, and now it's calling on your spirit to materialize. I feel like it's time to reread this card. This is who you truly are and always have been. With this activation, your essence is re-embossed on your physical being and all your etheric bodies, as well as all dimensional aspects of your soul. Gorgeous. And then we have the second card, the Sage of Chalices. That's right, there was a second card. Yay! I'm not so the Sage is, so there's the Adept, then there's the Sage, then there's the Master. Okay, so because I'm like, queens are not going to be adepts, okay, honey? So queens are sages. So Queen of Cups, okay? So I feel like it's really understanding something on an emotional level. A lesson has been learned, and somebody is already a master within the realm of the human world. So the master in this deck, to me, would correlate with the spirit body, so the fire energy. So this is water and water, if you're wondering, the elemental dignity. So imagine water being in water. So the queen being a water, right? And the chalices being water. So it's water and water. The master of flames from the first one is, I kind of blew it, sorry, I didn't mean to kind of spoil the surprise, is fire and fire, right? And so we have water and water energy. And so this is a master. The Sage is a master of the water element within the earthly dimension, whereas the master is the master of the whatever element in the spiritual level of things, which is fire. So that's the hierarchy I was mentioning in the first pile. I'm sorry if I totally spoiled that for you, but I feel like for number 2, this woman or this energy, this person, which is probably you, holds a huge part of the answer. When she is given her true ability to manifest in whatever way she wants, it's clear, it's crystal clear, and it's beautiful. It allows expression in its completion. understanding, compassion. There's no overstepping boundaries. There's just understanding, and love is a part of this as well. Here is the third card, the Ace of Flames, which is a new beginning, a spirited new beginning, right? So this is the catalyst that starts it all. This is the spark. And so again, this is like one of the most high energies because it's the seed of fire, the seed of spirit is here. So I feel as though if somebody finally understands something, it's like somebody turns on the lights, and by turning on the lights, there's an understanding that's coming through about the nature of being. And so therefore, whatever has been done up until now, you surrender to, and you allow the day to blossom. You allow, you know, you can watch a sunrise, or you can watch a sunrise, if you know what I'm saying. When you watch a sunrise, like really with your heart, and you allow it all to percolate inside of you, it's a totally different experience than if you say, oh, there's the sunrise, right? So if you open up and if you allow that, all that energy into your heart and into your soul, then you turn it on like a light switch. Boom, there you go, right? It's like night and day. So I have this little guy. I haven't shown it yet because it's a necklace, but it's my aquamarine, and I feel like that's the connection for the Sage of Chalices. It's this kind of aquamarine energy, the pure intuition, just crystal clear blue. And it's, again, very hard to film because it's so fair. There you go. Such a cute little guy. He's a little nib. But yeah, so it's that kind of energy for the Queen of Chalices. If you're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. It's the Sage. That's what I like about this deck. It has that kind of separation from gender. But the three of chalices, the three of crystals, I think it's purposeful work, taking one step closer to purposeful identity and a crystallization of who you are in this world, and that giving meaning and surrendering to it. It's like, I don't want to become this because of all the consequences I see for it. And it's the doubt in your mind in the past that has held you back from it. And I feel like you're stepping through that and really connecting to that which you are meant to be, and coming through, and everything conspiring to help you, right? The whole universe is coming in and saying, boom, there you go. It's all coming together now. Okay? That light switch, though, hello. Okay. So sorry about your sacred geometry card, guys, but I'm sure you can look it up. It's Night into Day, number 32, so you guys can look for it. Number 3, okay. So this one was funny because I chose the crystals. This one's a complicated twin, you know. It has a little crystalline family, maybe some pets, there's actually like 3 of them. There's 3 of them attached and 2 kind of holding it down. Yeah. They look a little rough around the edges. That's why maybe they sent out the fuzz. But anyway, they're really lovely. They're really lovely crystals, and they have very good personality, I know. So they may look a little rough around the edges, but they're all right, and they're a good sort. So let's see what they have to tell you for number 3, okay? Let's see. So you guys have number 3. Here is your message. So you have, is this transformation? I'm reading the prompter. Transformation, okay. So there's some kind of transformation that is about. But all of these things are about transformation. This one was alchemy, physical state change. And then this one was, what was it? What was it? I forget. Oh, I just surrender, which is change. And then transformation, change. Okay. Well, there you go. That's the answer. That's the truth. So we have dodecahedron, which is one of the platonic solids. Let me read you specifically what it means. Okay. Because I don't want to mess it up. Let's see. Okay, so in this deck, it's attributed to divine thought. and it's 12 equal pentagonal five-sided faces. It's the female side of our natures and the element of ether or prana. It's the symbol of heaven and divine thought. So choosing this card connects you with the divine thought and asks you to complete the truth of universal oneness. Both metaphysics and quantum physics affirm that there are part and parcel of every particle of energy and one with all of creation. Consciously move into your breath and connect with the prana force that resides there. Okay, no, I just thought there was something else there, but there isn't. Okay, so this is ether. Okay, spirit transformation. Let's see what your DNA card is. So you have the emergence. Everybody's like emerging spirit. This activation represents your emergence into fullness of your light. Okay, so if you chose 3, I think there's a physical state change here as well, as in, again, somebody is transforming from one sphere of reality into another. Here is your message. So you have divine justice, which is the Libra card, right? So this is justice. I feel as though things are coming into balance again for you, and that there is a balance that is restored through the principle of change and through the interjection of higher states of being. Here is the next card, and we have the Adept of Orbs. So this is the Page of Swords, a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra again, but to me this has more to do, the Knight of Swords. So to me this represents someone who is out on a quest to understand the world and integrate it more thoroughly for themselves. I feel as though this is a break from the norm and changing standards that are around you to go a different direction entirely. I feel as though there has been some type of serious discussion about equity that has been going on around this situation, and I feel as though balance has been discussed and has held back transformation before. So maybe in the past there has been a reservation against changing circumstances so that the old balance could be maintained. It's like taking a step onto a boat, right? Hey, I'm on a boat, right? You're standing on the dock, and it's like that shift of balance. When are you putting your weight on the boat? When are you putting your weight on the dock? And it's taking that step when the balance is assured in one situation so that you can begin in another direction. And that is when your emergence happens. This activation represents your emergence into the fullness of your light. And so the Spirit is guiding you through making a decision. You will have to make a bureaucratic decision. So this could be like selling a home, getting a divorce, getting married, some kind of very specific, maybe even like contractual decision is being made that will cause a transformation and allow all this pressure that has been building to be released. Here is the next message. So you have the Great Wheel. This is the card of Jupiter, or justice. So I feel as though there is going to be great fairness that comes over the situation. These two cards together, it's like release and justice and fairness and a moving away from kind of unfair circumstances and situations. You can see this Ouroboros here eating its own tail, right? The Great Wheel. And so I forgot it was called the Great Wheel. But I feel like this is justice of a human type, but also justice in the way of spirit. You know, that transformation has to happen in order for new things to begin in new directions. People need to be set free, and circumstances need to be released, as well as there has to be a transformation between people and how they are socially together. So this one reminds me a lot about a family, right? This crystal. And to me, this is all about this. It's like that grunty, difficult decision that you have to make that affects other people with you, who formulate your family with you. And in some way, either this one has a little rainbow inside too. I don't know if you can see it. Just caught it. I don't think you'll see it. This one though. I saw it before. I remember I saw, oh, it's a big rainbow. This one's all a rainbow, this guy right here. Oh, maybe you can see it like this. Let's see. I have to hold my hand in a weird way to prevent the... Yeah, I don't think you'll see it. But trust me, there's a huge rainbow in this one. So I feel like there is an emancipation from situations, and I feel like a situation has persisted too long. And I think that for whatever reason, there's a release between these things, and now transformation takes hold, the world changes, and also there's an emergence of new identities. And this is not only fair in human kind of area, but it's also the fairness of the universe. There's like a completion of a cycle, but not like the world completion. This has a lot more to do with like how do you say, like a confirmation, a protection. It's like coming home. There's a coming home energy here. You know, there's a coming home and a welcoming, and the things that were done before are now going to be done differently because there's a total shift in power or shift in the relationship between people. So this is probably the most earthly experience, but there is a divine guiding energy here as well. So this can also mean the transformation of human interactions has been intervened by a higher degree form. There's been an intervention of spirit, like direct spirit from the universe has come in and changed, and in some ways it's tied certain people's hands together, so they, not literally tied, but like has prevented them. It's like the choice has been taken away from people now in some way because it was going on far too long. And I think that there was like this moment where everybody was feeling or thinking the same thing, and from that there was like great growth, and from that comes a great growth of cities or communities. So this can be not a family, but like two people who are leading a community, and all these little crystals are their adepts, right? Are their followers. Okay, so there's this kind of, the divine intervention of things has set in. Spirit had its way and kind of paved the way for everybody. But when spirit gets involved, it's not like horrible things happen. It's like really wonderful things happen, and everybody's taken care of. Everybody is nurtured, right? Because that shift is through God's or the universe's intention, which is only pure love and appreciation, kindness, you know, welcoming. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed this reading. Thank you guys for joining me, and I will post more videos for September soon. I'll link some right here, and then if you're watching later, then I'll post some other videos for you guys to watch. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Hi everybody, thank you for joining me, and welcome to this very special session of Pick a Card. This is going to be a fast one. If somebody wants to help me out and do time caps, super awesome, because I'm doing lots of videos. I would really appreciate it. Also, it's great karma if you are going to leave a comment and talk amongst each other in the chat. That's really good for my analytics and the effort I'm putting through so that you could have these videos, okay? So welcome. This video is going to be extended into 2 playlists on Vimeo. Because I'm doing 6 different options, I'm gonna do it to 2, so it's kind of a trade-off. So this is going to be in the Love Sessions playlist, as well as the Pick a Card Timeless playlist. Whenever you are watching this, this is for you. It's the right situation, the right time, okay? So we're going to give you guys a love message, and then we're going to do like a mini full reading, probably 10 to 15 minutes on Vimeo if you want deeper information. I have 2 cards down. I'll pick a random angel card, and then I have the Doreen Virtue romance cards available. So it's all ready to go. I hope that you guys enjoy, and thank you for joining me. I know it's kind of like a double up on videos, but we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we're gonna just break it down for you now. So number 1s, if you're ready, why don't we begin? So if you chose number 1, your first card, your tarot card, is that of the King of Trees. So he's a Sag, Leo, or he's a King of Pentacles. I always get the trees mixed up with the wands. So he is a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. He is the architect. I know some architects. One's a Sag, I know. The other one's a Virgo, but she's a female. I like architects. Architects have brilliant minds. They're super good at establishing kind of the spatial relevance of situations, so they kind of understand what's going on through form and themes. They look at a situation and they're like, oh yeah, I get that, I get what's going on here, let me kind of represent that in physical form. So they build something. It's kind of a genius mind, low-key. Here is your card from the Trust Your Vibes. Get a new story. So I think that this person's coming into your life, or this situation is coming into your life to help you get a new story in your life. You need to change certain things. Things are not working out the way that you want them to. And so this person is in some way there to help you restructure, or bring awareness to the fact that you have to restructure certain things, or how to do it. It's like you have to build a new bridge within yourself. You have to build a new building, whatever it is that needs to initiate. It's the time the time for that is now. Now, if this isn't concerning a specific person, maybe this is you being the architect of your new story, which is like great, because all that means is that now you are able to articulate and say, this is where I'm going, this is who I am. You don't have to tell anybody, you don't have to answer for who you were yesterday. Well, I mean, in certain respects, sure, but essentially you can take a tangent and go a different direction and say, I'm this person now, deal with it, you know, keep that kind of attitude on hand. Here is your romance angel. Keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. I think the incentive is that if you truly go with the flow and figure out who you are right now, you might be very pleasantly surprised about who you attract, what kind of people you attract, what kind of situations. They could be different people than you have ever met before. So there's this kind of incentive to, in some way, kind of, you know, push more into you, push more into who you are, define who you are, and find some kind of strong definition of what is important to you, who you were before. It doesn't matter. What matters is who you are right now, right? So here is a clarifier angel card. It's upside down, but who cares? It says balance is upside down. I don't know if you need to do an inversion and look at things upside down for a minute, look at things from a different angle. But I think that essentially the way to bring balance to this situation is to just really settle within your heart and appreciate who you are now. Appreciate who you are now and who you're attracting. It's all good. And I think that you should celebrate that without any remorse or regret. Number 2, okay? So if you chose number 2, here is your card, and we have the angel, 7 of angels, progress. So this is the 7 of swords. I have discussions with people about this. People don't like this card because it's often associated in tarot card books as like the theft card, the sneaky deaky card. This is Moon in Aquarius. This is somebody who can actually get things done. They move around situations, they're light-footed. This is having like a gentle footstep in the way that you live. And in this deck, finally I found a deck that calls it a positive thing, which I think it is. And it's the seven of swords. It's progress. It's, not fighting against the current, going the way that you need to go in order to actualize what you need out of life. Okay, good. You're fighting for it. Stay in your own skin. So it's like the world wants you to be a certain type of way, but you are going to basically do your own thing, and you're going to stick to it, live with the consequences of it, and see the outcomes that come from it. So that's all wonderful. Your romance angel card is, we have chemistry. When you truly are who you are, when you really step into who you are in this present moment, there's a strong magnetic attraction from you to the other people around you. The most magnetic people are people who are speaking from their heart, who are authentic and unapologetic in their being, and who are just stepping up, exactly who they are, without any apology, without any shame, without any pretense, with no fighting either. That's important. No fighting, no hatred, no animosities. So you guys have the wild card, and I'll honor that because I think that the slate is clean. The slate is clean for you to go in a new direction. Maybe some careful footing around a situation, right? Like maybe some careful footing around someone you like or somebody who you're dealing with. And kind of sticking to your own to push forward this new identity. Maybe you're figuring out who you still are at this time, and so therefore you have so many different options. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to pick teams. There's nothing like that going on. So you just keep doing you, keep figuring it out, and we'll talk more about it in the Vimeo, okay? That'll be posted over the next day. I'll leave an announcement in the About section when it's ready. Next, number threes. Okay, number threes. If you chose number 3, here is your message. And you have the 4 of trees, 4 of pentacles. This is growth. So this is investing in yourself as opposed of investing externally. This is a choice. It's often called the miser card. It's like the person who's sitting there coddling their 4 pentacles. I feel like it's a good decision in certain respects. If you know that you're going to waste money, if you know that you're going to waste energy going in other directions, kind of holding out and doing your own thing is important. Here is your next card, and we have take your time. There's no rush. There's no hurry. This can mean that there's no one to hurry for in your situation right now. So, or maybe there's enough room to breathe in that situation to really do your thing for the time being. So I feel like you need to invest in yourself. You really need to invest some time and energy into your own well-being and, kind of carry that forward in a new direction. Here is the next message. We have finances and career. It's time for the glow up. Financial issues are a factor in your love life right now. So I feel like this is a reading that has a lot to do with an emphasis on money, emphasis on gaining wealth and acquisition of wealth. And I think that you have to fight for your right to make money. And I think that making money is like self-love as well, because it represents the fact that you care about yourself, you care about your future, you care about your future self, you care about your future relationships and children and family members. All these things come together. So when you're eating, scarfing down crappy food, let's just say it this way, this can have to do with food as well. This is like, I'm going to eat healthy, I'm going to make the right choices for myself at this time, and take your time with it. But think about it, when you're eating crappy food, it's not like it's just you, it's your future self that's going to live with that. It's family members who are going to have to take care of you when you're sick or whatever, So invest in yourself financially, invest in yourself in other directions, and good things will come. And we have the release. So release of any kind of negative feelings or worry. This is also the release of anxieties around money. I feel as though in this card pick, we're talking about people who are really worried about things financially, and that might be stifling the relationship in some way, stifling the dynamics that are going on. And so in some way there's this kind of release. You have time to make your money. Don't lose the future. Don't lose your experience by just going for the future. You know, don't save everything so far ahead. I mean, imagine saving everything for retirement and then, you know, God forbid something happening and you not being able to enjoy it, right? Passing away. So be mindful, keep a balance between pacedness, you know, working forward towards goals, but also kind of releasing and knowing that in time, take your time, financial things are going to come together in a good way, very good way. Number 4 is, let's see what you guys have. Number 4's, your card is, you have the universe. Ooh, that's the world card. This is the card of expansion. Expansion, harmony, growth. You know, this is a big love card. So if you've been waiting for someone to come to terms with your relationship, I feel like that's going to bring that in. Be generous. There's no holding back in this relationship. This is the couple that's all over each other. It could be a past life relationship because you connect, and right away the connection is so deep and so vivid. It's almost leaving people shy. You know, it's like, can I actually share of myself to such a degree? Can I share of myself and share of my thoughts and really be present with this other person here? Yeah, you can, definitely. Here is the next card. We have love yourself first. Your self-respect makes you more romantically attractive. So I feel like you can really throw yourself at the situation when you're really well with yourself. It's like you don't want to hold back. You just want to go for it, dive in the deep end, love yourself as much as you can, have no apology for who you are, no sense of regret or limitations. Your angel card, there's 2 that popped out, but we'll see this one. It's patience, you know. Don't live through expectations in this situation. I feel like this situation will be good for you regardless of what happens. I feel like you don't need to start calculating, like, do you love yourself enough and all of this stuff. It can become quite a bother. I feel like you should be generous and holistic. The world card, I mean, come on, you have the universe, you know. It's all at your disposal, and those things are fleeting, you know. Those moments of completion and huge robust energies, those things are temporary in our lives. We all go through ups and downs. So if you're in a high point, if everything is like the world's at your feet, then why are you living as though you are in scarcity, right? Like, just don't. Just stop it. We'll talk about this on Vimeo a bit more. Let's see the next card. And I'll do the Vimeos now. So we have, if for 5, we have the King of Angels. Hey, girl, hey. King of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. He's called the Peaceful Warrior. Who remembers a song by Jewel called The Peaceful Warrior? It's a dope song. I'll put it in my playlist. It's from the 90s. And I think it's Jewel who sang it. And I just adore this song. But yeah, so we have the King of Angels, Peaceful Warrior, hey girl, hey, remember to breathe. So this person brings a lot of clarity into situations. The backdrop is like his wilderness, you know, the sky and the clouds. And so this person is very chill, very relaxed. He'll take it on the chin, you know, he'll roll with it. He'll take it easy. He's not going to stress you out. He's not going to bother you. He understands a lot of things, and he gives you clarity of thought about your other experiences, other relationships. So you won't have to feel so bad about these other experiences and other relationships either. I think this person is benefic, they're kind, they're understanding, and they're going to lift you up out of any kind of problems that you're contending with on a philosophical level. Clarity of vision is what the King of Swords offers. Release your ex. Time has come to clear your energy. Maybe he's helping you to release a past relationship that was bothersome. I don't feel like he's an old energy. I feel like he's a new energy in your life, relatively speaking. So I feel like maybe this has to do with some past relationship, or if it's not a past ex, it could be like family issues or some kind of baggage that you're bringing into the situation that he hears you out through and helps you to release and move past. So very kind, very benevolent, very kind of tolerant type of person. Very cool, very cool. And then we have trust, lack of trust turning into positive trust. So yeah, this person is totally in the cerebral kind of vicinity. He thinks a lot. He's tolerant. He understands things. He can say things, and he doesn't say, I don't get it, or I don't relate. This person really understands, you know, what's going on. And if you're into women or whatever, this could be a woman as well. So let's not get stuck in that binary, right? So it's, remember, he's helping you to breathe. And what that means is sometimes when we're suffocating under the weight of so many issues and circumstances, they in some way can really stifle our progress and well-being. And so this person is bringing a lot of trust and hope into your circumstances, a lot of tolerance, and I think that's going to rub off on you. Tolerance for whatever's going on. It's like, yeah, we're all human. We all make mistakes. This person sees the bigger picture, provided that he keeps on seeing the bigger picture with you. You know, you can break this down too if you get too ratchet. So be careful. don't get too comfortable in all that stewing that you're doing. Number 6, and we're going to talk more about it on Vimeo. So, okay. So next we're going to do this card. And so here we have for number 6, such a nice card for codependency, right? Like, it's so squishy. 8 of Hearts. It makes codependency look so great. It's like, I'll take some of that. So I feel like codependency to me always means that there's the people for whatever reason shouldn't be together, or they in some way don't fit well, or they don't like each other like a real way. But there's some kind of fear in the relationship that's keeping them together. And so I feel like that's a type of mind screwing YouTube language. And so I feel like in some way that is a limited belief that people like project into situations. It's like, oh, you're just codependent, whatever. No, you can be working stuff out. So this in and of itself can be a problem, like wondering like, oh crap, are we codependent? Is there like an issue here? This can also mean substance abuse in certain situations. So people who are using substances who share the same space, or people who practice a certain type of behavioral pattern that share the same space. So if you're in that boat, you know, just take it easy. You know, for certain things you can get help and maintain a relationship in this direction. For other things, it's a write-off. But I do feel like for this, it's not so much about that. To me, it feels like you're afraid that this is codependent, and you're afraid that this is gonna freak out and be weird. Share a breath. Talk about codependency. It's like breathe into each other's mouths a little bit. Let's resolve this issue. Let's bring y'all closer. Okay. Share a breath. Okay. So I think that you can, maybe this is like fear of commitment in some way. So sorry to laugh. I mean, whatever. I'm sure it probably is freaking you out, but or hitting home. So it's like share a breath with each other. It's like the level of tolerance is off the charts, right? Share a breath with each other. Allow that person in. Allow that energy in. And maybe that codependency, that fear of codependency is something that is a problem in and of itself for you. And maybe it's not codependency. Maybe this is just opening up and, you know, sharing the same area or sharing the same energy together. Here we have separation, a time apart from your partner is on the horizon. So maybe spend some time, like it or not. I think that there could be some kind of breakaway in this circumstance. There could be people going in 2 different directions for a time. So maybe this is you trying to work out those dynamics. I read somewhere in like a psychology article that basically sometimes when close relationships break apart, people get like really like physical altercation with each other, and they get all sorts of ways, you know. when they're kind of like understanding that there's a distance growing, and then they freak out. So I don't condone any kind of physical violence. That's bullshit and you shouldn't do it. But the point is that maybe in some way you're kind of fighting back and forth between being really close and knowing that you'll be a little bit apart. Most relationships go through time apart, even if you're in the same city, even if you're in the same house. So don't freak out about it. If you really love each other, you'll persevere through this. And your angel is present, so no matter what, the presence is there. This is going to be interesting on Vimeo, so we're going to check that out. I hope you enjoyed the card pick. All the Vimeo clarifiers will be up in the next 2 hours, and so on the 2 playlists. So just to remind you again, I'm going to put these on the love sessions as well as the pick a card playlist, because I did 6 different options, so that's a lot of readings, and all 6 will be on each playlist for you to enjoy. Okay, thank you guys so much for checking this out. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Welcome to my channel. So today we're doing a podcast. It's like the pillow talk that I would do on my Instagram for a while, and I've done it a few times here as well. So basically not setting up the camera, you're not going to see my hands, you're not going to see cards, but you're going to hear hopefully a good story, and we'll just do a reading on some topic and probably something to do with relationships, and I'll just kind of create this mirage for you guys, and we'll see how it goes. I really like doing this. It takes the pressure off of me to be on camera, and I know it's just my hands. It's like whatever, but let's just jump into it. I want to give a shout out to Heaven Sent, and her link is down below because I just checked out her podcast style video. I was like, oh yeah, that's really chill. So check out hers if you feel so inclined. I think it's like a drop-in kind of energy. Like if you want to drop in and hang out and hear some reading, maybe it'll resonate, maybe it'll be the message you're looking for. So I think she's doing the same thing. So I don't want to say like, go check out her Blackout series and all that, because I don't want to get involved in that karma, you know, the karma cycle. But I really like what she's got going on. She's a wonderful reader. I've always known she's an amazing reader, and she's doing really well. So congratulations to you, Heaven, and really, really good reading. So hey girl, hey. And I see a lot of you guys are in here. So we didn't hit 500 today, but maybe this is what we'll do when we hit 500. We'll have like a pillow talk sesh. Yeah, a podcast, so I don't have to get prettied up for you guys. Haha, my hands. So the first card that we have, let's just get right into it. If somebody, yeah. So the first card that I got is the Ten of Hearts, which is the relationship and love card. So I do think we're going to hit on some kind of love information here, and I feel like good energy and positive vibes are coming into your life. By the way, I'm going to do a tarot reading, and then I'm going to check out the astrology at the end, because the astrology is not for everyone, so we'll just do that last, and then maybe I'll pick a couple extra cards with the astrology, so you may want to stick around for that. The backstory of doing this is I lost the Cancer card. It fell over the edge of my desk and I can't find it, and I have to, so the work area is completely destroyed for me trying to find a card. How does a card disappear? Crazy time. So I don't know, I might have to buy a new deck. But in the meantime, so I couldn't actually set up the video, but you know, whatever. Okay, so Ten of Hearts. I feel as though you're very happy in your situation. If anybody wants to time cap this as the start, that's cool. So I feel like you're very happy in the situation. Emotionally, you are finding new aspects of how you feel about the person or the people that you're dealing with. And I feel as though you've been very victorious, or feeling a lot of victory and success for what you have been fighting for what you have been trying to in some way initiate for yourself in your life. There's also an opportunity for new love to come into your life, new love, new friendship. I think that this high vibration that you are working through, that you are a part of at this time, really facilitates for you meeting new energy in a positive light. So you are a magnet for light. You are a magnet for positive connections. I feel as though you're also doing a significant amount of dreaming. Dreaming for the type of love that you want to bring into your heart, the type of relationship you want. And finally, you are connecting the two, the one that's in your head, you know, and the one that you are actually acting out in everyday life. So who you want to be is becoming who you are. I feel as though maybe there will be some kind of intimidation that you have to overcome in order to truly integrate your mind and the circumstances that are around you. There will definitely be some kind of big choice that you have to make, a big decision about exactly what you are doing. There will be a gatekeeper. The gatekeeper will very likely be a Libra, a sun, moon, or rising, or maybe during Libra season, which is right now as I'm filming. These videos are going to be numbered, so they're timeless, but so you can watch anytime you want. But maybe during Libra season, or when the moon is in Libra, or a Libra person, that feels like the most kind of sane thing. I feel like the same thing. I think that the person who is in some way, they appear in your life, you know, here I am, I'm your Superman, and they appear, and in some way you have to prove to them, or you have to welcome in their energy. You have to, in some way, kind of have an interaction with them and clarify your position or clarify the circumstances that are going on around you. And that's not quite right. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. This person appears in your life, and they are a representation of what you've been struggling with all along. And until maybe in the past you felt some kind of regret for how you treated situations. Maybe in the past you have in some way felt shame for who you've been or how you've conducted yourself in other relationships. And so this person comes in some way, and I think he or she may remind you of exactly the behaviors. No shade to Libras, okay? This is just energetic. This person comes in and reminds you because their behavior is more explicit. Their behavior is more like in your face. And I think that it will eliminate guilt. It will very much eliminate guilt or second guessing of what you chose to do in previous situations. And I think messages, communication will come very, very fast in these circumstances. I think that they will hurt, and I feel like, or they have hurt. Maybe this is in the past. Maybe this is in the very recent past, within the last 2 months. And this person showed up, and it's not like an approval energy. It's not like, you know, acceptance. It's more to do with rejection, I think, where you have felt guilty for rejecting other people. And the behavior was so explicit. The behavior was so just out there, you know, whatever, that you without any question made the choice that you made, and that was actually the right answer for you to remove guilt that you are having. At home life is becoming closer and more important to you. I feel as though new friendships and relationships are becoming available. I feel as though there's a great transformation that you are a part of. And I feel like maybe somebody will come in some way to bring you some kind of sadness, some kind of heartache. That person may be the Libra. No, I think that there's another energy that's coming in that in some way will be petty, you know, be unnecessary. And I feel like you should not heed too much attention. I think, in fact, you have so many other things going for you. Your intention is on kind of spreading purity and enlightenment around the world. There's possibly a new relationship that is evolving between two very powerful people. You could be one of, I think you are one of them. And so one person is a carrier of light in their emotions. They carry peace and love, and they carry also compassion, understanding, and sympathy. This is a person who says nothing wrong to anybody. The second person in some way is a powerful ally. They are shrewd, they are cunning, they are wise with words. And so I feel as though there's this really harmonious energy between these two people. They really like each other. There's this kind of synchronicity between them that is really a part of everything that's been going on. And so I feel as though the synchronicity, serendipity, and balance almost puts to shame any kind of words or kind of energy that is of a low vibration, than anything that wants to knock you back down or out of the space that you are heading in. So yeah, it's just too little too late if they were trying to hurt you, you know. If that person or some other person was trying to hurt you, it's just like something, you know when the waves hit the boat or hit the pier in some way, and only just the last little bubbles of water hit you in the face, just the random offshoot energies, the ones that don't carry as much strength and power behind them. But don't be silly and don't indulge in facing that water, because you will still get wet. And sometimes, especially if it's an energetic attack, a vampiric energetic attack, that's when people send negative energy towards someone, or try to in some way suppress, or, you know, bring bad juju into the situation. Those, even the smallest drop of water can be toxic, right? So excuse me. So essentially, you want to be very mindful. You're gonna go through the experience, so don't worry. It's not going to in any way disturb you. It's not going to in any way hold you back. But also don't stare into it. You know, just don't stare into it either. Neither option is a good option. I feel as though there is a desire for somebody. The person, the light bearer, the emotional light bearer, has a deep desire and a deep crush on someone who is very open. Maybe I feel as though this is an actual person. I feel like this person has like all their chakras activated. They're very open in the chest. They're very welcoming in terms of energy. And I feel like, oh, this is interesting. I feel like the two friends, the one who can make things happen and the one who has the emotional kind of light, they're friends, and actually their way forward is connected through a desire for very similar people, but each friend or each ally in some way has a different thing they are looking for. So the light-bearing emotional energy person, they in some way are looking for an emotional type of individual. This person is emotionally satisfying and soothing, and I feel like they are the kind of complement to this person's energy. And in fact, he manifests that energy forward in a similar fashion. Now the creator type, or the one that is the wordsmith in some way, is looking for a very similar open energy, but one that is connected with spirit. So a spiritual person, a very holy person, someone who is almost like a warrior of God. Excuse me to get dramatic, but someone who in some way really initiates forward a healing for other people, someone who possibly works in a lot of volunteer organizations or close within a religious community, that kind of more more kind of spirit driven person. So this is a person who is very kind of motivated by their connection to the universe, by their connection to God. Also very open, but much more interested in spirit. Okay, so I feel as though the broken heart, or the attempt, the water fodder. So I feel like there will be, okay, I think that something's coming to an end, and if you're hearing anything negative, it's only kind of reverberance for something in the past. And I feel as though it's somebody's expression of their own vanity. It's almost like when you walk by a mirror and you're having a day, and so you say to yourself, you know, I look really cute right now. You know, you're just having that moment. But this is a villainous energy. This isn't a nice energy, because obviously it's coming at you. So you just want to, in some way, allow them the peace to say that, because you're not everybody's psychiatrist or psychologist. That's not an energy that you necessarily need to heal for them. And in fact, you know, if you're providing care and service for other people, you cannot provide care and service for people who are hostile or attacking you. So there's just no point in, don't stare at the water, right? Don't get more of that energy onto you. And I feel like that person is being pulled away in a new direction anyway, and I feel like their attention span is pretty short. There's a lot of affluence that is around you as well. Lots of affluence, lots of financial growth, and I feel like it's not new. It's something that has been already initiated, and I feel like there is this kind of all of this turbulence that you've been working through is you working through the energy of the solar plexus as well as the heart chakra. So in two respects, you are very much pushing forward towards establishing new ground and new territory in the energy field of the ego, as well as the heart-based modality or territory. So it energetically, this is an energetic comment. Sorry if it's not your bag, but what it actually means is when you're applying effort in any single direction, you're establishing territory in different areas of life, right? And so as you do that, you will confront competing energies, or you will confront energies that don't understand your take on things, and they will come into conflict with you in some way to kind of push back and forth. It's a natural check by nature. It's not anything that is malevolent or something that is ill-willed. It's nature builds and it destroys in a constant attempt to perfect itself. So it's a part of that process. And I feel like the gatekeeper, these words, you know, the vanity aspect of things, that is all a part of you being successful at gaining new ground and new territory in your life, not vis-a-vis anybody else. So you're fighting for something, you know, and we all fight for something every day, unless you totally, you know, kind of dip out on everything. And I feel as though looking deeply into who you are, looking very, very deeply into who you are. The person who's the wordsmith in some way, they see a certain depth about the other person, the emotional person. And I feel like that person is trying to, in some way, define that. And as friendship goes, they complement each other's vision of the other person. So that's the reading for today. Let me know if you guys like this. I could do two things, and I want you guys to comment to tell me what you want. We can do either I like it. I feel good doing this. This is just like an impromptu whatever reading. Hopefully it gives you some food for thought. I have another reading that I could do for you guys. So pop off offline for a minute and then log back in and do the second one. Or I could stick around and do an astrology talk for about a few minutes. So let me know what you're interested in. Yeah. Hi guys. I'll just say hi to everyone. I'm just reading your comments. So what I want you guys to do is just let me know, what do you guys want? Do you want me to astrology talk? We can do one at a time, but astrology? Okay, so I think you guys want I'm kind of feeling the other reading. Thanks, Ray. That's nice. Astrology? Really? Okay. Wow, you guys are astro queens. Look at that. Okay. But the other one's really good, I think. The other one is really deep. Stephanie's like coming in with the Venus retrograde. Thank you, Carly. Can I convince you guys to do the other one tonight? And then we'll do some I'm getting it. You guys want more astrology. Can we do the I think you guys will like it. Yeah. I can't do both because I need to navigate spiders and find the card of Cancer before I go to sleep. So the other one, and then we'll do some, if you guys get 500 on tomorrow's daily, then hey girl, hey. But this is nice, right? You guys can just listen. It's chill. You're not like switching screens. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna log off and then you just wait 2 minutes. I might switch the screen up on you guys because, you know, I like to mix it up a little bit. But I think the other one might be interesting. So let's do a part 2 immediately. And for those of you guys who are watching the recorded version, I'll link the second video down below. Make sure to comment to show support. You know, they've got me on that curve, so I got to work harder. Always on that hamster wheel. Part of the reason I dipped out on the videos earlier this year was I felt like I was a hamster. People, I'm not a keener. It's what I gotta do. Okay, so I'll be back in a minute. Hopefully you guys will stick around. Hey girl, hey. Bye. Pisces, thank you for joining me and welcome to your horoscope spread for 2019. I'm super excited to be here with you guys, and we're going to do your horoscope spread right now using the Thoth deck. So what I'm going to do is lay out your cards one by one, just like I do now, and we're going to unveil the 12 houses of the zodiac. Each of the houses correspond to an area of your life. They also correspond to a month of the year, so you can check out how each of the months will go. One thing to keep in mind is I have these clarified on Vimeo, in which you can rent each individual video separately, and that will clarify, do a full reading on each of these houses there. So we'll take the cards over to Vimeo and clarify further, and I'm going to do a reading, a sample reading, bringing into focus this card here in the center. This is the core energy for 2019, and I'll use this core energy card and show you what you will find on Vimeo. So I hope you're excited about this. You're actually the last sign I'm reading for, and so far the whole reading has been very successful. I very enjoyed it, and it's definitely a recap from last year. I did this reading last year and it was really well received, so I just thought that I'll do it again this year since you guys liked it last year so much. And the other readings, such as your tarot reading, are located in the Pisces playlist down below for 2019. There are several other readings for 2019, so go down. I actually don't even know at the time of filming how many different series I'm gonna do, so just see what's there. There's definitely going to be a tarot one and most likely an astrology special as well. So that's your 12 houses. And what we're going to do is go through each one by one, and I will tell you what your month and what each area of the month will be ruled by. These are all higher arcana cards. If you guys don't mind, leave a like and a comment on the video. That will help the video grow, especially if you're watching months into 2019. Okay, so let's see your first card. We see, ooh, Pisces, the Devil. I think that this has to do with kind of taking control of your life a bit more, Pisces. I feel like this has a lot to do with kind of putting yourself center stage a bit more, and maybe kind of downplaying this kind of agree with everyone and let go of your own priorities for the betterment of the group. This is more centralized and more kind of like, this is the path that I'm on. Capricorn is the ruler of the Devil card, which is this card that I picked for the core energy, and that's your 11th house of friendship. So friends are going to be super important in 2019, and I feel like they will bring to you a lot of personal progress and personal development. Okay, so why don't we go through the houses 1 through 12, and I'll tell you what cards you have for each area of life and every month of the year, and then I will do your in-depth reading on the Devil card. We'll talk about it more once I see the whole spread. Obviously the Devil card is like kind of over the top to get in the center, but I feel like this is success. It means centralizing power, clearing out the past, and preparing for a whole new life, and your tarot card reading definitely explores that idea. So here is your first card. This represents yourself as well as January, and you have the Emperor. So you're in charge, Pisces in charge. You have Chiron for the first couple months, maybe a month and a half of the year in Pisces, but then it'll be gone for the next 50 years. So you will be kind of coming into your own energy, probably some degree of authority in your life. Neptune is alone now in Pisces for the majority of the year, and that will give you a lot of power because Neptune is your ruler. So you will be very much in the Piscean energy. Lilith does move into Pisces about in the spring. So this could be some of this energy right here. Just to remind you, Lilith is the asteroid that is associated with malevolence, ill feelings, ill wishing, all those kinds of things. And I feel like maybe some of this will affect you in a way that will make you more combative or more aggressive at times. In the second house, which is the house of February and the house of money, you have the World card. So there could be opportunities for you abroad. Chiron is now moving into this house, so there will be a challenge for you to kind of unpack how you spend your money, how you use your money, those sorts of things. Uranus will be finishing up its transit, its 7-year transit or 8-year transit in the springtime in your second house, and helping you to renegotiate issues with money in new directions. In the third house, we see communication. We have the Wheel of Fortune and Juno here, and so I feel as though really good luck in the way of communication with other people. Uranus will be moving into the third house in the springtime, and that will give you a lift and momentum forward in new directions. I feel like your life is about to take off in new directions and leave you in a very happy and hopeful place. In the fourth house, we're talking about April. This is the house of Gemini, the house of the home and family. Not too many transits in Gemini for you this year, but we have the adjustment card. So we have April/home and family. Maybe someone in your family is moving. A Libra may be very important for you this year. You may be moving home also this year, or beginning to think about it at least. Nonetheless, it's still about halfway through Saturn's cycle before he's in this area of your house, of your life, and it's usually when Saturn is in the fourth house that we move home. But it's a 29-year cycle, so many people move in between then as well. So you may be considering a smaller move, or maybe just changing the location that you live within your town rather than moving really far away, that kind of thing. So some kind of change, or maybe somebody is moving in closer to you, a family member or something like that. Okay, in the 5th house we have the house of Cancer. It's the month of May, as well as your passion, your children, your love life. And so the North Node is in Cancer, which is directing you towards the things that you wish to bring into your life. There will be a very powerful energy on this right at the beginning of the year. It's called the kite formation. So there will be a huge emphasis on your 5th house and what you desire. Let's see what card you get. You have the Death card / the Scorpio card. So I feel as though you are making really large changes with regard to who you are this year. I think you're becoming a slightly different person than you've ever been before. Most likely your interests will change, or maybe you will find a Scorpio with whom you will really align in terms of your desire and the things that you wish to bring into your life. The next message is for the 6th house, and so we have the High Priestess, and this is the house of Leo. And for you, this coincides with June. There is a full moon lunar eclipse on January 20th in this area of your life. Most likely that will initiate some kind of consolidation of all the efforts you've been putting into your health, to your fitness, to the things you've been doing every day. I think that the answers will come for you in 2019 in the things that you do every day. In your chores, in the simple repetition of tasks, you will find deeper meaning and satisfaction in your life. I feel like maybe you'll be exposed on a daily basis to an oracle, someone who has insight and intuition to share with you. In the 7th house, we have the house of partnership, and this is the house of Virgo in your chart. Hey girl, hey. Not many transits in Virgo this year at all. This coincides with the month of July. And also, of course, the area of partnerships, which means romantic partnerships and business partnerships. And what you see here is the Lust card, the Leo card, the Strength card. I feel like you will have a passionate love affair this year. Most likely feel passion towards someone, if not your partner, then someone new. I feel like there could be a lot of kinetic connections in business as well. So this could mean like you have like very rapid fire brainstorm sessions with potential partners, and then suddenly you jump into businesses very, very quickly with them. There's a really strong connection here in the 11th house. We'll see what card you get. But I think that there's a really strong connection for you between the 7th house and this house this year. I think that this will work really well together, especially when there is going to be transits in this area of your life, which is going to be around August and September, maybe July, August, and September. That's when the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Mars will roll through this area of your chart. And this is when you may have these sporadic and spontaneous connections with people, leading you in new directions. And then in the 8th house, change, Libra, we have the Chariot card, overcoming circumstances, moving past situations, improving your life. I feel like whatever change you embrace this year will be for the better. The 8th house has a lot to do with August, and it has to do with endings, change and transformation, other people's money, and moving forward in life. There's not too many transits in Libra, but in August what we're going to see is Jupiter direct in your 10th house of career, and Uranus retrograde in your 3rd house of communication. So really good time for you in terms of career, and your communication will be good as well. Basically, you will be given the opportunity to consider everything that you've rethought about how you're communicating and what you want to say, and have a few months to refine it as Uranus is retrograde in Taurus in your 3rd house. Okay, the next chart, or the next sign that we want to read for is the ninth house, which is September. This also coincides with higher education, long distance travel, and philosophy in your life. This is the house of Scorpio, and it's ruled in your chart by the sun. So very good luck in this area of your life. You should probably take some kind of a trip. The month of September will be very prosperous. Saturn will move direct in your 11th house of friendship. So more friends coming in. Wonderful year to go to school or to travel or to expand your knowledge base and horizons. The next message is for the 10th house in Sagittarius with Jupiter and Mercury in Sag. I feel like you are getting a lot of opportunities in terms of career this year, and I don't think you should let them pass you by. You have the Art and Temperance card, which is the card of Sagittarius. This also coincides with the month of October, in which Pluto goes direct in your 11th house of friendship, and Mercury goes retrograde in Scorpio, which is your 9th house. So this is the house where the sun is, and that will happen actually from the 31st of October until November 20th. But for this month and for the entire year with regard to your career, you might be blending multiple different skill sets in order to pull together a new type of career. So you might be taking a new job on, especially for those of you who are working in a creative capacity. You will see these opportunities come through. Okay, next message in your 11th house of friendship. This is going to be the powerhouse month and the powerhouse area of your life, because there are 3 major karmic planets in the 11th house, and what you see here is Mercury. You are the puppet master of your social friend group. You will be at the center point, connecting all the people that you are interconnected with. And so I feel like you are the hub, the center point, the joining point of all these interconnections. So this will be for the month of November, as well as the entire year, concerning friends and social relationships. And then in the 12th house, you have your card, the Moon card. And traditionally, you rule the 12th house, but in your chart, of course, that is Aquarian. And in Aquarius, we have Lilith in the first part of the year, but not too much for the rest of the year. You'll see more transits moving into this area of your life in 2 to 3 years, but for now, it's still quite private. So you will be getting lots of dreams. Neptune in your first house will provide for you lots of dreams. This area of your life coincides with your spirituality, which is going to be super, super connected to the universe. And then you will also have Jupiter going direct in, Jupiter moving into this area of your life on December 2nd. And then you will also see Jupiter will be moving into your 11th house on December 2nd, and then there'll be also an eclipse on December 2nd in this area of your life. That will bring in more friends, even more friends, more of a social time for the following year, which is 2019 to 2020. So that will begin in December, which is exciting, but it'll be here in the 11th house that it happens. So those are your cards for the year. We're going to take each one of these and explain them one by one on Vimeo. But for the meantime, I feel like we have the Devil card in the center. Hold on one sec. And so what we're going to do right now is clarify what the Devil means as your core card for the year. And when we do so, I'll show you what the Vimeo readings will look like, okay? So if you haven't liked already, please like the video now. And I'm going to show you the cards that I'm going to be using. So as a core energy, the Devil, after having seen all this, it's really about you kind of doing your own thing and having the self-confidence to move forward in directions that are right for you. Huge emphasis on social connections and friendships, Pisces. So that is going to be something that is primarily of interest to your importance to you at this time. Let's pick some cards. This is the Tarot de Baleine. This is a special deck I use for this reading, mostly. Very rarely do I use it for something else. So here are your first 3 cards. We have the Hierophant, which is the card of Taurus. Remember, that's your 3rd house of communication. And I said also in your 9th house it was going to be a wonderful year for school and education, which is also this card. Then we have the 10 of Rods, lots of responsibility in lots of different directions, carrying some kind of heavy burden for other people, trying to complete everything. I think if you try to go to school this year, if you try to pick up extra learning in any one direction, you may find that it's actually quite difficult for you to do so. And I feel like it's going to be a lot of effort, but there's going to be also a lot of reward. The next message is the 9 of Rods. So I feel like you will have to minimize how many things you're interacting with this year in order to reach your goals. This is also always reminds me of tunnel vision, like a single-minded approach that you have to take towards a certain outcome. The next message is the 3 of Cups. So I feel like you feel very happy about getting this opportunity to study or join some kind of group. It will be a very welcoming event. This is also the card of celebrations and parties. So this coincides with the 3 of Cups. And so I feel like there could be lots of opportunities for you to celebrate with friends and with people whom you're connecting with. And there will definitely be, it will be a social Pisces month for sure, or year, whoops. Anyway, yeah, it's going to be a busy one. And then the next message is the 7 of Cups. And so this is Venus in Scorpio. And so this is where your year begins. Venus will be in Scorpio for the new year. And so it will bring to this, it's also at the top of your chart, excuse me. And so I feel like you will see a lot of possibilities right at the New Year's Eve point about which direction to go and about which opportunities look good for you. Your last card is the Tower. So I think that in some way you are kind of waiting for certain things to come through for you, and I think that soon things will change rather quickly for you, but in a positive direction. I feel like you have been kind of withholding yourself or separating yourself from people and situations, and now I feel like you will be in some way freeing yourself from any kind of feelings of being trapped or isolated or removed or kind of kept back in a situation. I feel like there is a little bit of a conflict that could be evolving for you, particularly if you are really tied to whatever it is that you feel super secure in. Like if you feel like you don't really want to change something and you've been really withholding making the adjustments that are necessary and kind of ignoring the things that are written on the wall or the things that you have to face, then you will be forced to face them soon. Here is the next message. We have the Mice, and then we have the Stork, and then we have the Mountain, and we have the Bear. So I feel as though this will change a relationship with someone for the better. I feel as though someone with whom you've had a bit of a conflict with, there's going to be some type of struggle for power, it looks like. And I think that you'll have to turn to some outside forces to help you and support you in order to get secure in your situation. And I think that that will actually overcome some of the interpersonal obstacles you've been experiencing with this person in the first place. So I think that there's going to be a situation that forces you to interact with someone to kind of clarify your position on things. And that clarification alone will allow you to kind of free yourself and address some of the things that have been blocking that relationship in the first place. And there will be an improvement in that situation as you move forward. The next message is call on your angels. It's important for you to get really connected with the right people in your life. And I feel like it's time to reach out and communicate with the people who want to help you and the people who care about you and who want to support you in the directions that you are taking. By the way, this is Trust Your Vibes, and this is the Dreaming Way Lenormand if you are watching those other videos or if you're curious. And the last card that I have for you guys is a positive affirmation, and this is I am in the process of becoming my own best friend. I am the person I am most happy to be with. Loving myself unconditionally means accepting what is, and loving myself, I help create a world where it's safe for us to love each other. So I feel like maybe, I think that you're branching out, Pisces. I think that you're branching out in new directions with new friends. I think a friend from the past is coming into the present, and I think that this will, something's going to push you to really need to restructure some of the ways that you've been dealing with things. So you will no longer be kind of dealing with things one way, which is probably quite reserved. You're going to put yourself out there way more. And by doing so, you are going to rekindle old connections. So I hope that you guys enjoyed this reading, and thank you guys so much for joining me. If you want me to clarify those Vimeo readings, each of the houses, I did so on Vimeo, so go check that out below. I hope you guys have a wonderful 2019, and thank you for joining me. Take care. Bye, Pisces.